Brought to you by Rapid Roofing. The Tigers beat the Cubs 5-1 last night to take the series and start the second half of the year with back-to-back series wins. Spencer Torkelson tied the game in the second inning with his 19th homer of the year to make it 1-1. It remained tied there until rookie Hao-Yu Lee hit his fifth home run of the year in the fourth inning. This was a 3-run shot off Chicago starter Colin Ray that proved to be the decisive swing in the game. The Tigers held their 4-1 lead until the ninth inning when Zach McKinstry tacked on another run with an RBI single. Detroit has now won 5 of its last 6 series and is 48-54 on the season. Tigers start a 7-game homestand starting with the Kansas City Royals tonight. First pitch is at 6:40 in the series opener. Bad news for golf fans in Michigan last night. The Live Golf Michigan Team Championship, which is scheduled to take place at the Cardinal at St. John's Resort in Plymouth, is, quote, highly likely to be canceled, according to Cleats Golf Club team captain Martin Keimer. The event is currently scheduled to close Live's 2026 season August 27th through the 30th. The good news for local golf fans last night, one of golf's biggest names is coming to Detroit for the Rocket Classic. 3-time major champion Jordan Spieth has committed to the tournament at Detroit Golf Club next weekend. This will be Spieth's first time competing in the event. On his bag will be his longtime friend and caddy Michael Greller, who is a West Michigan native. Spieth is currently ranked 55th in the world golf rankings. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1theticket or Odyssey.com.
How you doing? Hao-Yu Lee, home run. Big story in the game yesterday for the Tigers. Good morning. 97-1, Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Govin Greg behind the glass. Tigers win, take another series. John, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Good.
Good morning, Heather.
Good morning, boys.
How's it? How was your, what was it today, Thursday? How was your Wednesday?
It was good. It was
Such
long.
a beautiful day.
Weather
We
was
spent
awesome.
a lot of time outside, took a long walk, played a little, rode bikes.
Yeah. Good day to be in a movie theater.
Yeah, that's a long movie. I went to see the Odyssey yesterday. That's a long movie.
But you knew it going in.
I did. Yes, I knew it going in, and I kind of was hoping that there was. You were right. The last 45 minutes, the action is tremendous. I thought it was okay. Like nothing. I'm glad I went to see it. Wasn't bad.
Right.
I just thought it was okay.
What'd Lisa
Oh,
think?
see, that's the real
But Lisa
judge.
loved it.
Okay.
I'm just curious because she was
Yeah.
into it a little bit
She's
too.
more
so
well-read than I am.
that's what you said,
Yeah.
well-read,
Yes.
yes.
Yes. Very much so.
But yeah, you got to experience it.
Yeah, and so I would just say this. The reason I thought it was okay was it's just not necessarily my style of movie. And it didn't get to my style until the last 45 minutes when he turned into a badass.
I knew it. That's why I told you. I think if
Yeah.
you get there, and I think for people, it is getting there. It's a long movie.
Yeah.
The payoff is worth it.
Right. And yes, the payoff is worth it. And it was kind of one of those two where I didn't mind having to go get a refill or Lisa, she'll drink Diet Coke. Diet Coke is like her, is like a food group. And so she's like, hey, I'm almost out of pop because she knew I would go get it. I'm like, yeah, I'll go. I didn't
not
get up,
worried about
stretch my
missing.
legs anyway. So it's very long.
We were talking about a shared experience before the movie started. Heather, if you haven't seen the trailer for an upcoming movie, I'd love for you to watch it and give us your response.
Oh my gosh.
for what?
This
No, I haven't because I
Preview.
don't know what you're talking about.
So thankfully, Lisa gave me a heads up because I don't do the whole, scary movie sort of thing. And she said, hey, there's a preview that's only being shown before the Odyssey as I start to understand now. And the movie is called Other Mommy. And I almost wet myself when
The jump scare?
the jump scare, yes.
really?
And so, okay, it's a preview, so there's no spoilers involved in this, right?
Well, I
think-
like Jessica Chastain. I'm looking at who's in it.
When
I
we're
like
off
her.
the air, watch the trailer,
Okay.
and I'd love to hear your response to it.
Okay.
Because it's like a shared experience for people who've gone to see the Odyssey.
Yeah.
This Other Mommy trailer and like the disturbing.
And then, but so it's disturbing,
Yeah.
because there is a jump scene, and one that I almost jumped out of my chair on. But then it's such a scary preview, and then by the end of it, I burst out laughing because I thought the name Other Mommy was hilarious
For a horror movie.
for a horror
Right.
movie.
Yeah.
Yes,
Anyway, I'm
Okay,
glad you
I'll
watched
watch
it.
it.
And,
Yeah.
and we could talk more about specific scenes off the air, but glad you went and saw it.
Yeah.
Glad you had that opportunity.
yeah.
Tigers take another series. We got a bunch to talk about with them. Tarek Skubal, couple different stories from yesterday. We have an asking price, and Skubal is also just dead set on putting his foot in his mouth. Some quotes that have not landed well with the listeners.
His example is his agent, Scott Boras, Dr. Seuss.
We are the company we keep.
Yes, and so I don't. I mean, he is following suit with his agent.
Real quick on the Tigers. They did win. This was a
Yes.
series we had spotlighted because it's against a team in the postseason, winning record. They took 2 of 3. Hayu Lee is becoming a nice story. It's becoming a good find for Scott Harris. He had the 3-run homer. He's been on fire since the start of June. It coincides.
bat.
There you go. Your right-handed bat. What do we need to do with the deadline? We got Hayu Lee. He's becoming a good story. I don't want to shortchange Scott Harris on the find and the fact that his addition has helped this team since the start of June. Montero has been a hell of a pitcher for this team, whether it's in relief or last night as a starter. He strikes out 8, walks 0, settled into that game and gave him a real shot to win it. They have made up very little ground, though. And that's something that Tom and I were talking about right before the mics came on. This team has won 4 straight road series, and I think it's 5 of their last 6 series overall. Yet, in the last 10 games, they've actually lost ground on the White Sox, the Guardians, the Red Sox, and the Orioles. It speaks to, even as hot as the Tigers have been, they're actually not making a dent in this.
Well, when you're chasing, it's not just are you playing better. It clearly the Tigers are, but what are the teams that you're chasing doing, and how many teams are you chasing? And that's where, and I have to go back and look at the 24 season to see, like, hey, where they're chasing, they're trying to get back in the wild card race. They eventually do. They make the postseason. Like at that time, and we know it was the Guardians collapse at the same time.
Twins, too.
Twins, yeah.
That's the thing people, not to take away
That's
from
right. It was the Twins' ultimate collapse.
because the Guardians still won the division at the end of 24. It was never meant to discount what the Tigers did. They still had to win all those games and claw back, but it shows the point that you still need help too.
Yeah, and in division, right, you've got 3 teams that are still ahead of you in the White Sox, the Guardians, and who am I missing there?
Twins.
The Twins.
Yeah.
Which it's amazing that we're looking up at the Twins, but
crazy.
We still are. We're a game and a half back of them, and when you have all those teams, and then you throw in the Astros, you throw in Baltimore, you throw in Boston, you throw in that's 6 teams that we just talked about that you're chasing. They also have to fall apart, and if you're looking at one team or 2 teams to fall apart, you're obviously odds are better, not necessarily that they're going to, but it's better instead of 6 teams having to fall apart.
So there's a little lay of the land. Quotes from The Athletic.
Oh, boy.
Cody Stavenhagen's article. This will not sit well with you if you haven't heard about them. He talked about how he had an idea that his elbow had an issue back in January. And he said there were other factors in play. I was going through arbitration. The decision by the organization to take me to court that probably had an impact subconsciously. I probably should have had the MRI in January and hammered it out.
Well, and even before that, he said, I knew something was wrong.
Yep.
I didn't know what was wrong.
Wasn't interested in finding out because he had an arbitration hearing coming.
Right. Yeah, can't be hurt now.
So he made the decision to keep that under wraps. It ends up costing him extended time in season, just so happened to coincide with their worst stretch of baseball this season. Nobody wants to hear that from Tarek Skubal.
And we can argue whether or not in the month of May, because there was more the factors weren't necessarily starting. We weren't getting great starting pitching.
No, but it was defense, it was bullpen, it was offense.
Right. But is there a chance that instead of being 4.5 back right now of the wild card spot, maybe they'd be 2.5 back?
A couple games here, a couple games there. He missed time. because he didn't want to get this done in January.
Right.
He knew something was up and didn't get this done in January, and it hurt his baseball team. So that's why it also rings hollow when he says, I want to buy, I want to add, I'm Mr. Team Guy.
Right.
No, you're not. You're Mr. Tarek Skubal. You were looking out for your wallet and your future, and that's your business. But then you can't claim to be this super teammate and super team guy if that's how you handled the offseason. There's more quotes in here. He's addicted to putting his foot in his mouth. Now I understand why Dylan Larkin hasn't said anything.
Right.
Just out of sight, out of mind. Don't. Why would you give this oxygen and say, I knew my elbow was messed up and I didn't do anything about it because I wanted to win an arbitration? You don't have to say that publicly.
No.
Just like this other quote. He said fans had called him, fans yell stuff at him.
Oh, yeah.
Call him a coward or Benedict Arnold for the World Baseball Classic. They'll call him selfish. And he said, those fans wouldn't say those things to me. I tell them, if you were on the other side of the fence, you wouldn't look me in the face and say that. A regular Tommy Tough guy.
Right. Yeah. And if you do, what am I going to do about it? Nothing.
You're not going to swing on a fan.
Right.
It's like Tarek.
I mean, we had the topic here. I called him soft.
Yeah.
And I mean,
Say it to my face. You won't do it.
You're soft. Okay, he's not here.
It's just silly. Like, dude, you're doing yourself no favors.
He continually, and it's not just always what he says. It's what he does. In regards to, we talked about coming out of the final game of the season last year in the postseason. We've talked about his, tour de Detroit of, making it look like he loves everything about Detroit, but his words always say something different.
Yeah. Look, if I'm going to combine the two stories, just keep winning. And if you trade him, just keep winning and find your way in the postseason.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it comes down to, is just keep winning. And now they got 4 against the Royals at home. And it just keep winning. I don't care who it's against at this point. Just keep winning.
So we've been marking 500 as the place to get before you entertain anything else, right?
Sure.
We knew it would take time if they're going to do it. July 10th, 6 under 500.
Mm-hmm.
July 23rd, 6 under 500.
Damn. It's just taken too much time, too long.
They haven't earned the right to buy.
No, they haven't.
Well, look, lost in there. That was the All-Star break. There were 4 games not played.
Mm-hmm.
But, I just...
Context also matters. And I know that when we're looking at, right now, the Red Sox are at the cut line. They're the last team in. If the season were to end today, they would be in the postseason. And then it would be the Mariners who are out. Well, Boston is the last team that is 500. Seattle, Baltimore, Minnesota, Houston, and obviously then the Detroit Tigers are all under 500.
The way I think this plays out is the Red Sox are going to stay kind of where they're at, probably get 10 above 500 by the end of the year, get 86 wins.
Mm-hmm.
I think Seattle eventually
clicks
and wins that division, and it's ultimately going to be Texas, who I think is going to sputter somewhere in the 82, 83, 84 win.
Yeah.
Can you get there?
Right.
Well, to win 84 games right now, they got to go 36 and 24. That's exactly 600 baseball.
Yeah.
It's every 2 out of 3.
Roughly.
Just keep winning series.
So, yes, you have Skubal's quotes. I'm sure fans love hearing about it. We'll collect some texts and calls, 248-539-9797. There's also the report of the asking price.
Oh.
If the Tigers trade Tarek Skubal, we have
What do we want back in return?
what the Tigers would want back. We'll get to that coming up next. It's 97.1. It's Brightside Dental for a brighter, straighter smile. I want to talk to the people who've been putting off going to the dentist. If you skip the 6-month cleaning, let's be honest, it may be longer than that. You've had bad experiences in the past. Whatever the case may be, the dentist doesn't have to be this scary place. Brightside Dental gets it, which is why they're all about a comfort-first approach. I go to Brightside to get cleanings and fillings done. Southfield location's my spot, but there are 9 Metro Detroit locations, one right around the corner from you. 1-800-PAINLESS, BrightsideDental.com. Take advantage of the $35 new patient special. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. How you doing? How you, Lee? Text coming in. We should call your radio station 97.1 The Scooble. It's all you guys bleeping cover. Well, when you have news,
Yeah.
got some pretty eye-opening quotes in The Athletic and now an asking price, according to execs around the league. We'll get to it.
Well,
What do you think we're going to talk about?
6-week absence
Yeah.
and something that could have been taken care of in the offseason.
Hello. 12-game winning streak starts tonight. Get on board, boys.
Well, it would have started last night.
Yeah.
I guess you can't get to 2 without 1.
Yeah. Didn't Scooble violate operating in good faith by hiding an injury? I'd trade him today. I'm tired of hearing about this bum. He is soft, all caps, Jake in Oxford.
There's a lot of people that are going to have that exact same take. There was a lot of people that just said, I'm done with the drama. I'm done with, hey, I can only go 90 pitches, 95 pitches, and lock eyes with the manager. And I know just I left everything out there. It's just there's so much drama surrounding it. I think there is a lot of people that are willing to overlook the impact that he's had on the baseball game the last 2 years. Cy Young, the best pitcher in the American League, and he's not going to win it this year, in part because he missed the 6 weeks, because he didn't take care of something in the offseason.
Something that was avoidable if he had listened to his body. He knew something was up in January, and then he's quoted as saying, well, because the team was going to take me to arbitration, court, as he puts it, I didn't take care of it.
And if I'm Scott Harris, you want to talk about bad faith? You're kidding me? You knew about this in January? Mm-hmm. And you saw us go out and spend money. We did probably what he had asked them to do.
Right.
Hey, build a winner around me. Spend some money.
You said it so bluntly pre-show. Do people hate this guy? Do you hate Tarek Skubal?
I'm not going to say I hate him. I think hate is a very strong word.
But I bet you there's people
I think
who are
there's
listening.
a lot of people. I mean, I think we could probably ask that question to that last texter, and he would answer yes.
Yes. He's sick of him.
Hey, back to that winning streak text.
Yeah.
Technically, that's right.
Streak doesn't start till 2?
Yeah. You can't, there's no streak going right now.
Right, but then if we said, when did the streak start, what would you say?
It would have started last night.
Right.
So I guess it is. You can argue it both ways.
It's stupid. John, walleye, please. I'm so sick of hearing about Skubal.
Well, I mean, it is the biggest news story in Detroit right now until the Lions, report to training camp, and it's going to be the biggest news story. Even we're out there on August the 3rd. That's our first day out at training camp, and what happens to be August the 3rd?
The deadline.
So, do we want to be talking? Detroit Lions, are we going to have a player? Are we going to have a coach? Maybe Dan, maybe, who knows who we're going to have, but we're going to be wanting to talk Detroit Lions. They're going to be coming out to the practice field right in front of us. And what are we going to be talking about?
First question to Dan Campbell. Would you trade Tarek Skubal? I mentioned, hey, if you guys want to be sick of this guy and be rid of this guy and move on, if they trade him, what are they looking to get? This was from Ken Rosenthal in The Athletic. They cite 2 rival executives who were briefed on the Tigers' thinking.
So is that in division then? If they got to be rivals?
It's just
just
stand-in
two,
word for
yeah.
other executives.
Okay.
So assuming these teams have talked to the Tigers and negotiated with the Tigers. This is the Tigers' thinking, according to 2 rival executives. By trading Skubal for a controllable starting pitcher plus quality prospects, the Tigers could replace Skubal in the rotation, backfilling his innings, but most certainly providing lesser performance. They also cite the idea of threading the needle, moving on from Skubal, but still staying in the fight.
So they want a major league ready arm.
Yes.
Somebody that's got major league innings already.
Yes, controllable. So, younger,
Yeah.
younger arm to backfill Skubal for now and in the future. I thought it was a little odd, given that for the rest of this year, they have enough arms, right? Valdez, Mize, Montero, Melton, Flaherty, and eventually Job. That's 6.
Yeah.
It would feel like they have enough arms for the rest of this year. The word controllable would mean this guy would be here next year, but even next year, they have Montero, Melton, Valdez, Job, Reese Olson. And if
Right.
they lose Mize, Skubal, and Flaherty, I would think they could pay a free agent starting pitcher. It doesn't feel like a major league need. It may be a need in the system
Right.
to stockpile some arms. But to me, if I'm trading Tarek Skubal, I don't want to limit the return to I need to get an arm for this season. I got arms for this season. If an arm is the best prospect available, great. But it shouldn't be the requirement.
Well, and of those arms that could be gone next year, you mentioned Skubal gone. No, I don't think there's any chance he's back. Flaherty gone. I don't think we want him back. And Mize could be back. He could be that guy you pay in free agency.
Right. Because I think they should pay a pitcher in
Right.
free agency if they lose 3 guys from the starting rotation. Anyway, 248-539-9797. The asking price. We'll get reactions. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Good morning, everyone. So there's only one type of venomous snake in Michigan.
Oh, yeah.
Did you know that?
Oh, yes.
Of course you did, John. Did you know that, Jim?
I didn't.
I didn't either. It's the Eastern Massasauga rattlesnake.
Oh.
And there's a man who was just bit by one in Commerce Township.
As I understand it, there's a higher percentage of those in Michigan than there are in any other state.
You are correct, John.
Thank you very much.
You are correct. Authorities say that on Tuesday, a 41-year-old Novi man got too close to the snake. This was near a boat launch at Proud Lake State Park, and it bit him on the hand. Fire officials were able to respond. They transported him to the University of Michigan Hospital in Ann Arbor because it was the closest hospital with antivenom.
Oh.
They said he was in extreme pain, but is listed in stable condition. He is recovering. When it comes to this type of snake, they're also commonly referred to as swamp rattlers.
Yeah.
They usually are found in, wetland habitats. They're notoriously reclusive, right? They're shy. They kind of hide in the camouflage. You're probably going to go.
Sure.
You could probably go your entire life and
Walking
never
by
see
one and never see it. Yeah.
Exactly. So it is very rare that somebody's going to be bit by one. The fire department simply said, "Don't play with snakes." That was their
Yeah.
advice.
I
I don't
wonder how
know
he
what
got
this
bit
man
on the
was
hand.
doing.
Yeah.
If he knew the snake was there,
Or he tried to grab it.
They
or-
haven't released any of those circumstances, but that was the advice.
Does it say? Okay, I'm going to ask a
Yeah.
question. Probably doesn't have an answer to.
Okay.
When was the last time somebody was bit by one in Michigan? Does it happen on
I
a
have
yearly
no
basis?
idea.
This sounds like it would be a news story that would pop up on our radar, which it did this time.
Yeah.
They just
That we haven't had.
the fire crews called it a rare medical emergency. I don't
Yeah.
know that answer. I can do some Googling for you,
Oh,
though, and let
thank
you
you.
know next time. One of Michigan's biggest summer festivals begins today in Sterling Heights. Sterling Fest will run from today through Saturday at Dodge Park and the Sterling Heights City Center. The event welcomes about 150,000 visitors over the 3 days, and the city says the goal is simple: celebrate the community, bring everyone together, show off what we have to offer. It's going to have 3 concert stages with several musical guests. There's going to be more than 30 food trucks, food vendors there, more than 100 art vendors, things for the kids too. There's going to be like family-friendly tents with face painting, karaoke, shows for the kids. Admission is free. Something cool to do over the weekend. Go check it out.
Awesome.
Also, something pretty cool coming. A new 3-day music festival is coming to UWM Field in Utica this fall that will bring together hip hop, rock, and country music stars. So it's the first ever USPBL Fall Music Classic. It's going to take place September 18th through the 20th. It's going to feature a lot of acts, but country star Chris Jansen, rap star Rick Ross, and Kiss
kind of
founder.
crowded with Jansen's here.
Well, this is a Janson,
Oh,
not a
S-O-N.
Jansen.
Oh.
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
But still,
Yeah, no
same,
relation,
same.
obviously.
And then and Gene Simmons as well. So you can go online and see the whole official list of performers in the lineup. The founder, Andy Appleby, says that the goal is to create an annual event that celebrates Detroit's rich musical heritage across multiple genres. Tickets range from $75 to $100. They are on sale now.
Well, is Dan Campbell going to be there? Well, Applebee's is putting it on.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Is he performing now? Like, is he singing? Is he?
What genre of
Does he
music
have
would Dan
musical
Campbell?
talents?
Oh, heavy
Rock?
metal.
Oh, heavy metal, yeah.
Yeah.
William Shatner and his daughter, Melanie, are sharing a really personal chapter of their lives, revealing that they were both battling stage 4 cancer at nearly the exact same time. So Melanie was diagnosed with stage 4 breast cancer in 2022. And then almost a year later, I think it was 11 months later, he learned he had stage 4 malignant melanoma that had spread to his lungs and his brain.
Oh.
The two really leaned on each other during that time, during their treatment. Melanie kind of shared a really emotional night when he rushed over to be with her to comfort her after chemotherapy. And today, they both say they are cancer-free.
That's amazing.
And amazing. And they're actually launching a new podcast called No Time But Now, where they're going to talk to health experts. They're going to follow cancer survivors, and they're going to talk about resilience, gratitude, and, making the most out of life.
He's 95, right?
Yeah.
It's amazing the amount of energy and what he does.
Greg was just signaling. 100.
Yeah,
Right
it's
on
on
his
his
He's
radar.
100?
No,
No,
he's
but
95.
like-
Yeah, but he's
Wait,
only
wait,
5
wait.
years away.
I
Half
know.
a decade away
But
from the
yeah,
goal.
I mean,
yeah.
he's resilient.
Yeah, now
He
he is
really
a
is.
smaller man, so I know smaller people tend to live longer, but
Oh, that's great
I'm here to
news.
defeat the odds.
It's that 23rd century medicine.
That's right.
Heather with the news.
Beam him up.
It's 97.1. Tigers win. Torque after the game with ESPN saying we want to make it hard on the decision makers. Win another series. 5 of the last 6 series, Tigers have won. Is it too little too late? Well, when you put it this way, in their last 10 games, they've actually lost ground to the White Sox, Guardians, Red Sox, and Orioles.
Yeah.
Teams they're chasing in the division in the wild card. And is a decision on Skubal imminent? Well, we referenced it. The asking price in The Athletic is controllable starting pitching and prospects. I'm sure people are itching to ship him out of town, especially with the revelation that he knew something was wrong with his elbow in January.
Yep.
And said, Tigers want to go to arbitration. I'm going to keep this on the down low. I'll just miss time in season. That can't possibly hurt this team, right? I'm the ultimate teammate. Buy at the deadline. Meanwhile, a selfish decision. So we've got all that in the hopper, 248-539-9797. Heather, you didn't have the hurricane in your news?
Oh, no, I don't have the hurricane.
Hurricane
Bertha.
Bertha?
Oh, yeah.
Technically
It's a small
tropical
one.
storm.
Oh, it's not.
Yeah,
Sorry.
just a baby one.
The name Bertha.
Probably not a lot of kids being born, not a lot of girls being born named Bertha these days.
Where does
No.
Bertha rank on the worst names to have?
Well, I don't think it's the worst because, okay, so,
Yeah, but Big Bertha?
right. Well, and if you are
If you're into tubing.
named after a floatable, all right. Hey, Mom, Dad, how'd you come up with my name? Well, we had a great day on the lake, and we were out, using the
Inner tube.
inner tube, and it was named Bertha, and we decided to name you Bertha.
Wasn't it also a golf club? The
Yeah, Big Bertha. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, if your nickname is going to be Big Bertha, because that's exactly, if you've named kids, like this is what you do, right? Okay, what could go wrong? I think Big Bertha is probably only second to Marge.
Large
Large
Marge.
Marge.
Size of a barge.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, this is exactly.
Do you guys think about this when you named your kids?
Oh, you think about
100%.
everything. You
Yeah.
think about the nicknames. You think about people you know with those names. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I can't name him this. I hate.
Well,
Yeah.
yes, and especially as a former teacher, like you.
Oh, yeah, all
you
the
have-
kids, yeah. Mhm.
Nope.
I think about the
Nope.
former teammates.
Nope.
Like I would never name a kid Clinton. Right? And I had a teammate, and actually from Greg's alma mater, Clint Copenhaver.
Oh.
And I was like, somebody had mentioned Clinton, and I instantly went. I'm like, Clinton would be a great.
It's a good name.
Yeah, Clint's a great dude. Like, he's a solid guy, great teammate, good football player. And then all of a sudden, I'm like, no, this is too close to Clinton. Plus another name. I mean,
Okay.
Yeah,
boys would have fun with that.
they
one.
certainly would.
Yeah.
What are some of the worst names that you could have?
Things I would never think of, but
Right, but
you
that's
did.
why when you're a parent, like you bounce the names off of
do.
each other, and hey, if they're going to be in a locker room, this is what they're going to have to deal with.
My name was going to be Mark, but my older sister had a classmate who she did not like named Mark, so that name got nixed. And I got Greg instead.
Okay, Greg with only 2 G's. You didn't go with the 3 G's.
There's one at the beginning. There's one at the end.
Right, yes.
There's not a second G at the end.
is it
Correct.
a Gregory?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Were you always going to be named John?
Well, Jonathan.
Jonathan.
You know what I'm asking.
Yes.
Did your parents wrestle with any other that you're aware of?
I don't know that I've ever actually asked them that question.
No, I knew. I think I knew the list. I can't remember what the boy's name would have been. They didn't know what gender I would be. I think it was like Kirsten or Heather, or maybe it was Kristen. I don't know how they would have very 80s names. And there was a boy's name too. I just don't know what it was.
So my dad would joke. I don't know how serious this was, but he was really into Miami Vice. And for a middle name, he was considering Sonny.
I love Sunny.
yeah.
I think that's so cute.
Yeah. Sonny would be awesome.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the question is, like, what are the worst names
Yeah.
that you could name a kid right now?
Karen,
Karen's pretty rough.
Gertrude.
Absolutely.
Oh, Gertrude just sounds disgusting. Sorry to all the Gertrudes listening this morning.
Karen is not a disgusting sounding name.
It just has the connotation.
Yes, that you can't
Right.
name a kid that now.
You can never complain about anything if your name's Karen.
Yeah, exactly.
But if it's a family name, like I can run into somebody named Karen, and in my head I can have but I don't necessarily, I'm not going to hold it against them.
Yeah, but when you're having a baby, it's different than
Yeah, but by
running
the
into
time-
a 50-year-old Karen.
Right,
Than it
okay,
is
by the
like,
time
I'm gonna name
they're
this little baby Karen.
10, 15, 18, 20 years old, whatever, even 30 years old. Like, I don't know that Karen is going to have the same connotation that it does
It might
now.
not, but it's one I would not.
You'd steer clear from.
Yeah, I would.
Okay.
How about Lester?
Chester. Oh no, that Chester. Oh no, Chester or Lester, I guess.
Not great.
Yeah.
Jokes people will make. Things that
Oh,
rhyme.
yes.
Not
Yes.
good.
Yeah.
What about Richard?
Well,
You can go by Rick, but there's also the possibility.
yeah, that,
No one's doing that now.
why not?
No, Richard's fine. You're gonna call him Rick.
Again,
Yeah, but you don't control. Sometimes people.
yeah. I mean, if
You have control. I mean, you don't have control over anyone outside of your family, but you do have control over nicknames.
yeah, but
create
one
them.
of the great all-time football players, one of my heroes growing up, he played before my name, was Dick Butkus.
Yeah, but nobody's going to name their. No one's going to call their little baby Dick right now.
A baby what? Text coming in.
It's just not going to happen. Like it's just not going to be. It's just not going to be a name. People are naming their
You
kids.
did such a great job of working that in. Well done.
Helga is equally as bad as
Helga?
Bertha.
Helga. Yes. But Helga in a different country
Sure.
is probably,
Like Nordic.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, yeah.
You probably have some Helgas in the
No,
family
we don't
somewhere.
have any Helgas. I've got a extensive family tree. I don't remember any Helgas.
No Helgas. Here you
What's
go.
the most Nordic name in your family?
Oh gosh, there's
Sven?
Sven.
Got any
no.
Svens?
There's I don't know. I mean, I can think of some, but they're not like that Nordic. So
How about Ethel?
Ethel,
I don't like Ethel.
But it's kind of a
I don't mind. It's super old school. It's not like offensive.
right, and obviously you're talking to somebody that likes the old school names. I went with Lucille,
I love Lucille.
Oh,
that was
yeah.
on our list.
Ruby. Those are all quote unquote older names because they were named after my grandma was
Like
Lucille.
Ruby too.
But they don't sound as old as some of these other ones, like Gertrude or Bertha or Helga.
Yeah, it's a different class.
Yeah.
I actually ran into this one before. And I actually don't think it's a bad name, but I think it would be hilarious if you were a kid. Fanny.
Fanny.
Are there any Fannies being
No.
named these
Not
days?
anymore. Can't imagine.
I think there's none, and I wouldn't name my little girl Fanny, but it's more cute and more than like
Yeah.
Like with Teddy, did you consider all the flexibility in certain names? Theodore,
Oh,
Teddy,
sure.
Ted.
Theo.
Theo. Yeah. Theo's the only one that makes me kind of bristle a little
Okay.
bit.
Is that
And we've
too,
had
like,
that. Yeah. I'm like,
snooty?
nah, we call him Teddy.
Yeah.
And like there are a lot of people that will, again, there are a lot of variations. And if they call him Ted, I'm like, okay, yeah, it's his name. Theodore, Teddy. But when somebody says Theo, it's like somebody calling me Johnny. I'm like,
It's a little cringy.
yeah,
How about the name Ralph from the text?
Ralph.
Ralph.
I got a Ralph.
Wreck-'em Ralph.
You're named after vomit.
Yeah.
And no one says
So,
it that way
right.
anymore, but
Yeah.
cousin named his son Richard. We call him Little Dicky.
Okay.
Really? Oh my gosh.
Sure you would.
I wouldn't, but
Let's see if he's a little fella.
How about this from Jake at work? Imagine carrying a child in your stomach for 9 months just to name it Eugene.
So that was my grandpa's middle name. Ward Eugene Geiger.
It just doesn't sound
It
like a
sounds like it would
flattering
be
name.
more of a middle name. Yeah. Like if you want to keep, and then maybe that's the case where we don't necessarily want to go with Bertha, but great grandma was such a great individual. We're going to go with, Sally, Bertha, and her last name.
And her last
You know, but that's where you hide some of those names.
Oh yeah. Oh, you know what?
As a
Speaking of
middle
Nordic name, my son has a Nordic name from my great grandpa, Thorval.
Thorval.
That's a pretty Nordic name.
Like middle name, you're saying?
That's his middle name.
Thorvald.
We call him Brooks Thor. Yeah,
Not
Isn't
Orville.
that Thorval? Oh no, it's Orville Redenbacher.
Yes.
that's a pretty. That's.
Orville?
Orville's a
yeah.
That's an old person name. Orville.
Yeah, but that would be kind of cool now.
That one you could bring back.
Yeah.
What would you call him for short, though?
Orvie. I don't know.
You just have a different nickname that's not shortened. Not a
But you're someone who they don't really shorten Heather.
Oh no! What do you call it? Heath?
H.
No, you just
Oh,
no,
she just gave
no.
the death glare.
Don't do
Yeah,
that.
no,
H'er.
you just throw it to the news and you say Heather
Here's H with the news.
I never had a nickname. People just called me by my last name.
Park.
Yeah.
That's common, especially if you play sports. People call you by your last name.
Yes.
248-539-9797. Bertha, bad names. We'll also talk
Yeah.
Scooball Tigers and more.
Costa Jansen Park.
We got 2 Grand Slam coming up at 7:25. Dear John, less than an hour. It's 97.1. Tropical Storm Bertha.
Where'd you find that?
Greg is a man of many talents.
A caller let me know of a song by the Jimmy Castor Bunch. Never heard of them until 10 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Called Bertha Butt Boogie. Never heard of that song until 10 minutes ago. And so this is that song.
And it was in our system?
And it's in the system.
Which Odyssey
It's kinda
station's playing
cool.
this?
Ours right now, buddy.
Good morning, 97.1. Worst names to have. Tropical Storm Bertha has us thinking about bad names. Scooble's become a bad name in this city. We'll get to that at 7:02. The latest on the asking price and what he told The Athletic. People are not happy. And by people, I mean us too.
Us,
Come
yeah.
on. 2 Grand Slam is at 7:25. Dear John is at 7:35. Texts. Dolores,
Dolores.
Yeah, I know.
Matilda,
Matilda. I love that name. Emily goes to school or went to school with a little Matilda. I think that's
Call her
cute.
Maddie?
Yeah. I think that's cute.
Bernadette.
Old school. I think that's
Yeah, I
think
don't
that's
mind
fine.
Bernadette.
Old school doesn't necessarily
Bernie?
mean
Bernie?
bad. Yeah. Too many Aidens and Jadens and Cadens when my son was born, so I named him Carl. Have to bring back the old school names.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Carl.
John in Florida. My wife and I are due in February with our first child. Well, congratulations.
Yeah.
If it's a girl, we're thinking about Eleanor. Thoughts on that?
it's a popular. I know lots of Eleanors
Yeah.
that go by Ellie or Ella. I love it. I think it's
Yeah.
a great name. She can go. There's so many nicknames you can
Yeah.
use.
So
She
there's a
doesn't
lot
have to
of
go by
Ellies.
Eleanor all the
Yeah,
time.
a lot of Ellies out there. We call my daughter Ellie.
Yeah.
Her name is Ellen, but Eleanor is, when you call Ellie, it's kind of the question you ask, is it Ellen or Eleanor?
Was there a name that either of you vetoed that your partner considered seriously?
Oh, yeah. I mean, there was a lot of ones I vetoed. I can't remember necessarily what they were.
Gosh, we went to the hospital each time with a list of about 5 names, and they slowly we were on the same page with most names. I don't think there was any that I was like, oh no, I can't do that.
There are also people who are already congratulating Heather Park.
Yes.
They think she won the drop tournament for next year.
As soon as I started saying it, I'm like, just finish the sentence, finish the sentence, finish the sentence.
No one's going to call their little baby dick right now. Quote of the year by Heather. Little baby dick must be a new drop. Oh, Heather, you've already won the Stoney and Wojo drop tournament for next year. It's Matt and Redford.
It was so well done, though. It was, I mean, it is so well done.
And the beautiful part is I don't think you were thinking it. You just
I
were
wasn't
speaking.
until I said it. Well, because I was saying it kind of like as soon as I started saying it, I'm like,
Yeah, I don't like where this is going.
well, nobody was saying what we were all thinking that and then
I
it
know.
started to come out of my mouth. And I'm like, oh,
How about
gosh,
this, Jim?
shoot, this
I
is why
have
no one said it.
limits. I have limits.
Yeah.
Heather has no limits.
Nope. She went rogue.
Yeah, not even I would have said that.
No, come on, Heather. But you know what? You just blurted it out. You had your Dan Campbell moment.
Yeah.
Say it.
Say it.
Text coming in 248-539-9797. We'll keep collecting these. Text says I got catfished by a woman named Martha. I should have known better. As John bites his tongue. When Fanny gets older, she's going to be Granny Fanny.
Granny Fanny.
You guys ever met a guy named Stacy? Yeah, we have one that calls in.
Yes.
Yeah. I've actually met a couple guys named Stacy.
Prudence,
Prudence.
Poindexter,
Yep.
Gladys, Irene. Oh, this person sent like a Priscilla, Walter,
Priscilla.
Norman.
Walter.
Norman is a great name. That's actually one that I did consider. It got vetoed. But
I think I would have vetoed that too. Norm.
yeah, Norm. Who doesn't love Norm?
Sounds old.
The old names, though, are kind of coming back.
Ever since February 19th, 2024, I don't like the name Jim.
Oh.
Okay.
Is that the actual date?
I think it might be.
That's disturbing. That is disturbing.
I don't even know the date. Scarred this poor person.
Yeah.
Sad. Ruth.
Oh, that's my grandma's name.
Yeah, I
think
like
that's the
Ruth.
point.
I like Ruth.
Yeah.
Ruthie. That's so cute.
My brother's about to have a baby girl, and they're still debating, but the leader in the clubhouse is Birdie.
Birdie.
Yeah.
Cute. Mm-hmm. It's cute, but this is also what you have to think about. Cute for a kid, right? Like, cute for a child, but then this child is going to grow up and be obviously an adult, and who knows what they're going to do when they're finding a job and a career. You got to think about that too. That's why I like the names that can be shortened, like Theodore to Teddy. Teddy's super cute. And Teddy's fine for an adult too, but he could go by Theodore if he wanted to when he's older.
Ted.
Or like there's options, which is nice.
Yeah.
I think Birdie's adorable.
Jack's got a one of his baseball coaches, Ted. Yeah, I didn't say that. You have to be careful when you name your kids and you do a radio show. You drop those kids off at school, and all of a sudden it becomes an issue.
It's a drop for all eternity. We'll take some feedback to start the 7 o'clock hour, and then we should get back into the Scooble stuff. I know people are sick of him, sick of talking about him, but he's in the news. What he revealed to The Athletic, not okay. And now what would it take to get him out of here? What's the asking price? A different Athletic story broke down what the Tigers want to get back if they trade Tarek Skubal. So we'll get that right out of the gates in the 7 o'clock hour, then give you a chance to win some money. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by M&M Garage Doors. The Tigers won the rubber match against the Cubs last night with a 5-1 victory at Wrigley Field. Cater Montero was lights out after giving up a home run to Seiya Suzuki in the first inning. He finished the night with 5 1/3 innings pitched, 3 hits, just the 1 run, no walks, and 8 strikeouts. Spencer Torkelson got the run back in the second inning with a solo home run himself, his 19th of the year. Then Hao-Yu Lee stepped up with the game tied and 2 on and 2 out in the fourth inning. He faced a 3-0 count and had the green light. That was Lee's 5th homer of the year and proved to be the deciding swing in the game as the Cubs would not score again. The Tigers now return home for a 7-game homestand, which begins with 4 against the Royals starting tonight. First pitch is at 6:40. Jordan Spieth is coming to Detroit next weekend for the Rocket Classic. The tournament announced yesterday. Spieth is currently 55th in the FedEx Cup standings and needs some playoff points before the postseason begins. The Rocket is the second-to-last regular season PGA Tour event of the year. It takes place Thursday through Sunday next weekend at Detroit Golf Club. In other local golf news, Live Golf's Michigan event has about a 5% chance of taking place, says Martin Keimer, who's the captain of one of Liv's teams. That event is scheduled for late August in Plymouth. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1theticket or Odyssey.com.
As one Twitch comment put it, I don't think there's going to be many Tigers fans naming their kid Tarek. He has a condition, and I don't think you can get a Scooble scope for it. He has foot-in-mouth syndrome.
Oh, there's no nano needle for that?
No. What he said yesterday in The Athletic is going to do him 0 favors. He admitted, hey, I knew something was up with my elbow in January.
I didn't know what it was, but I decided I wasn't going to get it checked out.
Said I probably should have had an MRI, but the Tigers were going to take me to court, arbitration.
Right.
So he decided not to disclose it, not to get it done, run the risk of missing time this season, his final season in a Tiger uniform, a season where he has implored his team to buy, regardless of their losing record. Team player Tarek Skubal threw his team under the bus by hiding this, by delaying this. He hurt his team. You already have people upset because of the playoff game. Mm-hmm. You have people upset because this phony tour day Detroit with no serious contract talks. And now you drop this in 2 weeks out from the deadline.
Yeah,
people are saying ship his ass out of town.
And what was his comment just a couple of weeks ago? I want to be here for this year.
Yeah.
However he ended that sentence for the rest of this year.
Foot in mouth. He was also asked about some of the way fans react to him, because he gets some of this.
Yeah.
Fans have called him a coward, selfish, Benedict Arnold. Some of this stems from the World Baseball Classic stuff. Why aren't you pitching for your country?
Well, now we know why. He had an elbow issue.
Yeah. Scooble says, these fans that come to games that still say things to me, I go, you wouldn't say that if you were on the other side of the fence. You would not look me in the face and say that.
And he's not wrong in saying that in a lot of things that people will, spout from the stands or from behind a fence as you walk by.
But it just comes across like Tommy Tough Guy, right?
Right, yeah.
You come here and say it to my face. Fans are going to yell stupid stuff.
Yes.
You're a pro athlete. We're not going to threaten to fight people if they say it to your face. Come on.
Yeah. And a lot of people will say, well, just ignore it. Well, a lot of times you can't.
Right.
Right? If you're walking into the stadium and somebody is shouting things at you, a lot of times there's not that many people there at that time. You have ears.
Right. And I would rather you be honest. You're a liar if you say you don't hear this stuff.
Right.
Now, what you choose to do with it is totally up to you. Motivation, harness it, ignore it, whatever you got to do. But as for getting this guy out of town, I thought that was the other interesting story. What do the Tigers want? Would they be willing to trade him? Has been an ongoing discussion for years now. What would they actually hope to get back? According to rival executives who presumably have discussed this with the Tigers, they want to thread the needle and they want to get back controllable starting pitching plus prospects. In other words, if we lose Scooble, we don't want to lose and be down an arm. We want to be able to replace some of that production and get prospects, which felt backwards to me when I read it because I feel like they have enough arms to stay in it this year.
Yeah.
And then they can always spend to replace Mize, Flaherty, and Scooble if they lose all three. And they already have Reese Olson coming back, Jackson Jobe coming back. They have Melton and Montero and Valdez all coming back next season. I would just take the best return. If it happens to be a bright young arm, great.
Well, and if you're looking for major league ready players, odds are that a team is going to give you it's not going to be a one for one swap because you're not going to get the talent back. That's why you add the prospects. But if a team is willing to give up one of their starting pitchers because they're upgrading with Tarik Skubal, that's a much different conversation than everybody saying, well, go get yourself a major league ready bat.
Right.
Teams aren't, that's not a one for one for the team that is competing for a playoff spot or a possible shot at the World Series to bring in a starting pitcher, yet give up something in the lineup.
Are you at all concerned that they're pigeonholing themselves, if that's true? That it has to be this type of return as opposed to more of an open-ended, depends who's calling, depends what prospects, we want the best return possible?
So this is a report from two rival general managers. It doesn't mean it's the only thing that they're asking for.
That's why I asked you, if it's true.
Yeah, okay, yeah, if it's true, then yes, they're pigeonholing themselves. I don't think that's the case. I think they are open to more than just, if we're going to give up Tarik Skubal, then we've got to fill something in because we can all see that they have enough arms to fill in for the rest of this year, and quality arms.
Yeah, I was going to say, Montero last night's the latest example. Boy, they've asked this guy to do everything. Someone on Twitter last night sent me a reply and said he's kind of like Tyler Holton a couple years ago, to which I said, yeah, but even more innings.
Yeah, he's the second leading innings eater for the Tigers.
Yeah.
The only one that has more innings is Framber Valdez.
So I think with the emergence of Melton and Montero, the fact that if you trade Skubal but keep Mize or Flaherty and you have Valdez and you got Jobe coming back, I think the need for a starting pitcher isn't there, both this year and in the future.
I agree.
I know you can never have enough arms. I know that's the rebuttal.
Well, and that's
fine.
the thing.
And I know the system minors down doesn't have as many high-end arms.
It's also, okay, I know that we were concerned that they were going to put Mize on maybe a 10-day IL.
Yeah.
It was Flaherty that went on it. So maybe this is in part reaction to, well, we don't know if Mize is going to be able to make every start because he's had this on-again, off-again groin issue. And Flaherty is now the one that is on there, and he's unavailable for 15 days. So maybe they're looking at it as, well, we still have to have arms to fill. They do, and I don't know when Jobe's going to be back. It sounds like he's going to be back within, I don't know, a month? What does that look like when he's back?
Yeah, and is there a ramp up, and what role is he going to be? I'm not going to be mad if they get a pitcher back for Skubal. Right. I want to know that was truly the best return and not a something that they had predetermined they needed to get back. Let's get to Bill in Grosse Pointe. Bill, good morning.
Good morning. What about this? I mean, we talk about all these players getting all these contracts, and then we hear, oh, they had this injury, that injury, or this big contract. What about getting a physical done on them before negotiating a contract?
Well, technically, they didn't have to do a physical because he was already under contract and under team control. So you could argue. Now, I agree, Bill, and this is instantly what raised a red flag for me is, like, where was the communication between Tarek Skubal or Scott Boras and the Tigers organization? Yeah. Like, that's where I think that is. I don't know if there is any recourse for the Tigers to say, well, hey, we lost arbitration, but not all the facts were present.
That's true.
So,
I mean, he didn't come clean. I mean, now it goes around all the different sports. I mean, look at what we have to do if we go to a job. They're going to say, hey, need a physical. Well, you need to go to the Minute Clinic to make sure you're not on anything. Come on.
Well,
Right,
okay, so the most famous one is Max Crosby.
yeah, the
Right,
setback.
so yeah, he was traded to Baltimore, and they famously reversed the trade because they said he didn't pass his physical. So it does happen in free agency. It happens. That's the most notable one. It does happen frequently where, hey, trade. You hear it all the time. He's got to pass his physical for this to become official.
So this is going to point a lot of ire towards Skubal for how he handled it. And I do think it was shady. It was selfish. Do the Tigers share any blame in this, though, in that they played this game in arbitration, where if they had come to him with a more firm, fair offer, he signs it and then gets the surgery? I'm not trying to let him off the hook. I'm simply asking if the Tigers have any culpability.
Well, no,
Because if they had said, hey, we're not going to play games here, you're probably going to win arbitration, let's get a number more commiserate with what you're worth for the 1 year. Just for the 1 year.
No, because he was always gonna go to arbitration because he wanted the maximum amount. And they weren't going to come with a number of 25 or 26 because now all of a sudden it ramps up what they're going to they lose part of their case. And so, and we all know he wasn't going to sign a long-term deal.
Right. No, this is only about
That's just the starting point for whatever Scott Boras wants to put out there when free agency hits in December.
Yeah, the battle was just for this year's salary.
Yeah.
And then the other question I had was, would our listeners put themselves in his shoes? Would you lie for an extra $13 million? Would you keep it on the down low for an extra $13 million? You got a big job coming up. If you just zip your trap, you're going to make $13 million additional dollars. It can be shady. It can be scummy. But if people are honest, would they do the same thing? I know you're a man of principle and integrity, John.
Mr. Morals, answer the question.
Yeah, I mean,
you were a professional athlete.
I've
If you
been
knew,
in
hey,
this,
if I-
I've been
yeah.
in this situation, and whenever something goes wrong, the best medical care that you're going to get is going to be through, well,
It's changed now, right?
I don't know how the Major League Baseball contracts are written. If you hide an injury in the NFL, there is a recourse that the team can take. I don't know if that's the same case in Major League Baseball. And it may not be because they have a strong union. We don't.
It's a little apples to oranges. There's not like the same arbitration process in
Right.
the NFL, which you would have gone through. But if your agent said, hey, John, I know you got this shoulder that's been acting up, or you got this knee that we got to probably get scoped or looked at. But if
Yeah.
you just
Just get the training camp,
get the
the one practice,
Right.
and then all of a sudden, ow!
Tell me that doesn't happen in other
Oh,
sports.
I'm not going to say it doesn't happen.
Yeah.
I'm just saying I don't. Again, there are more recourses that a football team can take, a franchise can take, than I believe a Major League Baseball team can take.
And I'm not saying this to defend him. It's just another way of looking at it, because I know this is just piling on Skubal. I wonder if people,
Yeah, but he does it himself.
and that's, again, foot and mouth. He has a condition.
You know, and if you again, if you're so concerned, or if Boras looks at him and says, "Dude, why'd you say that?" Like, just don't do it.
Just leave the nursery rhymes and public-facing messages to me.
Yeah.
That's what you pay me for. For everybody to hate me, not you.
Yeah.
Again, that's why I said I think
on the flip side is, okay, another team that is going to sign him. Obviously, there's going to be a physical. If it's the Dodgers, the Yankees, whoever it is that signs him is in free agency, do they raise questions about, is he going to be honest with us in the future?
Yeah, this is just a bad look for Tarek Skubal moving forward. Not only in the past, but moving forward.
Right, but if you, like you said, if you're under contract for another 5 years and you have something in the offseason, and it is, hey, it's part of training.
Yep.
That's the other thing in the NFL. If you get hurt outside the facility, and we've seen this with some guys, like part of your contract is in jeopardy.
Coming up next, we got the 2 Grand Slam at 7:25. We'll get to H with the news, and we got Dear John. It's 97.1.
Hey, if your AC is struggling to keep up in the heat, it's time to call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Mastercraft is available 24/7 for those moments, so it doesn't matter what time of day. They also stand behind their work with a very valuable 5-year warranty. They made a huge difference in my home. They'll do the exact same for yours, and right now they're running some amazing specials. Here's one of them, an AC tune-up for only $79, and when it comes to service, they're going to get to you faster than anyone else will. Easy financing options are available as well. Schedule your free in-home estimate at mastercraftheating.com.
You're ready to upgrade your ride? Let's go to Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer 2 years in a row. And for good reason. Moran makes the car buying process super simple. You always get the best price, period. And that's on inventory that's actually available. Imagine that. You go to a dealership and they have the vehicle you're looking for. They make the process super simple. They get you on the road fast. Shop online, MoranExpress.com, or stop by. They're on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. That's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Giving away some money with the 2 Grand Slam, but first, Heather with the news.
Are you guys sick of the whole poop parasite yet?
Yep.
I am too, but I'm going to inform you a little bit and then move on. Because every day there are more confirmed cases here in Michigan. On Wednesday morning, the state climbed to over 7,000 cases of the cyclosporiasis.
And this keeps happening, or it keeps going up because it can take up to 2 weeks. So maybe somebody ate this, 13, 14 days ago when we're trying to figure out what it is, and now all of a sudden...
Yeah, and they say it's going to continue through August, which is when it normally is there, but because of this contaminated lettuce, they believe. Anyway, 102 people have been hospitalized. And I'm going to move on because I'm sick. Unless you want to talk about it more.
No.
Nah, I'm like...
Are you more sick of this or Tarek Scooble?
Like over it.
248.
I'm done with it.
Shabath
right?
texted us that Scooble has Cyaspora of the mouth.
Cyaspora. Not even close, but... Good try. Whatever.
Cyclospora.
Yeah. A 41-year-old Novi man had to be rushed to the hospital after he was bitten by the only venomous snake in Michigan.
Mississauga.
Yeah. The Eastern, is that how you say it? Massasauga, whatever. The Eastern Massasauga rattlesnake. Didn't even know it existed. I had never heard of it. Didn't know. But it happened on Tuesday near the boat launch in Proud Lake Recreation Area in Commerce. The man was bitten on the hand, taken by ambulance to the University of Michigan Hospital in Ann Arbor because it was the closest hospital with anti-venom, which he needed. It sounds like he was in extreme pain, but listed in stable condition is going to recover. When it comes to this snake, they're commonly known as the swamp rattlers. They're primarily associated with wetland habitats. And while they are native across the lower peninsula, they're notoriously, they're shy snakes. They hide, they rely on camouflage, and they say most residents will go a lifetime without ever even spotting one in the wild. So this is very rare that this man was bitten. They didn't release what happened, right? What did he see it and then go to touch it, or was it just there and he didn't know and he wrong place, wrong time?
I did not know we had a rattlesnake.
I didn't
venomous.
know either. But the fire department is just advising the public not to play with snakes.
That's good advice.
Good advice. Listen to this. An athletics rookie was placed on the 10-day injured list after being diagnosed with a pretty brutal injury. Infielder Joshua Kuroda-Grauer hit his first home run of his major league career against the Arizona Diamondbacks on Monday,
awesome.
which is sweet, right? Off to a great start.
Yep.
Then later in the game, fouled a pitch directly into his own
Nether
crotch.
regions. Yes.
Yeah, nether region, crotch, balls, whatever you want to say. Here's how it was described. So the injury actually turned out to be far more serious than anyone initially realized.
Yeah.
Doctors diagnosed him with a ruptured testicle that required emergency surgery. And what's remarkable is that after taking
the foul ball,
he stayed in the game long enough to hit a single before eventually being forced out. So he is recovering now after that surgery.
He stayed in the game with a ruptured testicle?
Wow. I mean, and the fact that it only takes 10 days for that to heal? 10-day IL?
I guess so.
Okay.
I don't know.
I have no idea, but apparently
No, you
so.
don't.
No, I really don't. I really, really don't.
So he really busted. Yeah.
The Kansas City Chiefs have given fans their first official look at the franchise's future home, unveiling these renderings of a planned $3 billion domed stadium in Kansas that's expected to be open for the 2030 31 NFL season. So the stadium is set to seat about 70,000 fans. It's going to feature this translucent roof design. It's going to let in some natural light, but protect everyone from the elements. The team chairman and CEO, Clark Hunt, says that the goal is to create a world-class venue that honors the tradition of Arrowhead Stadium while improving the overall fan experience. They're going to make sure that you can still have the big famous tailgate culture there, 20,000 parking spaces, along with the ability to host major events like the Super Bowl, the Final Four, and college football playoff games. So
That's part of why you have
they just got to
dome.
find out where they're going to build it.
Yeah.
Right, because currently they play right next to where the Royals play. It's a cool little complex.
Yeah.
Yep. Hey, if you would like to play the 2 Grand Slam, give us a call now, 248-539-9797. William Shatner and his daughter Melanie have been cancer-free since late 2024, but before that, they both fought stage 4 cancer at the exact same time. So Melanie was diagnosed with breast cancer in 2022, and then 11 months later, Shatner was diagnosed with stage 4 malignant melanoma on his cheek. That spread to his lungs and brain. And they did this joint interview with People magazine and just talked about how they were really there to support each other. And Melanie says she remembers vividly thinking that she doesn't have the strength to take care of herself and lose her father at the exact same time. But they were really there to lean on each other. And now they're going to start this new weekly podcast called No Time But Now, where they'll be interviewing health experts and other cancer survivors.
It's amazing
It
to
really
have
is.
one of them survive that, especially, I mean, he's 95.
Yeah.
She's 61, I believe. And not that that's advanced age, but it's an advanced form of cancer.
Stage
Without
4,
a doubt.
and they both.
And then both of them beat it. Wow.
Yep. Pretty incredible.
All right, let's give away some money.
Well, it would be really incredible if we could give away $2,000. You know the rules. 10 questions, 60 seconds, $25 for each question answered correctly. It sounds easy, but it's
Until
not.
you hear that tick
Yep.
tock.
That'll be the challenge for Drew in Trenton. Drew, good morning.
What's going on, guys? How are you?
Good. How about yourself?
Not bad.
All right, Drew, you know the rules, right? You can pass if you want, and if there's time, we'll get back to it. Otherwise,
Good
good
luck.
luck.
Yep.
All right, here you go. Our timer starts right now. Who do the Detroit Tigers play tonight?
The Royals.
Who won the Open Championship last Sunday?
Fox.
Who is the director of the 2026 movie The Odyssey?
Pass.
Who is the last team to win back-to-back Super Bowls?
Pass.
Who is the head football coach of the Nebraska Cornhuskers?
Matt Rule.
Who was NFL Offensive Player of the Year in 2025?
Smith and Jigba.
This band had the 1999 hit All-Star.
Pass.
Who was the governor of Michigan before Gretchen Whitmer?
Rick Snyder.
Who are the Detroit Lions playing in Germany this November?
The Dolphins.
Fernando Mendoza began his college career at this university.
California.
Who's the director of the 2026 movie The Odyssey?
Spielberg.
Who was the last team to win back-to-back Super Bowls?
I got you with six.
Okay.
$150.
Not bad.
That's a good showing. Yeah. So
How do you
we'll,
feel it went?
Who was the Super Bowl one?
Chiefs.
The Chiefs.
Oh my God.
It's maddening, isn't it?
I know, man.
It's right there in front of you.
Like we were joking pre-show, it's probably not top of mind, but you're hoping someone just throws out a guess like, it had to be Mahomes, right? It had to be the Chiefs.
Chiefs.
Yeah, yeah.
You're probably going to guess Chiefs or Patriots.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking Patriots, but it wouldn't come to me.
Yeah.
It's all good. We'll get you on hold. We'll make sure you get paid, all right? Thanks for playing.
Yeah.
All right. I appreciate you guys. Thank
Thursday 2 Grand Slam is brought to you by Feminine Neolog. Get David Get Paid. You want to go through them?
Let's do it. So the Tigers play the Royals tonight.
Yep.
Part of a 4-game series, part of
Yeah.
an extended homestand. Ryan Fox won the Open Championship on Sunday. He passed twice. Who's the director of The Odyssey?
That would be Nolan. And we've talked quite a bit about that.
You went and saw
I
it
saw it
yesterday.
yesterday. Yeah. It's long.
Yeah, almost 3 hours long. Who's the head football coach of the Nebraska Cornhuskers?
That would be Matt Rule.
And we already said the back-to-back Super Bowls is
Yeah.
the Chiefs. NFL Offensive Player of the Year last year?
Jackson Smith and Jigba.
The 1999 hit All-Star.
Smash Mouth. I think we all, it starts playing in our head.
Hey now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. Keep going.
No. You said you love that song.
I do. Yes. I always play for the kids.
Well, then why don't you
when,
give us a rendition?
when they dance. No, I only seat dance.
Who was the governor before Gretchen Whitmer?
Be Rick Snyder.
He guessed the team the Lions play this year,
Yeah.
but not the right team. Who do they play in Germany?
They play the New England Patriots.
And he knows his Fernando Mendoza history.
California. Not just Cal. He gave us the whole name. California.
Your next chance to win?
Next
week.
Tuesday.
Yep. 7:25. Same time, 10 questions. Can you get them all to win $2,000? Coming up next, Dear John, advice from John Jansen. Your topics: embarrassing question mark, can I get my money back, and a grill upgrade.
Oh, all right.
Do it next. Send them in, dearjohnjansen@gmail.com. It's 97.1.
Hey, here's some early advice for you, and that is you got to get over to Planet Fitness to get a workout in. It's $1 down, $15 a month through the end of the month. It's a great offer, and if you like what you see there, the Black Card membership's not that much more, and it gives you so much more. You get access to every single location. There's over 60 of them here in Metro Detroit, so whether you work, you play, you recreate, doesn't matter. There is one wherever you go, and everyone's got a different reason. Here's part of the reason why I work out. Manage stress. Busy days, stressful life, family, kids, and trust me, it's an opportunity for about 30 minutes or however long you take to work out to get away from that stress, handle a little bit better, get away from the family, and just spend a little time by yourself. And you never have to wait for machines. Tons of aerobic machines, tons of strength machines. There's a lot going on. And as I mentioned, $1 down, $15 a month gets you in the door. You can find your nearest club online. You can find it on the free app. You can sign up on the website. Doesn't matter. Planet Fitness, planetfitness.com.
Dear John Jansen at gmail.com. Our questions today: an embarrassing parent, a guy who wants his money back, and a question inspired by Jeremy Otto's new grill.
Oh, all right.
I'm going to get you started. Dear John, I'm writing to get your thoughts as a fellow sports parent. My wife pulled me aside and said I'm doing too much as a fan at the games. Our son is 13, plays baseball and football, and I go to every game and I get into it. She says I'm embarrassing when I yell at the umps or refs, but it's really only a comment or two, and most of my shouting is about bad calls. The rest of the time I'm cheering for the team, and my son has never complained. My wife said stay home if I can't act like an adult. Where's the line?
Emotions play a huge part of this. And trust me, I've been around we've talked about it, a lot of kids' sports, especially baseball, where, balls and strikes can be argued, out, safe, all of these different things. And I've been able to reel myself in so that I can actually sit behind the home plate and see balls and strikes because Jack's pitching. And not make comments. But if I know, especially in a game where I think the umpire is not doing a great job, and the other parents that are on Jack's team, like we will line ourselves down one of the foul poles, down the right field line, left field line, whatever side they're on, and I can make my comments to myself there or commiserate with the other parents, but I'm not going to shout them out. Most of the umpires, whether it's baseball, football, basketball, they're not professionals. Yes, they're being paid for a job, but this is what they do so that our kids can have these opportunities. And unless it is an extreme circumstance, shut your trap. Cheer your kid on. Encourage your team. Encourage the team. And don't do it in a backhanded way. Hey, overcome the officiating. Just shut up.
Is this something you see a lot of at youth sports?
Yeah.
I'm not there yet. Obviously, my kids are 2 and 4, but I know I will be one day. And I've heard of stories, but do you see this happening a lot?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to say every game, but more times than not, yeah, there are parents behind the backstop that will, they'll make comments of that was a terrible call or, come on, up, all those things. It's like, come on, man. It's just, we're talking about 14-year-old kids here, 15-year-old kids, and it gets even younger, like 8-year-olds. Just encourage your son or daughter, encourage the team, and sometimes there's going to be bad calls. There's going to be bad calls in every game. Go into it with the expectation that it's going to happen. Not a lot is riding on that game. Yes, wins and losses. We all want to win. Shut up.
Yeah, your kid's not Mike Trout. You don't have Aaron Judge.
Right.
Just settle down.
Yeah. A national championship or a Super Bowl or World Series is not riding on this game.
But these parents, some of them think it is.
Oh, I know.
It's a reality check for this guy. Next question. Get my money back. Dear John, I went to a Bruno Mars concert with a girl back in May, and I think she owes me money. I only went because she told me how bad she wanted to go. She used me because only 2 days later, she ended things. We had been talking for a couple weeks, and I dropped $400 on the tickets, so I thought it was fair to ask her to pay me back. But she ghosted me.
You're a bum.
Blocked my number when I tried to call. She didn't even put out at the concert after the concert either. My friends say I must have been off-putting and to just drop it. What do you think?
You're a D-bag. No, if you had your hopes, your expectations. She didn't come through on any of them. It's not on her. All right, just because you drop $400 on a ticket doesn't mean she's got to put out after.
You're not owed anything.
No, and if this is like a first date. First of all,
it's a couple weeks. It's probably been
a couple weeks.
It's not a first date. That's all.
Okay,
I'm saying.
well, you're still in your first couple of weeks. You're still trying to figure out if I like this person, what do I like about them, and maybe there was something that happened at the concert where she's like, I just don't see myself with this individual. You try and expose yourself to more situations, and if you're finally like, hey, I tried, it's not working out, and then you come back a couple days later and say, hey, pay me back for the tickets. You bought them, dude. You asked her out.
This guy's a loser.
Yeah.
Right?
She dodged a bullet on this one.
You don't go, or let's say you get a nice gift for somebody. Hey, I just bought you this nice, I don't know, pair of earrings. You owe me $400 for those. You don't ask somebody to pay for the gift you're giving them or the date you take them on.
And you chose to do
Yes,
it.
Right. And
because she liked Bruno Mars. You wanted to take her.
If there were red flags ahead of that where, maybe I think she's only leading me on because she wants to go to this concert, then
go.
Show some ability to observe, read the room.
Yeah, I'm also wondering if he did something at the concert, or
Maybe he drank too many beers, or
made a fool of himself.
Yeah,
or I don't know. Just wasn't her type at that point. Saw more of him and said, "Not for
Dude
me."
can't dance.
He just wants his treasure back.
Really?
Last question. Dear John, grill upgrade. I heard you guys talking about one of the producers on the station getting a new grill. The update guy, Jeremy Otto, says, and he just got a basic starter grill, but I'm looking to make the upgrade from that spot. I want to know your thoughts on the Blackstone. Is it worth it? My thought is smash burgers, veggies would be easier, and I open up a whole new set of options with breakfast.
Oh, yeah. 100% worth it. Absolutely. As long as you have the space for it. You've got, and most people do, right? They don't take up a lot of space, but are you going to have the grill there where you're going to still have, whether it's, gas, charcoal, doesn't matter. And you add this to the repertoire? Absolutely, because now you have the option of, like you said, hey, you could grill steaks on your, first grill, and now you could be doing the veggies on that one. You could do multiple things. More surface area means more good, yummy food. And there are so many things. You can do everything that you want on a Blackstone if you are replacing a grill. I wouldn't necessarily advise to go just with the Blackstone, but it's a great complementary piece. And yes, breakfast is awesome on the Blackstone, any meal.
Why do you say don't just go with the Blackstone? What's the drawback?
Because, I like the grill marks. I like the char on some different foods, not necessarily on my burgers. And so I do like burgers more on, I'm not going to turn away a burger on a grill, but I do like them more on the Blackstone. Fish, I like more on the Blackstone. It's a little bit easier to grill them. And they don't have to worry about it falling through the holes. Anything that's, smaller or flaky is generally better on the Blackstone. It's just there's so much you can do.
This is a dumb question because I know nothing about grills. Is the Blackstone like a whole nother grill, or is it something you can put on top of your grill?
You can get like cast iron additions that you could just, hey, if I just want to put it on top of the grill grates that are, just a flat surface. That's what the Blackstone is, a flat surface. So yes, you can do that, but then you can't grill anything on the grill while you're using that.
So you think it's better to have the additional Blackstone?
Absolutely.
And then have your same grill. Okay.
Yes. And I would, don't stop there. Go with a smoker too. Like, hey, make it a complete festival of grilling, smoking, doing everything that you possibly can. Cook outside as much as possible. It's. Have you ever cooked on a Blackstone?
No, I don't think I have. But we have, it's not a Blackstone, but we have like our stovetop at home has one of those options.
A griddle.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I love it.
Yeah, so that's the word I was looking for. You can get a cast iron griddle to put on top of your grill. I think the Blackstone is superior than just going with the griddle because the flame is right underneath the Blackstone instead of the separation that you have if you just put it on top of your grate. So
send in the questions. We do it every week. Dear John Jansen at gmail.com. That's Jon, spelled the right way.
Yes.
Dear John Jansen at gmail.com. It's 97.1.
Hey, in my career, I've learned a number of different things, but maybe the number one thing is that the best results come from having the right team in your corner. It's exactly why I love First Merchants Bank. They've been my bank for a number of years because they do something a lot of big banks have forgotten about. They take the time to actually get to know you. Whether I'm looking for long-term growth or just need a sounding board for a big financial decision, they provide the kind of sound advice and tailored solution that actually work for my life. And with First Merchants, I never feel like I'm just another account number. I know I'm in control, and they give me the tools and the confidence to know I'm making the right choices for myself and for my family's future. It's about peace of mind, knowing your bank is as invested in your success as you are. If you want to feel that same confidence in your financial journey, it's super easy. All you got to do is go to firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com to learn how they can help support you and your family. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC.
Good morning, 97-1. Tigers got a win. Beat the Cubs. Hao-Yu Lee, a big 3-run homer. We'll get to the latest with Tarek Skubal at 8:02. There's always the latest with Tarek Skubal. He had some quotes in The Athletic, did not sit well with people. We'll get to that. Plus, John's experience at the movies yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
You saw the Odyssey. And there's also a fair or foul question with your behavior at the movie theater.
You
My
did something
behavior?
foul at the movie theater?
Well,
Yikes.
We'll let the audience stand in judgment.
no, it wasn't. That's why you have to sit around enough people so you can blame everyone else. If it's that foul, yeah.
Speaking of filthy guy, let's get some feedback on Dear John this morning. Let's start with that guy. You don't spend $400 when you've been talking to someone for a couple weeks. It's a rookie mistake.
Yeah.
You just got to eat the cost. Dude, really? You're a DB and a chump. Hopefully you learn a lesson. Maybe a few of them. Cost per bang is a real thing for us non-rich pro athletes, although asking for the money back is a foul move.
So you spend $400 on a ticket for her, and you're expecting a return on your investment?
Not if you're a decent human being.
No.
The guy was trying to flex for the chick and it backfired. Just eat it. All these guys dropping tons of money thinking it equals a great date. Spend $40 at a dive bar and make her laugh. Morons.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's if that's a concert you want to go to,
Great.
and you don't want to go alone, hey, I've got this new relationship, invest in it, sure. But again, yeah, a couple of weeks, and you're going to drop $400 on a ticket for someone that you don't know all that well?
And I don't care if she hinted at it. Oh, I really like Bruno Mars. You still made the decision.
Yeah.
And you live with it. You don't. You see stories online of like guys that go on dates and then they try to hit her with a Venmo request after. It's like, sorry, dude, if the date
Yeah.
didn't go well,
They
that's just the
do?
cost of doing business.
Oh, I've heard that.
They
yeah.
do?
I don't,
People do that?
Yeah.
Like, I want half of the meal back.
What?
No, that's-
No, okay. If you don't want to, spend the
my
$400, then say, hey, I have access to tickets, but I can't drop the $800 that it would require to go with, both of us. Do you want to buy your ticket? I think that's
honest.
reasonable.
It's
It's
honest.
honest.
You can have
yeah.
an honest conversation before you go, and you can
say,
just
hey,
say
I know
that.
it's early. We've only been going out a few
Yeah.
weeks. These are expensive. Would you be interested in going in and getting tickets?
Yeah.
Together,
I know
right?
you
Yeah.
mentioned it. I found a way for us to get the tickets. I can't afford it, and now you
But I
run the
think some
risk
guys are
of
afraid of, well, now he's broke. He doesn't have money.
Hey,
He's
you
trying
are
to
who you
impress
are.
her.
Yeah.
He's trying to impress her.
Yeah. Well, you tried to impress and didn't.
It didn't. And that's the risk you run.
Yeah.
You're not entitled to this person being your person.
Yeah.
Maybe a discussion on the tickets. I still think that's kind of cheesy and lame, personally. Like,
Oh.
John, I would think you're a guy. You pay for the first date,
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
right? Like,
Oh no, there's no question.
it's like, what's going on in society? This Venmo thing you just said.
That shocks me.
If the guy couldn't afford the tickets, don't pitch the date.
Right.
Right.
And the only compromise, and you run the risk of looking cheap, is asking to split. But if that's uncomfortable, just don't buy the tickets.
Yeah. Or if you're going to try and impress by going to a nice restaurant, yet it's going to stretch your financial situation, then don't go to that
I
restaurant.
let her buy the surf and turf. Oh, and?
Yeah.
Loser. Text on the other stories.
Is his name Dale?
Somebody just text that in, actually. I swear.
Yes.
He's a loser.
Dale's a loser.
Why can't we have a Dale in sports? There's no more Dales.
It'd be a
Oh,
drop
man.
if we had a Dale. There's no Dales.
Yeah, this is a conversation. Obviously, a lot of the parents that I sit with at Jack's games they listen to the show, and they say the same thing, and I'm like, I'm waiting for somebody in our sports life to be named Dale or a caller. And it would have nothing to do with that caller, but I think the first thing, if we saw Dale on there, I'd tell you immediately, hey, line 3. And as soon as he says, hey, Dale, how you doing? Dale's a loser.
Like the most relevant Dale's Dale Earnhardt Jr., right?
Yeah, I think so.
Or his dad.
Do you know who Dale Hunter is?
I
Jim?
don't.
He was a very dirty hockey player in the 80s and
Yeah.
90s.
Okay. Dale Evans. Dale for $20.
Well, Dale Evans.
Yeah, there was a baseball player.
Oh, Dwight Evans.
It was Dwight Evans.
Darryl Evans?
Darryl Evans, but I thought there was a Dale as well.
I don't know.
No?
Maybe.
Maybe. Yeah.
Famous Dales, 248. We talked bad names earlier. Apparently Dale's a bad name. No one's naming their kids
Yeah.
Dale anymore.
Only in Detroit.
Anyway, you mentioned parents at these sporting events. The guy that said his wife says, I'm being embarrassing. Do I need to tone it down?
Yeah.
Says, listen to the wife. Practice a little self-control. Also, how hot is your wife? Jeff and Petoskey. I've seen two
That doesn't really work in this situation.
I've seen two coaches on the same team almost fight each other. The cops got called in everything.
It's youth sports is an amazing. The people watching is amazing, especially when you have different individuals that just can't keep their mouth shut.
Loud parents at children's events are the worst, and it's only gotten worse by generations.
Yeah.
As a high school baseball coach, yes, it's frustrating with a bad umpire, and parents are ruthless. I've been on umpires a time or two, but nothing out of line because at the end of the day, they're just trying to do their best. It's a thankless and tough job, usually because they love the game, AJ and Novak.
Okay, that is a discussion a coach can have with the umpire or the official. And maybe it's not in the moment, but it's between innings. Like, hey,
you're squeezing our guys
You're
here.
squeezing our guys. Like, can we at least get the same zone both ways?
Loud parents at games synonymous with the generational shift to helicopter parents who think their child is the center of the universe. Oh, I mean, my mom was a teacher, and she talked about how the difference over the years, it used to be if the kid did something wrong at school, the parent was on your side as a teacher.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll take care of that at home. And by the time she retired from
can't
teaching,
be my son.
yes, that's what it turned into. He doesn't do that at home. It's got to be your problem at school. You're not treating him right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You're not engaging them enough.
And on the grill question, I know Shabath loves that this has become a topic.
This is, can I take like 90 seconds here because I'm so upset about this.
Why?
And I'm just asking for a little help, a little charity. Maybe I didn't even think that's how this would start, but I brought this up in natural conversation to Valeni and Rico like 6 weeks ago that I haven't grilled before. Not like on a serious level. I don't own a grill. I just moved into my new place with my girlfriend, and haven't got a grill yet. Never really owned one in my life. College apartments have them and whatnot, and they kind of got on my case about it. How have you never grilled before? Blah blah blah. Valeni brought it up in crosstalk to Doug, and all of a sudden, a couple of weeks later, I'm listening to the afternoon show, and Jeremy Otto's getting a free grill. And all of a sudden, on Twitter, while I'm on vacation, there it is, free grill. Mm-hmm. This is my bit. What are we doing?
You're not helping yourself.
No, not at all.
You're going to put a GoFundMe out there and
Come
see if
on.
people will buy you a grill.
No,
You can't. Come on, dude. You're being a sore loser.
That's the thing is I didn't know free grills were on the table until all of a sudden Jeremy was needed one. Now Jeremy needs it.
You might just have to be likable.
That's probably what it is.
And the Jeremy story was objectively sad.
No, Jeremy needs it more than I do. Absolutely.
Well, he's got kids. He's got a wife.
I just like to complain.
He was boiling hot dogs before. Now he can grill them.
Yeah, maybe if you'd come with the boiling hot dogs, then we might have.
I'll
you
ask
need a better
him,
sob story.
Yes, yeah, I'll come up with one. He and I are on together on Saturday, so I'll ask him. I'll get on his case, see if he's grilled anything yet.
You guys can do grill envy as a topic.
Oh yeah. I brought him a propane tank. Certainly, he's had to have grilled by now.
I would hope, right?
Yeah.
You're not making him feel better. You're also hooking him up with a propane tank.
Oh sure. Hey, yeah. You get a grill. I got another propane tank.
Are you hoping that we're going to farm this out to our listeners to get you a grill?
Can I
Is
get
that
like
what
a
this
can
is?
of gas or something? Like fill up my car.
What is going on here, dude?
Yeah.
We just got this text.
Just looking for some help.
Brennan, you're 33. Are you 33 with 6 kids? Sit this out. You're like 12.
No, that's a very valid point. That's the point for Jeremy in this.
How about this text? Everybody at the station's looking for a free grill these days. No one wants to work. Damn Gen Zers. They just want to be handed grills, John.
Yeah.
A couple texts on the Blackstone question. Says it is not a grill, it's a griddle. If you want to fry with it, go for it. That's Mitch and Linden. Weber has an option where you can do both. Split top.
Yeah, but then it limits the grill, and I don't want to
area.
limit my grill surface area.
Says just get a griddle insert for your gas grill. Works well, and it's cheaper, Cameron, in a car.
Yes, it's a good compromise, but
Best of
if
both
you don't want to
worlds.
compromise on your grilling life, then go get yourself a Blackstone.
Tarek Skubal, he said it. Nobody likes it. Foot in mouth disease. Next, 97.1.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. The Tigers have taken their first 2 series since the All-Star break after a 5-1 win on the road in Chicago over the Cubs last night. Cater Montero had only 3 hits and 1 run allowed with 8 strikeouts and a lights-out pitching performance. Hao-Yu Lee had the big swing of the game with a 3-run homer in the 4th inning to put Detroit ahead for good. In total, as a pitching staff, the Tigers only allowed 4 hits with 1 walk and 12 strikeouts. A.J. Hinch talked about the series victory postgame. Now the Tigers are on their way back home for a 7-game homestand. They will play the Royals for 4 games before 3 with Baltimore. First pitch in Game 1 is at 6:40 tonight right here on 97.1. While he isn't ranked highly and hasn't won since 2022, one of the biggest names on the PGA Tour is coming to Detroit. Jordan Spieth committed to the Rocket Classic last night. This will be his first ever time playing in the tournament. He joins other big names like Brooks Koepka, 2026 U.S. Open champion Wyndham Clark, and 2026 Open runner-up Cameron Young. The tournament starts next Thursday at Detroit Golf Club. That will likely be the only men's pro golf event in Michigan this year after it sounds like Liv's golf team event in late August is likely to get canceled. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 971theticket or Odyssey.com.
Good morning, 97.1. John's movie theater etiquette on trial at 8:35. You went to see The Odyssey.
I did. Yep. It's a long movie. It's good. It's okay. I mean,
Just okay.
yeah. All right. Just not my style, but I would recommend everybody go see it. It was fun.
What did you make of what Tarek Skubal said? I know people are sick of us bringing it up, but when these quotes come out and there is something to discuss, we're going to talk about it.
Major issues with the fact that he started off during the interview, like I don't know if it was the beginning end of the interview, but the way that the article was written, it was at the beginning of the article. His quote was, "I knew something was wrong," talking about back in January. "I didn't know what was wrong. If I could go back, I probably should have got an MRI in January and hammered it out where I was done with it in the offseason. But there was also the other factor in play. I was going through arbitration, the decision by the organization to take me to court." Well done. Thank you. "I think that probably had some impact subconsciously." I don't think it was subconscious. I think it was a very conscious decision. My elbow is not, as an athlete, you know your body better than a lot of other people. And when something's not right, you know something's not right. It was a conscious decision not to say anything about it. Mm-hmm. And did he, maybe that's the advice he got. Maybe he called up his agent and said, "Hey, I've got this issue."
Well, there are a lot of people listening that would lie for an extra $12 or $13 million. The difference is they wouldn't admit it, and they certainly wouldn't claim to be a big team guy because this hurt the team. And Skubal wants to have this rosy image where everybody likes him, and he's all about Detroit, the tour to Detroit. "I want to be here. Don't trade me. Bye. I'm a team guy. Let's go for it." That's not good teammate behavior. Not getting that addressed when you know something's wrong in the offseason. He was selfish.
Right, and they're, 4.5 back of a wild card spot right now. If he's there for those 6 weeks, I don't think he loses all of his starts. And I don't know which ones he would have started that they won anyway.
But let's call it 2 games.
But yeah, are they 2.5 back versus 4.5 back? Would he have actually done himself a favor because he wants the team to buy at the deadline? If they were closer to being 500, if they were closer to being a wild card team, would they actually be more prone to buy instead of the conversation we're having right now of do they sell and what do they get from him?
He doesn't fix the defensive blunders of May. No. He doesn't fix their bullpen and blown leads, and he's certainly not driving in any runs. But the benefit of a great starting pitcher is you stop the bleeding when they take the ball. You rest your bullpen. You have a chance to snap a losing streak. He wasn't there at their lowest point because he waited. He knew something was wrong, and he waited.
And how much of a mental toll did it take on the players where, hey, you start off the month of May, things aren't going well, then all of a sudden you get the news, oh, man, our superstar is out. And they didn't know at that time if it was going to be like, what was he back pitching in 5 weeks?
He flew back. His recovery was quick.
There's a mental toll that it takes on the team. Hey, our superstar that we were, hoping and dreaming about these World Series opportunities is out. Now, they have to be able to overcome that. That's not his issue.
No, but they were like roughly a 500 ball club.
But his issue is, could it have been fixed in the offseason so that he didn't have to miss any time?
Right. Didn't do his team any favors. You got people sick of this dude. You wonder, like, do people hate him?
I am, because going into the season, there were a lot of people that were just ready to throw their arms up with the drama of, hey, he's not going to sign a contract. We know he's not going to be here. When he came out in the postseason, there were a lot of things that were going against the PR image of Tarik Skubal. And since then, he's really not done a lot to help himself. And you're going to be interviewed after games. You're going to be interviewed at a lot of different times. Just talk about your performance. And if you're asked a question that you don't feel comfortable answering, you're not in control of the questions, but you're in complete control of the answers.
Right.
And it's not a no comment, but you can start answering a question however you want and then take it a different direction.
He's done himself no favors. I say foot in mouth. Every time he opens his mouth, there goes his foot. Not very likable. He's pitched well. That's likable. Mm-hmm. But how this whole saga has been handled, and by the way, that's why you have an agent. Let him do the Dr. Seuss nursery rhymes and be the bad guy, and you just put your head down. Like, you understand why Larkin hasn't spoken publicly.
Understand it more now.
Yeah. And then there was also the quote, and this is a good article, Cody Stavenhagen, The Athletic, where he talks about fans that have said things to him at games.
Yeah.
He says, you wouldn't say that if you were on the other side of this fence. You wouldn't look me in the face and say it. And apparently people have called him a coward, selfish, and Benedict Arnold.
Fans are going to say a lot of stuff. Mm-hmm. And it's everybody's going to say, well, just don't listen to it. Well, you have ears. And they're shouting it at you. You hear it. Now, how does it affect you? It should just, hey, water off a duck's back. Man in the arena.
There are people ready to move on from Tarik Skubal.
I'm not surprised, even though he is, two-time defending Cy Young champ, and he is pitching good.
Yeah.
Not pitching the same way that he was the last 2 years, but he's still one of the better left-handed arms in all of baseball, and certainly the best, we've talked about it, the best trade chip and maybe the best trade chip over the last 5 years, 10 years.
Well, that's the thing, too. There's not a lot of teams that are full-on selling. So those that do sell can take advantage of the market. And Skubal is listed as the number one trade chip should they trade him. And I say, should they trade him? I don't know what they're going to do. And I know Wojo was joking last night. Buy, because they won. And if they lose tonight, it'll be sell.
Right.
And they spent a good chunk of the ESPN broadcast talking about the in-between spot that the Tigers are in. They won last night. That's good. Mm-hmm. And I hope they win even if they trade Skubal, especially if they trade Skubal, to still find their way into this.
Winning is always good.
The thought, though, even with a win, in the last 10 games, they've lost ground on the White Sox, on the Guardians, on the Red Sox, and on the Orioles. So even though this team continues to win series, they're actually not making up enough ground. They're losing ground in the last 10 games.
No, but and for all those that have a disdain for Tarik Skubal, I'll ask you this. If you've got a one game to win, to either get into the postseason, or if you're in the postseason, if it's game 5, game 7, whatever it is, which Tiger pitcher do you want on the mound?
Skubal.
Okay, so we can't hate him that much. Right?
You can hate the person, not the athlete.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. So a lot of people are joining the two.
Yes.
And so that's why I would just say, if you don't like him, you don't like his antics, you don't like what he has to say, but you still want him on the mound to start game 7?
Yeah, I don't think there's any criticism of his performance. I think you use the word antics that people are upset with.
It's the drama.
And my position is really not performance-based at all in terms of Skubal. It's team performance and what's the right call for the organization long term. Because the short term, this is still an uphill climb. Texter saying, you guys are idiots. No player or person would do that MRI. This is a moot point.
I mean, his contract wasn't up.
Right.
He's protected by the CBA, the MLBPA, that he doesn't have to.
He doesn't have to disclose it. No.
Would you?
With that kind of money on the line?
So asking a football player is different. Oh, not because
No,
we're
be a baseball
morally
player.
more moral people, but because if you get hurt in the off season, not at the training facility, I know that NFL franchises do have a recourse. Now, whether or not they do anything about it is a different matter. And even if the Tigers knew about it, I don't know that they understandably would do anything about it. It just may have helped their case in arbitration.
See, in all of his comments yesterday, he threw another hint what he's all about. And I think people keep missing the boat on this. When he used the word court, that's such an exaggerated term to use for what arbitration is.
Right. It's a hearing.
But from a union perspective, that's a strong word to use to exaggerate why you're in the right. Okay, so you're gonna like
That's
that's something
framing the
that,
conversation.
Who's the head of the local UAW right now? I can't think of his name. Fain, right?
Sean Fain, yeah.
Yeah, that's a word that somebody like that would use. People have to realize, and I've said this many times, but I just think it gets completely lost. He's on the executive subcommittee of the MLBPA. So there's an executive director, and then there's 8 players across the league that are right below that person. So they're the ones going right to the director, taking the player's message. Casey Mize is a team route. Skubal is all about, with this whole thing, setting benchmarks, taking the risk to bet on himself, to set the standard for the players that are coming behind him. He did it in arbitration, record-setting deal, right? Holding out to get the max contract here in free agency, to set bars. I truly believe that is his motivation here. That is his number one agenda.
I don't think that's a secret. And I think you're connecting some dots with how he's framed this and how he's handled this. I think the issue that we have, then don't act like you're the team first guy. You can't have your cake and eat it too. You can't be the ultimate teammate and the ultimate competitor, but kick your surgery down the line into the season.
To make a me decision.
Right. If you are, and again, there's a lot of people who would say, that money is real money. I'm going to do what's best financially for myself. This is my job at the end of the day. Okay, but then don't try to spin it publicly that you're all about the team.
The way he could have handled it was get through the arbitration. That was settled before spring training,
That's
right?
February, maybe. When was the arbitration here?
It was February.
Yeah.
And then
Get it done quickly after.
go to the team and say, hey, I might have something going on here.
Let's be proactive.
Yeah, and
I'm
try
not
to get
gonna
the
try to
procedure
get
done,
it-
and maybe you don't start the first couple starts of the season, but you don't miss 6 weeks.
Okay. You're not going to be in the WBC, and you're going to take that time, and yeah, maybe it's mid-April, as opposed to missing a month plus, right?
Yes.
248-539-9797. Texter wants to know if Skubal's middle name is Dale. Skubal is a POS. The arbitrator should make him give money back. Have we tried offering Skubal a free grill to stay? You guys are great. It's 97.1.
Hey, if you're thinking about a new truck this month, I'm going to give you a few reasons why I think a Ram truck should be right there at the top of your list. It was for me, and I love my new Ram. The Ram truck lease deals at every Metro Detroit Ram dealer are phenomenal right now. Seen the Ram side by side with other trucks, and I've driven a Ram. Like I said, I'm driving it now. For power, there's really no comparison. You could choose from Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8, or if you've heard or seen or driven the Hurricane engine, you get 2 choices. 420 horsepower version, that's the one I chose, or the high output 540 horsepower Hurricane. For the competition, why would you trust any full-size pickup at any price with only a 4-cylinder engine? If you want to use it as a truck, it's not going to get it done. The full-size Ram 1500 is built right here in Sterling Heights, and Ram has a 5-link coil suspension. All it's going to take is one test drive, and you're going to feel how much smoother a Ram is. And for comfort, do me a favor, just go sit in a Ram, and I promise you're going to feel the difference. Right now, the lease payments on a new Ram truck at every Metro Detroit Ram dealer are exceptional. So are the financing offers for well-qualified buyers. Pull into your Metro Detroit Ram dealer today. It's just that easy, and tell them I sent you.
Hi-Yu Lee. By the way, he's played very well.
Yes, he has. Added a bat.
Your right-handed infield bat. No need to add. I'm sure that'll go over well. But I do want to give credit. I mean, that is a guy that they got a couple years ago at the trade deadline. More than a couple years ago now, right? I think it was Harris's first deadline. They traded Lorenzen
Yes.
for Phillies prospect Hi-Yu Lee. And he's hit over 300 since June 1st. 4 homers. Looking like he's rounded into a good ball player.
Yeah. It's a good addition. Make this lineup a little bit tougher to pitch against.
Text on Scooble. I get both sides of it. He made a business decision, and the league treats every player as if they're a commodity. But it's probably something he should have kept to himself. Andy in Chesterfield.
Yeah, I don't know why he felt the need to talk about that now. If you do that, talk about it with your next team.
Yeah.
You know, hey, this is what I was going through.
I was in kind of a weird, squirrely spot.
And we could still have our disdain at that point, even more so because he's no longer with us. But it's a much smaller story.
Jamie says, get him out of here now. I hate him. I'm tired of it. I'm burned out. Between the Seattle game, the offseason nonsense, the contract, the trade talks, telling the Tigers to buy, the non-surgery, and then the surgery, just go away. Tex says, I'm in the minority, but I don't really care what the players have to say. It's an entertainment product. If they're playing well, that's all I care about, and I like them.
Yeah, but the problem was the entertainment problem, or the entertainment wasn't there for 6 weeks.
Is Scooble a distraction to the team? ? You get rid of him, and it's kind of back to baseball, no more nonsense. They're a worse team without him.
Yeah. Again, who do you want on the mound? You want the best left-handed pitcher that you have, and that most people would have.
Yeah, I'm trying to read into that text maybe a little bit. It's kind of a cope, like, hey, if we get rid of him, it'll actually be better because then we won't have the distraction.
Right. Yeah, no, but then you don't have him.
You take a step back. Even if you get an arm back,
it's not going to be Scooble.
Yeah, and I think there's an understanding that if you're not a playoff team, if you're going to lose them, if this is still an uphill climb, it's tough, but it's the right thing to do.
And you can be excited about Melton. You can be excited. You should be excited about Montero.
He was real good again.
Under
yesterday.
Control for a number of years, and he is playing extremely well. You could be so excited about the prospects of Job. Mm-hmm. None of them right now are pitching like Tarek Skubal.
Valeni and Rico stepped up for Otto. Come on. Costa and Jansen help Shabath out. It's like a QB getting his lineman a gift. They want us to buy him a grill.
No.
When he has 5 children,
yeah,
we'll revisit this conversation.
Yeah.
Tom, are you judging us because we're not buying him a grill? You're shaking your head back there.
I did think that a little bit when he was doing that, but you guys are right. It's not like Otto in need.
Also, I have an issue with like coming in and basically begging. It's just a bad
Very
look.
Sparty-ish.
Yeah.
What about little brother over here? I need a grill.
Okay. I wasn't going to go there. I'm not going to.
I'll do it for you, John.
Yeah, that's fine.
I know you were thinking.
Make sure you tell him next time he comes over here. That was very little brother of you.
Yeah, send him to Walmart.
See what they got on the clearance rack.
He probably wouldn't accept it.
Oh,
you got this thing at Walmart?
I should get a nicer grill. Yeah, it was kind of whiny.
Stoney should just give him his. He doesn't use it.
Right.
Oh, Cindy would be mad.
They don't really. I think she just does it occasionally.
Occasionally. Yeah.
I was going to say something, but I didn't.
Oh, come on, Tom.
No.
You have
Can't talk you into it like we can talk Stoney
today.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. The drop from earlier. I already won the tournament for next year. We are going to get into John's movie theater behavior. You're still laughing at it?
Yeah.
John's movie theater behavior, 8:35. You went to see The Odyssey. We'll let the audience stand in judgment of one of the decisions you made at the movie theater. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, another city is putting some restrictions on e-bikes and scooters. Downtown Rochester has implemented a strict ordinance restricting electric bikes and scooters, but it's not just electric bikes, right? The rule actually applies to regular bicycles, skateboards, hoverboards, and it requires riders to dismount, I guess you could say, and walk through the downtown area. So if you're riding a bike, you're supposed to get off the bike, walk your bike down.
Just an e-bike or all bikes?
All bikes.
Okay.
It's any bike, but e-bikes included.
Yeah.
What if you're on the road?
It's really hard to ride a bike in a road downtown Rochester. I mean,
What about an e-bike though?
I'm guessing no. Okay. I'm guessing that this is restricted down. If you're in the restricted, I don't have the exact answer, but I am guessing, guys, that in the restricted area where you have to get off your bike, if you are on an e-bike in the street, you could still be ticketed.
Okay.
And they say for a first offense, it carries a penalty of up to $100. So I would imagine that if you're in the restricted area, no, you can't ride it anywhere. Yep. But they say the goal is just to keep people safe, right? That's what it all is, especially in these really crowded areas, because there's a lot of people that are walking around downtown on these smaller sidewalks. So,
and plus, you can't draw a charge in the restricted area.
Well done, Greg.
A brand new music festival is coming to Macomb County this fall, and it's bringing together some big names from 3 different genres. UWM Field in Utica has announced a lineup for its first ever USPBL Fall Music Classic. It's happening September 18th through the 20th, and country star Chris Janson will headline the opening night on Friday, along with other performers. Then on Saturday, rapper Rick Ross, along with some other Detroit favorites, will be performing. And then on Sunday, KISS co-founder Gene Simmons will close out the festival. Tickets are on sale now. They range from $75 to $100.
That's a good lineup.
Yeah, we'll have a
and
chance
there's a lot of other names. You can go online and see the full lineup.
Chance to update our Jansen power rankings afterwards.
Yeah, but
Any
he
relation?
spells it different.
It's a Janson,
Yeah.
not Jansen, I guess.
That's Jan's son.
Jansen. Yeah, it probably was.
Yeah.
Anyway, the Athletics placed rookie infielder Joshua Kuroda Grauer on the 10-day injured list following a pretty brutal foul ball injury, right?
Yes.
So the game was off to a great start for him. He hit his first home run of his major league career. Awesome, right? Like, things are looking great.
That's a memorable day.
This was on Monday against the Arizona Diamondbacks. But then later in the game, things took a painful turn. He took, he fouled a ball into his own groin. He immediately went down.
Oh, sure.
Man, he went to the ground, but he was able to stay in the game long enough to hit a single before he eventually left. Turns out he ruptured a testicle, needed emergency surgery. And I was reading an article. This was about a urologist in LA. She did not perform the surgery, but just talked about how she couldn't believe that he actually stayed in the game because of how incredibly painful this is. And she said it's actually very rare. And you usually see it in high-speed motorcycle crashes, right? Not after a sporting event. And just kind of talked about how painful it really was.
He stayed in the game and got a single?
Yeah.
Not a sack fly?
He's a tough nut to crack.
Oh, my goodness. Caitlin Clark is making history with NBA 2K27 after being named the cover athlete for the deluxe edition. Pretty cool. Becoming the first WNBA player to be the solo star on her own global edition of the game. But kind of instead of celebrating that milestone, a lot of the conversation online quickly shifted to the cover itself. There are people on social media that began accusing the developers of using AI to create her image, and many saying that the artwork doesn't actually look like her. So kind of taking away from how cool it is to...
Does it look like her?
Yeah, somebody says billion-dollar company using AI to make their covers.
Oh, yeah. I kind of see it. What do you think?
I mean...
Does that look like it's...
I don't know. I mean, it's been altered.
Well, so what do people do to their pictures?
Filter?
There's just probably a filter on it.
I just think her facial features look a little different, around the nose. It just looks like there's something off.
They put a filter on it.
I mean, I can tell that it's her.
Well, yeah, it's
not
Indiana
her dating
Fever.
profile.
Yeah, and it looks like her. I mean, it looks like her face.
You can tell, if you look at it, who do you think it is? Caitlin Clark.
Yeah, you know it is. But yeah,
No. They put a not looks like Clayton Clark filter on her.
You think?
I agree with Greg. This is ridiculous. Not even it's very far from what she looks
The only
like.
reason I know it's Caitlin Clark is because she's wearing an Indiana 22 jersey.
Well, I wouldn't even be able to tell you what number she wore. But
This whole filter thing, though, it's what are we doing? Showing our kids this is what you should do. Don't look like yourself. Seriously, what are we doing?
Well, and also, what's the need to use? You said maybe it's AI. There are photographs of Caitlin Clark. People have taken real photos of her wearing the Fever jersey. Use those.
I think it is a real photograph that they just put a filter on.
That's how I feel. It definitely has been altered. I mean, I can
Yeah.
see that clearly, but is it AI? I don't know. Anyway, that's what people are talking about. Let's see what else I got. Oh, the Kansas City Chiefs.
The chefs.
Yeah, they just released this rendering of the new $3 billion dome stadium that they are expected to open in time for the 2031 NFL season. And it's going to be sweet, right? Hold up to 70,000 fans, this translucent roof, they say, to let in the light, but
Are they going
protect
to have
everyone.
question
Okay.
that you won't have an answer to?
What is it?
Especially with the push that the NFLPA is putting on. Is it going to have natural grass, or will it have an artificial surface?
I didn't read anything about
No,
that.
I know
John.
it's but I mean, joining the two stories where hey, NFL players aren't we worth it, or whatever the hashtag was. It would be interesting to see what they do.
Yeah, it will be built with the intention of amplifying crowd noise, which was apparently a request heard from several
Amplifying
season
crowd noise.
Yeah.
You don't need to at Arrowhead. They're
Season
already
ticket
loud.
members,
Yeah, that and Seattle are the two loudest places I ever played.
The goal is to improve game day experience for every single fan. They're going to make sure there's a great tailgating place, 20,000 parking spaces. I didn't see anything about the turf or the
the turf,
grass.
yeah.
No.
The roof looks cool. The renderings
Yeah.
look awesome. The emphasis will obviously be on what does it actually look like?
Yeah.
I know Doug and Gator love a good rendering.
Oh yes, they do.
All right, coming up next, John went to the movies. Is this behavior acceptable? It's 97.1. Talk about Shaner Roofing. Over 30 years of trusted service. It's why I emphasize Shaner Roofing, Windows, and Siding. That proven track record of serving Michigan homeowners will serve you well. 5-star quality for roofs, windows, and siding. And Shaner, in this day and age where other companies are getting bought out by investors, they remain local, family-owned. They can treat you like family because they are one. Great example of that, the no pressure promise. No high pressure sales pitches. They come out, they do a true honest assessment. They really figure out what your home needs, and then they leave it to you to make the right decision. There's no pressure. Peace of mind, they stand by the work. Every roof installation comes with a lifetime transferable warranty. And it's no surprise, if you Google them, you'll see what I'm talking about. It's a 4.9-star Google rating, thousands of satisfied homeowners. Their reputation, they've earned it. They've done the job right. If you're ready to get started, get your quote today, mymichiganroof.com. That's Shaner Roofing, Windows, and Siding, mymichiganroof.com. All right, this will be good. I do want to hear what you thought of the movie, and then we'll get into what you did and where people are at on it. Good morning, 97.1. John Jansen went to see The Odyssey yesterday.
Yeah, and I think in full disclosure, I think I talked about this yesterday when I said, hey, I was going to go see it, is I have not read the book. All right, so I was going into it. I did the Cliff Notes version, the YouTube version of what do I need to know before I go into it. It was good. The acting I thought was really good. It's just really long. And it didn't get to the type of movie that I like until about the last 40 minutes where you have the scenes that I like fight scenes. All right. So no secret there. And so I felt like it was long. So I think everybody should go see it. It's really good. I just was
Lisa, more familiar with the story?
Oh, yeah, she's much more well-read. And yeah, she thought it was really good. And she had done a lot of research in terms of how Christopher Nolan made the film, different things that he did, and the music that she talked about. They created
an
instruments, not just one, but multiple instruments to try and recreate what they thought the sounds would actually be from that era.
That's cool.
Yeah. So, there's some cool factor to it. Yeah. But I thought it was just kind of
IMAX?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Visually, the movie's stunning. The effects, and by the way, they actually go out on the boat to shoot. Like, Nolan is not a guy who wants to do it all in CGI.
Right.
And he shot it for IMAX. I knew you'd like the final 45 minutes.
Yeah. It was good.
That was right up your alley.
Yeah. I could have walked in at that point and been good.
I said something to you before the show. I said, loud, right? And you said, well, I'm not going to be the guy to say it because...
Well, yeah, I've kind of noticed this over the last couple of movies that we've gone to, and they've normally been kids' movies. In fact, they've all been kids' movies. It feels like they turned the volume up, and maybe this is just old guy.
No.
Turn down the music! Damn kids! It was a very loud movie.
You can say it without feeling old. I'm almost 20 years younger than you, and I
Yeah.
thought it was loud.
Okay, I'm glad I'm not the only one. Maybe the only two. I don't know, but yes, it was very loud.
Your review doesn't surprise me.
Yeah,
I think I know you well enough to know what you would like.
Yeah,
and I also knew you were going to go, well, it's a long movie.
It was.
Now,
which meant I needed sustenance.
Lots of popcorn.
And I love movie theater popcorn. Get the butter on it, and I like the white cheddar, and depending on where you go, they do offer you the opportunity to fill one of those little cups that, like if you go to Five Guys, you see the same cups that you use for ketchup, you can use for that, and they put a little lid on it so you don't have to worry about spilling it. And then once you get to that underneath the top layer of popcorn, you can add a little bit more white cheddar and eat that up, and then you get to the next layer. And so it's every bite is a yummy bite. But the question I have for our listeners and for you guys, fair or foul? Going into it, I knew it was going to be a 3-hour movie, and it really doesn't matter how long the movie is because I would do this anyway. I stopped and picked up a bite to eat. I picked up Chick-fil-A. I like the nuggets and the fries. And we took that into the movie so that we could eat it during the movie. Now, I also, like I mentioned, I got the popcorn. I also got some candy. So it wasn't like I just brought in food as to rob the concession stand. But where do people land on, can you bring movie into can you bring movie into a theater? Can you bring food into a theater?
Well, I always bring snacks.
Okay.
I'll say. Not necessarily food like that, but I always bring like a bag of candy or whatever my snack of choice is. We typically do. We'll still once in a while get concession, like popcorn.
Yeah.
If you're going to eat popcorn, I'm not smuggling popcorn into a movie theater. I'm going to get it there. And we'll get maybe a pop, but sometimes I even bring in my own drink.
Yeah. Well, I didn't bring it. I got a bottle of water because they sell the big ones there. And I knew, again, it was a 3-hour movie. I didn't want to get dehydrated.
The food is a little different. I think like an actual
With all the
meal.
salt.
I've done it once where I brought in like cooked food.
Yeah. Well, and I know, I went to one of the Imagine theaters and they offer food there.
They do.
The issue I've had before is when you order it, sometimes it takes a long time before it actually gets to you. And
Well, you weren't going anywhere. You'd be there for a while.
right, but I'm hungry now. And so it's Hangry John is not a nice individual to be around. And here's the other thing too is how many people, and I've got a small popcorn, which is still a big tub of popcorn. I always finish it because we usually get there 15, maybe 20 minutes before the movie starts. It's gone before the movie even starts.
Oh, I think that's every time for me too. I think that's the most relatable thing.
Do they have free refills on popcorn?
I think only if you get
Certain
the big one.
I feel like they used to.
Yeah.
Like I got a medium and it was gone before the movie started.
Mm-hmm.
Do you ever bring anything in with you?
I have. I didn't the last time I went. I got a drink, I got popcorn, and then I got one of those little pizzas.
Yeah. Oh, little pizza. Little
Personal
microwave pizza.
Yeah, it's not the greatest pizza. It's movie theater pizza. I'm not opposed to bringing food in. I'm not judging you for doing it.
I know there's some people who hate it because movie theaters make a lot of money on concessions.
Well,
and
they
movie
charge
theaters
a
are
lot of
struggling.
money
They do.
for their concessions.
But I've always I have a movie purse. Like a purse I only use when we go to the movies. Mm-hmm. Because it's large enough to take extra snacks. Otherwise, I use just like one of those, a small like belt bag. Like they're very little. Like it holds my wallet and lip gloss and that's it. So I have like a movie purse where I can throw some Swedish fish and whatever Colin's bringing. A bag of chips.
But they sell Swedish fish there.
I know, but they're
You
way
pay
more expensive.
5 times.
So is it fair or foul to take movie into a movie theater?
To take movie in.
To take food.
Did I say it again?
You
Did
did.
it again. It's okay. I hope they bring the movie. Can you bring some food?
Yes.
248-539-9797. There are people who say you are doing the theater dirty. This is how
Yeah.
they make their money.
Yeah.
The tickets are not how they're staying in business. You're undercutting them. It's hard enough to be a movie theater in 2026. They've given you your plush recliner. Pay the margins and support the theater. That is a position that we will get this morning. If you feel that way, let us know. Let us know that John hates the movie theater industry.
Well, no, I mean, like I said, and so to let you know on the full menu that I had, I knew it was going to be a long movie, and I knew I was going to eat my popcorn before it even started. So I also got Milk Duds and the peanut butter M&Ms. I thought, you know what? If I'm going down this road, I'm just going to, hey,
Yeah. Go for it.
yeah, pedal down left lane.
I think it's foul, but I do it anyway.
That's honest.
And like
Yeah.
when we go with the kids, they both want blankets, right? Because we go on these big recliner chairs
Right.
and they want to bring a blanket. So I'll bring the blankets in a diaper bag, and I bring snacks for them from home. I don't want them to eat a ton of candy anyway, so it's normally like snacks we have at home, and they'll bring their water bottles, and I bring that in, and they eat those snacks. And the only thing we really buy is popcorn.
Yeah. And I think you should. Like, that's a must. If I'm
Yeah.
going to a movie theater, I am buying popcorn.
Yeah.
So I think, okay, let's frame it that way. You pay for the ticket. You're going to pay for popcorn.
Is it then okay?
Everything else is fair game. You've paid your dues. Mm-hmm. I also think there's an etiquette to, you do have to sneak it in. You can't be brazen about it.
Oh, yeah, I don't think anybody's going to,
I got a pizza
get a
box and walk
six-pack
in it.
of
Yeah.
White Castle and
I
bring
wonder
in the
what
White
they
Castle.
would do though. So the last time we went to a movie, it was for Toy Story 5, and it was a bus. Like it was people were they don't check tickets.
No, you're right. I bought my
You
ticket
just
online. No
walk
one stopped
in.
me.
There's
Yeah.
no one even standing like down the aisleway to go into the theater, so no one's watching you. They sell food at the theater anyway. Like, would somebody stop you if you walked in with your Chick-fil-A out, like you're just carrying the nuggets in your hand? Would anyone have said anything to you?
I don't think they would, but I think that's where you're foul. You have to play the game.
Yeah, I never
That's why I have
walk
a
around
movie
with my
purse.
nuggets in my hand.
John,
How much did you like the movie? 248-539-9797.
Come on, it's a kids' theater. Come on.
Well, but Heather brings up a great point. Like, I bought the ticket online.
Mm-hmm.
No one stopped me from the moment I walked in. Now, the only thing that would have stopped me from going in for free would have been every seat's claimed for this movie. But do people go in without paying for a seat?
I think you could easily. The way the last time I went, there was not a soul.
Really?
That
So the one
looked
that
at
we go
anything.
to, there's always somebody there, and we got to show the little QR
You
code.
do?
Yeah, and they look and say, okay, your theater's over there, or your theater's over there.
Yeah, they weren't. No one was doing that
No.
the last movie I went to.
Got some calls pouring in, got some text to read. Fair or foul smuggling food into the movie theater. John did it yesterday. It's 97.1.
Hey, you could be a great driver, doing everything right, and still get hit and probably never even saw it coming. That's life on the road these days, especially this time of year because the weather's nice. More people are out. You get bikes, motorcycles, summer traffic's picking up, and we know orange barrel season. If you're injured, call David Feminino and the accident response team. They're going to help you right away, and David will fight to get you what you deserve. When you're in an accident, get the right team in your corner. You can give David a call at 855-65-CRASH. That's 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
We offer you the chance to stand in judgment of John Jansen. Went to see The Odyssey yesterday. He said it was all right.
Yeah. It's okay.
I thought it was more than okay, but that's not the question. Question is, dude brought in Chick-fil-A, bunch of snacks.
12 nuggets. I bought a bunch of snacks. I didn't bring in any extra snacks.
Okay. The question is fair or foul, sneaking, smuggling food into the movie theater. Got texts, got calls. Let's go to John in Rochester Hills. John, good morning.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. How you doing, man?
Oh, real good. I tell you what, I pretty much run a box office at an Imagine Theater. I've been there for 10 years, and I'll tell you what, we wouldn't survive without our concessions. We make very little on our ticket sales. That's why we don't allow, if we see it, we do stop people and do not allow food in the theater.
Okay.
You do have to buy here again, like I say, we make very, very little on the ticket sales, so that's kind of how we wouldn't survive if we didn't have our concessions. So I'm going to call it a foul.
Okay. All right. Even though I went to the concessions.
Well, yeah, sure. You did go to sessions. I understand that. That's great too. But at this point, we don't allow people in. If we see anybody bring a bag of food or something, we definitely stop them, and we don't let it in. Also, too, as far as like the checking tickets, we generally don't check individual tickets, but we just use the QR code. But if the movie is very, very slow, yeah, you could probably get in there and sit down without paying, but. In most cases, if there's quite a few people in the theater, you're more than likely going to be sitting in somebody else's seat.
Yeah.
So we'd find it. So we don't have much of a trouble with people getting in for free.
Yeah.
What would you do if you saw somebody walking in with a really extra large stuffed purse? Would you stop them and say, hey, I need to look in that bag?
Yeah, you're going to search and seize?
We don't search and seize. We don't allow backpackers, things like that, too. But we generally, we might check it just to see. If it's obvious, it looks like there might be stuff full of stuff. We might just stop and check it. But we definitely we don't. They say that when it comes to backpacks, we don't allow backpacks at all. But no, it's just we got to try to protect ourselves basically.
Yeah.
We got to stay in business.
I understand that.
Yeah, it's movie theater business has gone through some tough times.
Yeah.
My wife is a bit OCD, and she does not allow us to eat popcorn until the movie starts. David locked in a basement.
Yeah.
What kind of monster are you married to?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's why he's locked in the basement.
Grounds for divorce. What do you mean? You sit down with the popcorn, you're going to not eat it?
It's warm, right? The butter is still somewhat liquid.
Previews are good too.
Yeah.
Sounds like John has given up on dieting.
No. I still manage my weight as much as I possibly can, but I also would like to enjoy life.
Yeah, you can't deprive yourself.
Yeah. Perfection is not the key. Consistency is.
You go to the movie theater, you're getting popcorn, you're dousing it in butter, you'll feel a little sick afterwards. It's part of the experience of going to the movies.
Oh, yeah. I knew after I sat down, especially with my menu that I knew I was going to partake of, that by the time the movie was over, I was probably going to feel like crap.
Now, do you get separate popcorn? Like Kelsey wants to do olive pop. No, I need the real stuff.
Yes,
good
Lisa
stuff.
and I go separate pop because she goes with she likes the movie theater butter. She just puts salt on it, whereas I like the white cheddar. She doesn't. So yes, we go separate popcorn.
One candy at the theater equals candy for the entire family of 4 from the dollar store.
Yeah, that's about right.
They profit off of a bucket of popcorn is absurd. Even if you buy just that, they can survive. Fountain drinks and popcorn have incredible margins. That's from John, says Fire Up Chips. I hate to hear you guys promoting bringing food into the theater. The theaters are in trouble. I snuck in candy in my youth, but I think it's important to support them now.
Which is why I went to the counter.
Popcorn costs more than per ounce than gold. I'm cool with people smuggling in their food. That's Gabe in Flint. If the theater can't survive without gouging their patrons, they need to innovate or go out of business. I typically buy a fountain drink and bring snacks for me and the kids. Did John not enjoy the character development, or did this movie just not have enough of it? How were the first 2 hours, quote, boring?
It just wasn't my style of movie. And I did like the whole storyline. The character development was fine. In fact, it was probably exceptional, which made the last 45 minutes as good as it was.
I'm sure if instead of the Mediterranean Sea or wherever they were instead in the American West and riding horses instead of ships, he would have liked it.
Yeah.
John, if it's Chick-fil-A, I definitely have to call it foul. Evan in Ann Arbor. Let's all shed a tear for the movie theater. Maybe charge a little less and people would be less tempted to smuggle in food.
Yeah.
I always take a backpack to the movies with my own drinks and snacks. I'm not spending $50 for a couple pops and popcorn. They never ask or care. BPNLO.
That's why I asked him. I've never been stopped, but we go in when I have the kids. They're not in diapers. They're both potty trained, but I take a diaper bag with their blankets and then their snacks, their water cups, and
Yeah.
How about this comparison? It's okay until you get caught. It's kind of like taking a beer out on the golf course. This texter says they brought an entire McDonald's order in with them when they saw the Odyssey on Monday. Wow. McChickens, large fry, 10-piece nugget. Says all my friends said I was smart for bringing in the food.
Yeah. Now, I didn't smuggle in the fries. Like I said, when we were talking about people that eat meals in the car, I think fries, when you order fries, they have to be eaten sooner rather than later. I don't like them if they've been in the bag for 20 minutes. Got to eat them now.
Rob in Brighton. Rob, good to hear from you. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good.
Hey, so I want to say I would say it's normal for someone to bring in, stop at the dollar store, get a 20-ounce pop, or get a dollar bag of candy. But I'm not joking to you, and I hope she's not listening. But my grandmother brings in Tupperwares of chicken, potato salad, cans of Diet Coke. She doesn't even think twice about it, guys. Like, it is literally it's like clockwork every time. And to me, I just crack up every time because I feel like Heather was saying, some people are brazen. Oh, I don't want to say her name, but my grandmother is brazen. She defines the word.
So if she's bringing in potato salad,
brings in some forks.
I was going to say, are there utensils to go with it?
Oh, John, silverware and not plasticware, silverware clanking throughout the movie.
Oh my
That's
gosh.
hilarious. Well done, Grandma.
Oh my gosh.
So I mean, there are people that are brazen, and it cracks me up every time. But I agree with the last texter, guys. I mean, if they do want to get serious about it, the cost of it, right? To spend $8 on a pop and $12 for a popcorn, it's ridiculous. So I most definitely agree with lowering prices if they want people to stop bringing stuff into movies.
Yeah.
Hope you guys have a good rest of the week.
Yeah,
Thanks, Rob. Yeah, the markup on the peanut butter M&Ms is substantial, as well as obviously the popcorn. It's a substantial markup.
Hey, as with all things, are you willing to push boundaries? And is the person who set boundaries or the theater willing to enforce them, and how far?
Right.
They don't really enforce it, so they can't be all that upset.
Right.
Like I said, I didn't bring outside food the last time, but I have, and I'm not judging you for it.
Well, thank you.
We asked the question fair or foul. As much fun as it would be to lead the brigade against you this morning, we'll keep the conversation going in the 9 o'clock hour. Plus, we have an asking price for Tarek Skubal. We'll give you that next. 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The Tigers got home runs from Spencer Torkelson and Hao Yu Lee on their way to a 5-1 win and a series victory last night. Detroit also rode the pitching performance from Kader Montero, who finished the night with 8 strikeouts, no walks, and only 1 run allowed on 3 hits. A.J. Hinch talked about what worked well for Montero after the game. With the win over the Cubs, the Tigers have now won 5 of their last 6 series. Tonight, they come home to start a 4-game series against the Kansas City Royals. KC will be without their best player in Bobby Witt Jr., who went on the 10-day IL yesterday with low back tightness. It's Troy Melton on the mound tonight for Detroit against former USPBL product Randy Dobnak for Kansas City. First pitch is at 6:40. Pregame coverage starts at 6:15 here on 97.1. And Jordan Spieth is coming to Detroit next weekend to play in the Rocket Classic tournament at Detroit Golf Club. It will be his first ever time playing in the event. The 3-time major champion hasn't won on tour since 2022. The tournament starts at DGC a week from today and runs until Sunday. From the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Got Dear John coming up at 9:35. I've got the asking price. If the Tigers are going to trade Tarek Skubal, what would it take to get a deal done? And we've got some calls and texts on movie theater fair or foul. I guess where I'm at on it is if you're paying for popcorn, which to me is a non-negotiable, you've contributed. You went to concessions. You're helping the movie theater out. And if you want to bring in a bag of candy, you want to bring in something else, I'm not judging you for it. We all do it.
And
But if
that
you
last
don't
caller,
get the
I
popcorn,
mean,
then you're judging.
Yeah, then I think it's foul. That's my line in the sand. I've
I
decided.
guess we don't always get popcorn. I never
So
get
sometimes you are foul.
popcorn. Yes.
you
I
just don't
called
like
it foul.
popcorn?
I like popcorn, but
Yeah, how do you go to the movies and not get pop? Like the temptation.
I did not get concessions at the movie theater until I married my wife or started seeing her.
you would just go with nothing?
Dry. This is we were here to watch the movie.
Nothing to drink?
Nah.
Wow.
Serial killer behavior.
Heather,
I've
you
gone
have-
through movies before without anything, but I would prefer to have something to chew on.
Heather, the times that you go
Yeah.
and you don't get any popcorn, don't the kids say anything? Are they not old enough yet?
They just had Toy Story 5. Emily does not like popcorn. So she's my weird eater. But Brooks turned around and saw a little boy eating popcorn and he said, I want that. And I said, well, the movie's almost over, buddy.
Sorry.
He loves
Unless you
popcorn.
don't
popcorn
like
for you.
popcorn, I don't know how you don't buy popcorn.
But they have snacks. They have their own snacks.
Goldfish.
Goldfish.
Yeah, but tip of the cap to that last guy that called in. Who's going to question grandma?
Right.
Like, really? Are you're gonna, little old lady comes walking in, ma'am, I need to see your bag.
Yeah. Caller Rob, it's a good point though. You get to a certain age and you just don't care.
Oh, sure.
And it's the perfect storm of old person who doesn't care met with lax staffing at movie
Security.
theaters.
Yeah.
It's the perfect storm for clanking silverware in the movie theater.
Yes, that's epic.
Let's go to Roy. You're next. You're at 97.1.
Good morning, guys. Greetings from the land of the Mud Hens, who have been putting up some pretty good stats up there in Detroit. I'm glad to see they're transitioning up well.
Shout out How You Lee.
Yeah, amen. I'm going tomorrow night to watch Who's Left. Max Clark is just chomping at the bit with his huge necklace, waiting to show it off in Motown. It's amazing how big it is. You can see it from my seats, and he's in the outfield. So my reason for calling is I have a different perspective on heavy loading on these people that charge prices for tickets and concessions. We have this mentality of blaming the people that make the least profit from the industry on paying as much as you pay. No one has a problem with Denzel Washington making $100 million for a movie. No one has a problem with any of the movie-making industries making $5 billion because it costs $500 million to make the movie. Mm-hmm. You take all of that profit and it dwindles down, just like blaming Speedway for gas prices. They don't pump the oil. They don't speculate on stock markets how much it's going to be per barrel. So when it comes down, you're paying $2 for a Snicker bar and $3.99 for a gallon so they can make 0.004% profit total. So I get the movie industry. What they've done is they start serving alcohol. They have more comfortable seats, places where you can order food and eat there. They've done what they can within the parameters of, we're not Spielberg. We don't make Spielberg money. We have to make it comfortable for people to want to come back. And then you threw all of that pandemic stuff, and they're scrambling to make sure you even feel comfortable coming back.
No, and they've done. I mean, the seating has transformed in like a decade's time. These recliners.
I will say I go to the dollar store and get the dollar candy in a box, but I put it in a baggie so it doesn't make all that noise like a maraca. Mm-hmm. But I have no problem getting the pop and whatnot and enjoying a whole experience, because you can look on your phone and see a movie. You can look on your TV and see a movie. Nothing says movie experience like a good sounding theater. We need to just pay the prices and hope that the movies are not going to get even more expensive, like our athletes. That's why we spend $100 a seat to sit right behind third base, because someone's making $6 trillion to play third base.
Roy, you're hitting on like big macro, big picture, and where we get the rubberneck is when we see the prices at the theaters.
Right.
And as much as you should say, hey, we should blame upwards, maybe we should. If people aren't making enough money, they're going to feel it at the pump. They're going to feel it at the movie theater.
Right.
And they're going to try to do the best they can.
And honestly, I don't have too much to complain about the price of the movie tickets.
I feel like that's been pretty much $10 for decade.
Right.
I think mine was 14 with fees on Saturday. But yeah.
Like I remember the jump from it used to be like $5 or something, and then it suddenly jumped to $10. I'm like, oh my god, $10 for a movie ticket, and now it's been right around that price for a while.
But then when you go to the concession stand and you spend 4 to 5 times as much as you did on the ticket, it just seems out of proportion. And and I got popcorn, milk duds, all that stuff. Yeah.
I'm a broke college student. I barely have enough money for the ticket. I'm not going to go even broker. Sneaking in some food is fine. If everyone paid for food, maybe it would cost less.
Well, and if you're a college student, maybe it's just not you just haven't hit that English thing. It's more broke, not broker.
Yeah, that's fair. This text is upset with us.
Must go to East Lansing.
I hate how you guys promote eating unhealthy garbage. You should also pay for the food. You guys are promoting stealing food and eating unhealthy.
Hey, you eat however you want.
However you want.
Stay away from the lettuce.
Talking about a movie.
You'll be crapping through a screen
Come
door.
on.
Not something you eat on a daily basis.
I mean, it's,
Moderation.
Yep.
Come on now.
Text says raw dog in a movie is wild, Greg.
I agree. I just think that's so crazy. Not even have a drink.
Huh? What did I do?
Yeah. You didn't partake of anything in your movie theater.
Yeah, sometimes I exercise and don't listen to music.
Yeah, that's tough too. But I do the same as well.
I can't remember the last time I worked out, whether it was a run or where I didn't listen to music or an audiobook.
There's been times I'll get to the gym and I'll forget my headphones and I'll just turn around and be like, it's done.
Yeah,
Workout's
go
over.
on.
But-
Happening today.
Yeah. But I've worked out without my headphones before.
Well, before, sure, but it's been
It's
a
not what I
long time.
would like to do.
Yeah.
Now, Travis, this is an interesting way of kind of blending the text we just got. You're on 97.1. What do you think?
What's up, guys? How are you?
Good.
Yeah, so I was, I'm more of a health conscious guy, and I was just thinking when I was listening to you guys, what if they had a certain section with a little bit more like healthy choices, like because I'm always sneaking in like nuts, and I might sneak in like a little protein shake or something like that. What if they had all those options?
It'd be awesome. Nobody would buy it though. Like I agree with you. That's half the reason I don't want my kids to buy snacks there because it's all candy. So we don't bring candy for them. But I don't think anyone would buy it.
So you think if you got up to the front, you could buy Milk Duds or carrots and celery?
It wouldn't go. There'd only be you and maybe one other person. Like it wouldn't be a big enough market.
They
Like,
would,
there's not
they would
enough
do it
people
if
that
it made
want
money. I
I
think
like
you're
the
right.
idea.
Yeah.
I do. I just don't think it would work at a movie theater.
Wait, you can't bring that. Oh, it's just celery and carrots. Yeah, whatever. Bring it in.
Yeah.
Well, I thought he was going to make the case that he should be allowed to sneak celery and carrots in because they don't sell healthy options, that's acceptable. Which I'm not going to fight. If he wants to bring in some stuff to munch on, go for it. Roughage. Just buy a little popcorn and it's all justified. Then it's all fine.
Mm-hmm.
I said I had a Scooble update. What it would take for the Tigers to trade Tarek Skubal, the reported asking price.
And?
The Athletic says that Detroit wants a controllable starting pitcher plus prospects in return for Skubal. That's according to multiple rival executives. What do you make of that ask?
So I understand it. I just hope that's not the only ask. Don't pigeonhole yourself into, well, if we're going to lose an arm, we got to get an arm back. It's not going to be like for like, which is why you get the prospects in return. But you can never have too many arms. This is a pitching staff that is really good.
I was a little taken aback. Like it felt backwards to me. The thing that they have in surplus for the rest of this season is starting pitching. And if the point is, well, they want controllable pitchers for years to come.
They do have some good controllable pitching.
As I say, Montero, Melton, love him or hate him, Valdez is here for years to come. Job's going to come back this season and be ready to roll next season in full capacity, right? And if you lose Flaherty, Mize, and Skubal, I would hope you can pay a free agent arm, not to mention Reese Olson's coming back next year. I don't feel like starting pitching is a big need. Yes, you could never have enough of it. But to be insistent that you need a starter back for this year and the future, I don't feel like that should be a must or a priority for this team.
Unless they have doubts that Jack Flaherty is going to be healthy throughout the rest of the season. I mean, he's only on the 15-day IL.
Yeah.
And maybe they have doubts that Casey Mize, because of the reoccurring groin issue, is not going to be available for a period of time, or could possibly be an issue. Maybe that's why they're going that route. To second what you said, though, they have controllable arms, really good controllable arms. Montero is controllable until 31?
Yeah, if we're putting Job in the rotation next year, which I think is the assumption, right?
Yeah.
They've got 4 starting pitchers already for next season.
Right.
Even with losing the pending free agents, and that's not counting Reese Olson. So if you count Reese, that's 5. Now, you need more than 5 to get through a season.
So re-sign Casey Mize.
Or Flaherty, or use that money to pay a different player. I'm not seriously advocating for Flaherty.
Why don't we bring back
Kenta Maeda? There you go. My point is,
Cobb. Maybe he's just needed a year off.
I don't think they should insist on getting a major league arm back in the Skubal deal.
I agree.
They want to thread the needle. That was also in this report. If they trade Skubal, they don't want to bow out for the season, which, fine. I understand that. But don't let that stop you from getting the best return for Tarek Skubal.
Possible, yes.
It's 97.1.
Hey, if you're thinking about a new truck this month, you and I both know Ram Truck should be at the top of the list, and here's a few reasons why. Ram Truck lease deals at every Metro Detroit Ram dealer are phenomenal right now. I've seen the Ram side by side with other trucks. I've driven a Ram, and I'm driving one now. For power, there's really no comparison. You could choose from Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8, or if you want the Hurricane engine, you get 2 choices. The 420 horsepower version, it's the one I chose, or the high output 540 horsepower Hurricane. Why would you trust any full-size pickup from the competition at any price with only a 4-cylinder engine? Not going to be completely happy with it. Plus, the full-size Ram 1500 is built right here in Sterling Heights. Ram's got a 5-link coil suspension. All it's going to take is one test drive, and you're going to feel how much smoother a Ram is. And for comfort, do me a favor. Just go sit in a Ram, and I promise you're going to feel the difference. Right now, the lease payments on a new Ram truck at every Metro Detroit Ram dealer are phenomenal. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. All you got to do is pull into your Metro Detroit Ram dealer today and tell them I sent you.
Couple texts on the asking price for Skubal. The Tigers reportedly want a controllable starting pitcher plus prospects. And they want to thread the needle. If they're going to move on from Skubal, they still want to have enough starting pitching to stay in it. But I think they have enough starting pitching even if they deal Skubal to stay in it. If you're concerned beyond this year, you can use free agency. You've got a bunch of young arms coming back. I know there's always a need for more pitching, but I wouldn't be insistent if I was the Tigers. Texter says, we're losing 3 veteran starters this offseason. You can never have enough starting pitching. People just get used to piling on. Harris, I'll give him credit for Hyu Lee. We can highlight his wins along the way. I don't feel like they're in a desperate need of major league starting pitchers. You could argue the system could use a few arms, but at the major league level, they'll have Valdez next year, Montero next year, Melton, Job, Reese Olson.
Yeah.
They'll have to replace some guys, but I would hope they would invest in one legit free agent starter if they're losing Mize, Flaherty, and Skubal.
Right.
I don't think it's this dire need. They must get back a young pitcher who's major league ready. They've got enough arms for this year. I would take the best return.
Right. And maybe it's an arm that is a future starter.
Cool.
And again, it's a prospect. It's not a guy that has to come in right now.
Texter says they need a hitter, not a pitcher. Look at those averages. Pitiful. Jim in a car?
Well, look across Major League Baseball.
Yeah, you got to be careful with the batting average stuff.
Right.
They don't make 300 hitters like they used to. Feels like 250 is the new 300. Maybe you're going a little far. Guys, you do have breaking news on the show today.
Yes, we do. Somebody's not coming back to the Red Wings.
Patrick Kane returning to the Blackhawks on a 2-year deal, $8 million per season.
Mm-hmm. That's a good move for him. You asked the question, should he sign with the Blues, hometown, or
Sabres?
Or Sabres, yeah, sorry. Or go back to Chicago where he spent the majority of his career. And he couldn't go wrong with either one. This is probably the most anyone was willing to pay him.
That's what jumps out. I know the cap's going up, and I know Chicago wanted to bring him home. $8 million is more than he made base salary the last 2 years with the Red Wings. So
tip of the cap, Steve Yzerman, right? Got a great value.
Okay. Yes, John.
Didn't see me turning that one on you, did you?
I know Yzerman had said when he was still the GM, he wanted Kane back in Detroit.
Yeah.
Kane did not want to come back to Detroit. It's why it came down to 2 not Detroit teams.
Mm-hmm.
He saw the writing on the wall. He sees what we're seeing. I don't need to be part of this Red Wing whatever's about to happen. Yes.
Let's call it what it is.
Yeah. And it's not like Chicago's a cup team, but for $8 million, a team where you have a history.
Yeah.
Connor Bedard in the power play is kind of a fun player to play with. Yeah. So there you have it.
Yeah. And I don't know how realistic it was that even if Yzerman was here, he wanted him back. Was he actually going to be a wing? Probably not.
I know there's people going, good riddance. He had that dumb penalty against the Wild. All right.
It was, but...
It was a dumb penalty, but good luck replacing the production. Although the goal might not be to replace the production and usher in a true rebuild.
Of a rebuild.
248-539-9797. Dear John, coming up at 9:35. I don't expect to do a deep dive into Patrick Kane's future.
No, probably not. But now that we're just over a week from Steve Yzerman news.
Yeah, it was last Wednesday.
How much longer do you think it takes? When do they go with whoever it's going to be? When do they finally fill that role?
You at all curious that there haven't been any leaks or like names reportedly set to interview? Any of the hockey insiders breaking some news here? Because it felt like the timing was curious, and the fact that there's no leaks makes you concerned that they're doing this by the seat of their pants.
So that was going to be my next question, but I'm not necessarily concerned about no leaks because of the timing that it happened, where all the GMs that maybe would have been willing to make that jump right after the season, but now are probably feeling a responsibility to their team, and that a commitment that they've made.
Yeah, and to be fair, there's also not an urgency to get a GM today in that a lot of the offseason has already happened. There's not a lot that can be done. You need to secure Edvinson.
Well, and you
other than that,
trade Larkin.
Yeah, but there's clearly
no sense of urgency.
No.
Not from the wing side of things, but maybe there's a team out there that is.
If I'm Minnesota,
pining
I'm like,
over 'em.
who am I supposed to call right now? I don't want to call Steve anymore.
Right.
Who,
I mean, that's-
give me a
that's the
new
big
number
question.
to call. If I'm Minnesota, I want a different number.
call
Let me
the
speak
owner.
to the manager.
Yeah. Well,
He's talking to Chris. Right now, Yzerman is the interim acting whatever.
right, but he's. I
Day-to-day.
don't think there's a license to make
to
that
make
trade.
that trade. No, you have to let the next GM make that trade. I don't know. I mean, when does this need to get done by? Certainly before training camp, so you can solve the Larkin conundrum, and so that you can get Edvinson signed.
Right.
But
So, I
they're
don't
just
know,
going to
within a
match an
couple of
Edvinson
weeks?
deal. Yeah, I don't know. They'll match an Edvinson deal unless it's astronomical. So I don't think they feel an urgency. I just want to
Yeah.
know the process is moving.
Right. Yeah. And it would at least be interesting to hear the path that they want to go down. Like if there were 3 or 4 names and they all had, similar backgrounds, okay, at least we would understand the path that Chris Ilitch wants to take the organization.
Yeah, give us something to talk about. That's not Dylan Larkin, that's not Dylan
Or-
Larkin or
or
Tarek
Tarek
Skubal pending trades. All right, let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, that story about that Birmingham homeowner that threw that big pool party
Oh, yeah.
is still continuing. So the guy who went viral
New video
for
footage?
no, he just pleaded not guilty to multiple misdemeanor charges stemming from the gathering. Alex Simpson was arraigned on Wednesday on charges of disorderly conduct, breach of the peace, and public nuisance. During the arraignment, he entered the plea of not guilty. He was given a $1,000 personal bond. And after the hearing, he said that he is considering legal action against the city, arguing that officials handled the situation in an improper and discriminatory manner. He also, he's released multiple statements about this. He did say again, like, hey, I have apologized to all of my neighbors. I've apologized for this disruption that was caused by the party. But he believes that the city's response was disproportionate. Proportionate. So he's saying that his family got, just ridiculed online. They were posting about his
Local
children.
sports talk shows.
And I was not
No, we
giving
weren't, no.
his, I was talking about the story, but I was
Yeah.
not giving away his children's names and the schools
Right.
they go to. And apparently all of that information was released online. He says, well, authorities basically said anyone can find that information if they look hard enough online. So it's not a
What
problem.
is, if he's quote unquote found guilty,
Yeah.
what's the ultimate penalty? Is it just more
I mean,
fines?
they're just misdemeanors. I'm guessing it'd
Yeah.
just be a fine. And
Right.
but he says, he says, if found guilty, my legal career and military career could be impacted significantly.
Oh.
So there could be an impact that way. But I think ultimately it would just be fines,
over,
right?
yeah.
Isn't that what a misdemeanor is?
Negotiated settlement.
Fines? I don't know. I'm not sure. Let's see. One of Michigan's biggest summer festivals is starting today. So if you're looking for something to do, this could be it. Sterling Fest will run from today through Saturday at Dodge Park and the Sterling Heights City Center. Lots to do, lots of food. There's going to be like 30 food trucks and other food vendors, lots of music, 3 stages, different performers, art vendors. There's going to be stuff for the kids, face painting, karaoke. What's that?
Free to enter.
It is free to enter, so free fun. Yes, I'm guessing. I don't know. I don't know. You can enter. I'm guessing you're going to have to pay for the food.
Oh, yeah,
You
yeah.
got to pay
Yeah.
for the food you buy
Yeah.
off the food trucks, but
But there are other cities that have events you got to pay just to get in.
Yep, nope, this is free to go. So go check it out. Now, speaking of big events, it's going to be a big weekend at the Big House for the Morgan Wallen concert. A lot of people are heading to Ann Arbor, and what they're being warned about is the parking. It sounds like it's going to be crazy. So the premier parking lot, I guess, for the concert is at Pioneer High School.
Sure.
Okay.
And those spots are apparently going for $175 and
Oh,
up.
wow.
People said they bought them for $150 and they're hoping it's not a scam. And apparently it's not a scam. That's how much it's going to be. They
That's
say roughly
outrageous.
150,000 fans are expected over the course of the 2 concerts this weekend. And a lot of people are going to be looking for parking. So if you didn't prepay,
Yeah, but I'm a little confused. They have football games every Saturday in the fall, and people find a way to get 100,000 people in there, and they're not paying $150 to park.
Well, so for the football games, a lot of them are pedestrians, and they also open up the golf course, which I would imagine
Are they not
is
doing that?
not going to be open for park. I don't
it
know.
doesn't say anything in this article about the golf course. It talks
Yeah.
about the Pioneer High School, and it talks about a lot of parking already, campus parking already sold out.
What are the tickets going for that people are willing to pay $150 to park?
I don't know.
Well,
Do
I
I
told
even
you about
wanna
my
know?
Monster Jam.
Yeah.
Tickets were nothing, and I paid way more in parking than I did for
That's
the
right.
tickets.
Wow.
Gates for the concert open at 4:30. Caitlin Clark, really cool story. Just made history with the NBA 2K27, putting her as the cover athlete on the deluxe edition. She's the first WNBA player to be the sole star in her own global edition of the game, which is really cool. But people are really only focused on her cover picture, which people are accusing the game's developer of using AI to create her image. People are outraged, jumping online, billion-dollar company using AI to make their covers. Is this AI? Doesn't even look like Clark.
See, I think it looks like her. I just think that they put a filter on it, which is what everybody seems to be doing these days.
I don't think it looks like her, not facially.
Well, you look at athletes. It's.
she's wearing an
how
Indiana
she's
jersey,
standing
so-
as well. That also makes you think it's her.
I know who it is because it's an Indiana Fever player. I can use context clues,
Sure.
but her actual face is, I think, longer, and the nose looks smaller. It just doesn't. Her face doesn't look like Caitlin Clark.
It looks to me, I can tell it's Caitlin Clark, but it definitely looks like it has been altered. I don't know if the whole image is AI, but they altered the image. There's obviously a filter on it because it's not like crisp and clear like a photo would be.
Yeah.
But yeah, anyway.
Congrats to her.
Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah.
Congrats to her. Finally, a Florida pastor is suing OpenAI after claiming ChatGPT gave him dangerous medical advice that delayed treatment for a life-threatening pulmonary embolism. So according to this lawsuit, this guy turned to ChatGPT after he was experiencing some symptoms. And he says that the chatbot told him that his warning signs weren't serious, discouraged him from seeking medical care, and even reassured him by saying his body wasn't designed to, quote, endlessly fail. So the lawsuit claims that because of that, he ignored the concerns of his family and friends and didn't seek care immediately. So he wants compensation, and he also wants, I didn't know they had this ChatGPT Health.
I didn't know
to not be a thing until it's
actually
fully studied and reviewed.
It's terrifying.
But come,
No, I know
you're
you
turning
should.
to ChatGPT for health advice.
You
It's kind of your own fault.
Well, you have people that are just handing their brains over to AI
Yes.
to think for them, and you shouldn't be doing it.
If you're having chest pain, go see your doctor.
Correct.
Don't go online and be
Yeah.
like, "What is
What
this?"
does this mean? Yeah. Indigestion.
That's what WebMD is for, guys.
WebMD makes you think you're dying
Every
when
time.
you've sprained your ankle.
Yeah.
It's cancer. You're dead. But go to a doctor. It gets you to a doctor, though, doesn't it?
Yes, it's
Yeah.
better than just listening to whatever your phone's AI tells you is right. But hey. It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, Dear John, we need some advice. Jansen's got it. It's 97.1.
Tigers fans, this is for you. The team that brought you Surfside is back with something new. Meet Super Light, a refreshing vodka plus aid inspired by classic sports drink flavors. With 0 bubbles, 0 carbs, and only 90 calories, Super Light is here to fuel the moment. So whether you're celebrating a home run or cheering on the Tigers at Comerica Park, enjoy it with Super Light. Super Light, proud partners of the Detroit Tigers. Find it in the stadium and in stores near you. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
He's been a great story. Hayu Lee.
Uh-huh.
Since June 1st, he's hitting .318 with power, 840 OPS, 4 homers.
That was his 5th total, right?
Believe so.
Yeah. No, him, Dingler, McGonigal, Green. You know, it's just a shame that we have to be saddled with the month of May.
6-win month. That'll do it to you.
But it's part of the story, and it's part of the math.
AJ Hinch tomorrow on the show.
Looking forward to talking to him.
Yeah.
Obviously, he's not going to say anything to us about
deadline plans,
Tarek Skubal, what you could get for him. Are they going to trade him? But he can talk to the psychology behind it.
Yes.
And how it affects the team, how it affects him, how he's seen him handle all of those different things. And he's talked a little bit about it, but we'll get a chance to talk to him tomorrow.
Maybe he'll surprise us. He'll come and go, here's our full deadline plan.
Yes.
Here you go.
Yes.
Boys,
yes.
you're sitting down.
Breaking news here. Here's what we're getting back in return.
We have texts on Dear John. And dealer's choice. You want to start with grilling, the date, or the sports parents?
Let's go grilling, date, sports parents. The way that you said it.
It's on the order of this list. You got to season a Blackstone. It's a lot more work to keep it clean and rust-free. Rob and Commerce.
I was talking to you guys about that off air. I think that's one where you got to make sure, first of all, it has the lid, but that you cover it and moisture gets in there no matter what. It does take some maintenance.
Who needs the grill marks? Nothing beats the sear of the Blackstone. Throw out your grill.
No, don't throw out your grill.
Cast iron griddle add-on for Weber grills. It's one option.
Yeah.
And it says John wants the Festival of Meats from Mitch.
There's no question.
A fun summer topic would be debate over grilling/smoking, the best methods, gas versus charcoal. It says I love charcoal the most, but that's when you have the time and you're not in a rush.
Yeah, I mean, if to do the grilling right, you never want to be in a rush.
On the date, you guys are so wrong about this.
Mm-hmm.
He won't get his money back, but let that be a lesson. All chicks do it. They use guys for free stuff, but the smart guys have figured it out. And these single women in their 30s are miserable because no one will go out with them because this is the stuff they did in their 20s. That sounds like a very...
The smart guys have figured it out. How did they figure it out?
This sounds like a person who was hurt. Who hurt you?
Yeah. I just think...
That's like a vengeful perspective.
Yeah. If you are spending money, especially after only 2 weeks, but you're spending that much money, first of all, I think that's crazy on that early of a relationship, especially if there's some doubt on either side. And you can feel if there's doubt.
It's early, dude.
Yeah.
But you want to make the grand gesture, then own it.
Yeah.
And that doesn't guarantee you anything. You aren't owed anything.
No.
You took your shot.
And you can have some hopes and dreams of what this might lead to even that night, but the expectations have to be, it might not happen.
And you could be bummed.
Yeah.
Sucks. You're out the money. You're out of a person you wanted to date.
But you don't send the Venmo after.
No. It's also just a toxic loser behavior to, you owe me.
Don't risk it all that early.
Yeah.
Got to risk it for the biscuit.
Was she hot? 3 question marks. This is a response to that person. So anytime a relationship doesn't work, the girl gets the bill. Wow, really?
Yeah. How far back are you going to, is the arithmetic going to go?
Let's see. I got you down for a Caesar salad on date 1.
Yeah. We got the concert tickets.
2 cocktails.
Yeah. And I picked you up, so can you chip in for gas?
Yeah, I did the mileage count, so.
Right, yeah. I don't know. Whatever the IRS says, hey, you can account for mileage now.
I sent you an invoice.
Yeah. It's in your inbox.
Is it a wonder you got blocked? And the last question was youth sports. Guys, I agree with the dude's wife. We have an epidemic in youth sports. These lunatic parents are treating mostly volunteer or low-paid officials terribly.
I actually find that it is, my reaction is going to be more towards the parent of the opponent's team versus anything that the umpire or anything that happens on the playing surface. Those are the ones that irritate you more, whether it's if my son's pitching and he's sitting there talking about, whatever it might be. That irritates me more and gets my ire up more than a bad call.
Have you seen this phenomenon? Guy says, I quit coaching Little League because the moms were the problem. Abusive to not only me, but the young umps and the other kids. The dads weren't bad. The moms were terrible.
I've witnessed this.
I've witnessed it, but I think it's still more on the male side of things.
It's the aggression that males typically choose to demonstrate their emotions over women.
Yeah.
But I've experienced it.
Yeah.
Gator.
Hi, everybody.
Good morning.
Hey, good morning.
How are you?
Good.
All right. Blackstone, huh?
Oh, I
Yeah.
love the Blackstone.
You a fan?
Yeah, I don't have one. I would be a fan. Kang bought one. He was the first one I knew that had one. We talked about this 4 years ago when it first came out.
Well,
Saw
they've
the
been out for a lot
infomercial.
longer than that.
Yeah, well, whenever
Yeah.
it was.
Yeah.
He saw the infomercial and he bought it. It was the first we'd ever heard it because it's when they first started showing these infomercials on it. So it was very exciting. I'm not a big griller. I have a grill, but I don't really use it. It's not even, it's in the garage at this point. But my new stove has a grill top on it.
Oh,
Same.
okay.
And then I also have on the stove, there's also a griddle on the stove. So I have 4 burners.
You could do it all
A
inside.
griddle and a grill, right? So I actually did a little taste test a couple weeks ago with burgers, see which one was going to be better, the grilled burger or the flat top burger.
And?
Flat top burger was better, but the grilled burger was pretty good. The only problem with the grill part is that there's no regulating the heat. It's just all full throttle on that.
Oh, you can't turn the heat down?
No,
Oh, it's
it's like an infrared thing that just goes.
Oh.
It's great to sear. I used it to
sure.
sear.
Yeah, you got a searing plate.
Beef tenderloin last year for Christmas, and
Yeah.
yeah,
Oh, yeah.
oh yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah.
We're talking
see
dirty
it
now.
now.
Yeah, my mouth's starting to water a
Talking
little
dirty,
bit.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah.
What do you guys got coming up?
Well, we're all back in, right? Tigers took care of the Cubs last night. They win the series, and now they got 4 straight against Kansas City, who's reeling because they just lost their best player, who's not going to play in these 4 games. Let's go! Woo!
It's 97.1.
Well, good morning and welcome to the Carson Anderson program. What's up, big dog?
Oh, I thought Mike Valenti was here.
Oh, no.
Hello.
Okay.
Hi.
What's up, Scott?
Hey. I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm great.
Yeah. I got an
My
eye.
headphones on backwards.
I got an eye issue right now.
Do you?
Yeah, it's been bothering me for the last couple of days, like a little itch in the corner, and I don't know what that is. It's not pink eye, but I think there might be a sty going there.
Oh, no. So your right eye.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks a little swollen.
Well, I'm sure it looks agitated as
Yeah.
heaven.
Rub it, yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying not to.
He's playing hurt today, people.
Sorry, I'll be good. I'll be good though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
So I just could play hurt like Scooble.
I did a thing last night, and I thought I was going to come back with that. Like I'm gonna have all kinds of topics to come out of it.
Okay.
Yeah, and I got nothing. Absolutely nothing.
What?
Yeah.
Usually when you do stuff, you think, oh, this would be good for the show, good content.
Yeah, I had an invite from some
Relates.
friends, and I'm like, this is going to be good. And I'm like, I'm not going to say anything to Gator. I'll just go do it and then report back. I went to the Mudhens game last night.
Did you?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm trying to remember what happened. They got skunked.
They got beat 9-0 and nobody did anything.
Yeah,
like
I know.
Max Anderson had a hit, but like, all right, here we go, Max Clark, and pop out, fly out, ground out,
no strikeouts.
no, and then I'm sitting there. All right, let's see how he can play center field, and then everything was routine. It was like you can't. Yeah, I mean, I just was like, it was one like base hit to center. And I'm like, oh. And I'm like, yeah, you could dive for it and you'd be 25 feet away from it.
Yeah, when I was going through the box score last night, and I said, oh, come on. It's like 5 hits for the game. Like,
yep.
No.
They didn't do anything.
Oh.
They did not do anything. But I mean,
what made you go to the Mudhens?
Again, some friends had some tickets and said, do I want to go? And I'm like, yeah, okay, yeah, it's fun. I'll go.
Is that the first time you've been to that stadium?
No, it's the second time. But I will say this, worth the trip.
It's a great stadium.
A great little stadium. Fun team. When you work your way down that roster and the names that you see, you're pretty much familiar with almost the entire roster. So yeah, there's Gage Workman. Yeah, oh sure, yeah. Valencia, yeah, got it. Yeah.
There he is.
Oh, Chase Young. Yeah. It's just, you basically recognize most of the roster. But it was fun. It was cool.
Not the pitchers, but the
maybe not the pitchers as much. But definitely the position players, and yet nothing came out of it, and that's okay. But I was fired up, but was able to get back and actually had the Tiger game on my phone, and that was awesome. And we'll get into that in a minute. But how was your Wednesday?
it was fine. It was fine. I stopped off at my mom's last night and helped her out a little bit, and then then watched the Tigers. Enjoyed that immensely.
Mm-hmm.
Did some stuff around the house, and then it was in bed. An earlier night.
Was it?
Yeah, I was surprised by that.
Nothing exciting.
No, I mean the Tigers were exciting.
Yes, they were.
I mean that part, I was a little.
We called
fired
it.
up.
If you missed the end of the show yesterday, we did call it a must-win, and meant it. Felt like a bit of an exaggeration, but if you're going to play the schedule game and be realistic about it, the idea of them trying to justify a buy, them trying to prove that they're worth investing in, them trying to fend off all comers for Tarek Skubal, which is what the team wants. Like, you might not want it as a fan, but if what the team wants, they kind of had to win that series, win that game.
I feel like you missed an opportunity there.
What'd I miss?
You used the word fend.
Oh, stave?
There it is.
Could have used stave.
There it is.
Yeah, they're staving off all comers.
I mean, that's our word.
And it's a great word. And it has no use outside of sports and elimination. But we weaved it in there. Yeah. But I mean, maybe people use the word stave all the time. Nobody in my sphere uses the word stave.
No?
Other than us.
Yeah, that's all.
And here at the station. Yeah, they're staving off all comers when it comes to Skubal. If they are going, like, they kind of had to win that because, like, they got Kansas City coming in, right? 4-game series. They're still a major league team. They don't have Bobby Witt Jr. They're throwing a Utica unicorn tonight. Like, I mean, this is a game that should be a punch button win, and yet that's not how baseball works. So as we sit here and say, all right, 4 games with Kansas City, you can't just count that as 4 wins. That's just not baseball. Could it happen? Sure. But a realistic goal in this series is to take 3 of the 4.
So we're seeing a unicorn tonight.
Yes.
Not a beaver.
Not a beaver, not a woolly mammoth.
But a unicorn.
A unicorn. Okay. Former Utica unicorn. So as it stands right now, they've kind of TCB'd coming out of the break.
They had to. Yeah, I know. I agree with you. It really felt, we discussed it yesterday, that it was kind of a must win there. And now I'm looking at this series and it's like, if they split it, I sell everything, right? You know, You got to win the series. And even then, I'm like, I want to get greedy. This is the reason I went with 12-4 in these 16 games they had from the All-Star break to the to the trade deadline. The reason I went with 12-4 is my prediction, in large part, was because Kansas City was coming up. I didn't know that Bobby Witt Jr. was going to be out.
Yeah.
But now, to me, this is they can't look. The Tigers they have to be on the mindset of one game at a time. Obviously, that's the Tigers' mindset because they're the ones playing the games. We as fans can generate a different kind of energy and feeling. It feels like this is a golden opportunity to sweep a 4-game series, which of course is really hard to do, even though the Twins did it to the Tigers earlier this year.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta do your best. And this is just the truth is, we're in the midst of a drama-filled baseball season where it feels like they're already playing playoff caliber games in terms of what's important. Like the level of importance is damn near playoff important. We've got the most coveted player in the game that is on the trade market. We've got that coveted player saying misfortunate things, like very ill-advised things to the public, which has created a bit of a... And the more I thought about those comments yesterday, Gator, the more I'm like, I feel like I'm being awfully generous giving him the benefit of the doubt when he used the word subconsciously, which it's just such a bad look to say, well, I was in contract negotiations. I had to pull the wool over the organization's eyes to make sure I got the most money I could possibly get. It's just such a bad look.
And of course, it's not what he said. But yes, but that's where people start to go with it. And yeah, I hear you. And, I wonder if he's going to speak to the media this week. If there are a bunch of requests for people to want to talk with him and they have to make him available, and does he want to clarify anything? And
I think he deserves that opportunity to say, no, seriously, guys, I wasn't thinking about that at the time. I used the word subconscious, maybe subconsciously. If you didn't see it yesterday, Scooble made some comments about how his elbow, knew his arm had a problem back in January, but he was in arbitration, so he didn't want to get an MRI or say anything. And it's just, it's such a, it feels like, he didn't care at all about the organization. He didn't care about the team. He just cared about his contract. And it's just it's a terrible look. And it's probably something he never should have said. And maybe there is some clarification that he can make. But anyway, we got this unbelievable dramatic story, this saga in Detroit playing itself out here in July. And every single day when we sit down to show prep, you don't have to look hard to find a baseball insider writing about Scooble. Jim Bowden of The Athletic today wrote like 10,000 words on the possibility of Scooble going to every other team in baseball. Like, he took the time.
It might be as simple as saying absolutely not.
Yeah,
no
there's
chance.
a category of teams that he writes about.
Like, is he going to Kansas City Royals?
Yeah, he's got a category of teams. He writes a little bit about the not happening group, but there's 9 tiers. Like,
that's a lot of tears.
That's a lot of tears.
A lot of crying.
No, TIERS.
Oh,
yeah,
I'm
tiers.
sorry.
Yeah, there's 9 tiers in terms of every team in baseball and the possibility of them going after Tarek Scooble.
It's a lot
this
of cake.
Is every single day we can find stuff like this
because he's the biggest name out there.
Yep.
Everyone looks at it and has their opinion on it, and we encourage it. Go ahead, offer your opinion, because sometimes it feels like it changes by the day how people feel, and it depends on what the Tigers are doing as a team.
Yep.
Other people have their feet firmly planted in the ground in one camp or the other. Yes, I want to go for it. They're diehard Tiger fans. They don't want to give up on the best pitcher in baseball. You think this team is starting to get better. Keep riding with them. The other camp is absolutely not. He's a free agent at the end of the season. He's not going to re-sign with this team. Get something for him before you lose him for nothing. The compensatory pick they would get if they, ride him out and then lose him in free agency it's a completely
unthrilling reward for losing a player.
Now if you're going to tell me they're going to get the next Kevin McGonigal because they do it, then okay, then that's the compromise. Okay, I'll take it.
But we all know even a first round pick, or in this case a sandwich pick between the first and the second round, you don't expect to see that guy till 2030 something.
Right.
Like, I mean, so the reward for that is so off in the distance, and also just a lottery ticket. Bottom line here is, we've got an amazing baseball drama playing itself out, and the Tigers did their part again last night. And they did it with 2 fascinating characters, in my view, leading the way. We will get to that today at 10:20, plus your phone calls and feedback. By the way, we have a Twitter poll out there. Will the Tigers make the playoffs? Yes or no?
That's pretty simple.
Yeah, it is. And comments are welcome, and comments will get read on the air as the show goes on. But go vote and comment. Kind of sets up how the Tigers were 22-38 going into June, 26-16 since that time. Third best record in baseball. 6.5 back in the division, 4.5 back in the wild card. Do you think they will make the playoffs? Why or why not? Go vote and comment. What do you think the voting's at right now?
I think it's 57-43 in favor of not making the playoffs.
Wow. I mean, you usually do pretty well with this.
Yeah.
Pretty far off on this one.
Good.
Yeah. We will get to that. We'll tell you what the voting's at. Coming up at 10:18, it's
I'm
Carson
sorry,
Anderson.
did I disappoint you?
No. I would imply I had an expectation. You do really well with these things, but not quite so much this one. But that wasn't bad. But
We'll see.
We'll tell you what the people think or how Detroit feels about this team's playoff chances. 10:18. Go vote and comment though. Maybe you can change the poll. Hey, that summer heat has really kicked off. We're all thirsty, and it's Thursday. Let's talk about the best place to go to quench a thirst, Twin Peaks. That one in Toledo. I should have went last night. If you haven't been, check it out because the draft beer. I love it. Ice cold. Chilled lines poured at a bone-chilling 29 degrees. They pour into mugs that have been freezing for a minimum of 12 hours. That's the level of detail they have at Twin Peaks. Stuff like that. Each mug is used once a day. They are the experts in ice cold beer. But if beer isn't your thing, you'll be shocked at the selection of special bourbons, tequilas, high-end craft cocktails, daily bucket and shot specials, along with happy hour. Makes it the best spot to wet your whistle, and what better time to check it out than today? Local baseball team back at it, taking on KC at 6:40. And the best part, it's served up by the beautiful and hospitable Twin Peaks girls. But it gets even better. Your Twin Peaks girls decided to kick off Bikini Week early. Stop in tomorrow through the 30th for their Summer Bikini Bash. And Saturday, they'll be showing double pay-per-view boxing events with no cover. Beat the heat, enjoy some cold drinks all weekend long. Twin Peaks, eats drinks, scenic views. All right, so the voting right now, make the playoffs 29.2%, miss the playoffs 70.8%.
All right, so it's off by 13%.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it wasn't that bad. But go vote and comment.
Kang's disappointed.
Kang's disappointed in you?
Yeah, I mean, unlike Doug, I do have expectations for you, man. And then they're high.
At least I had the right direction.
Yeah, I mean, all right. This is like explaining to your parents, like a E is not that bad compared to a C. That's the percent you missed off by a whole letter grade here.
Yeah.
Oh, you went with E.
Well, 50, whatever, to 70. Oh. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. King, I'm so sorry. Disappointed.
You know what? As the producer of the show, you know what he's saying to you? Be better, Scott.
I promise. I endeavor to be better. I don't ever want to let you down again, King. I'm sorry.
Let's get to the people. Jerry in Battle Creek. Hi, Jerry.
Hey, guys. How you doing this morning?
What's up?
So I keep going back and forth on this Skubal thing. I'm sure a lot of Tigers fans do.
Sure.
My first instinct was trade him, get something back, and then it's the closer we get, keep him. I'm just curious. Somebody threw something at me. Does it make a difference knowing that potentially we won't even have baseball next year, that if we keep him, if we're close, we keep him, that it kind of takes the sting out of getting nothing back for him? Because we're going a whole year without seeing anybody anyway. Does that skew you guys at all? Do you think about that at all? I'll get off and listen. Thanks.
Jerry, let me ask you, does it skew your thinking at all?
It does, actually, because we are such in a live-in-a-moment society now, be it bad or good, whatever. By the time it starts up again, if we're getting prospects and all that, we wouldn't see him for a while anyway. And it's like, oh yeah, I remember a couple years ago he was pitching for. To me, it's like it takes a whole year out of that, and we'll have the Lions and we'll have the Red Wings to go through. That by the time it comes back around, I don't know that I'll care that much that he's not here.
Thank you for the phone call. I don't know what to do with this. This being a pending work stoppage. Like somebody called last week and said, you know how much more, maybe it was earlier this week, you know how much more valuable all the prospects you'd get back are going to be in the new CBA? To which I said, no, I don't. I don't know how much more valuable they will be because we don't know what the new CBA is going to be. But is it possible that you will be, it makes sense to hoard prospects before you go into a long work stoppage? Or if there is no baseball next year, do you just absolutely hammer the gas pedal here and go for it? Does that, because, we're going to hopefully win the last World Series before 2028.
Well, how do you hammer the gas pedal? What does that look like?
That looks like buying.
Okay, so if you're hammering the gas pedal,
you go get Mason Miller, you keep Skubal.
And you get other pieces. You can't just
probably do, yeah.
So you're giving up your, 2, 3 of your top 5 prospects in baseball?
Yeah.
And that's hammering it.
Yeah, I mean, and
I don't have a problem. Look, going for Mason Miller, that's been something I've been talking about for a while.
Yeah, you were like before anybody was writing about it. You've had a couple interesting calls. Your first one was sell Skubal and go for it. You're the first one that I heard say the cutting edge stuff here from Scott Anderson, and then it felt like people started getting on board. Same thing with Mason Miller. I'm like, come on.
Am I winning it back a little bit after the bad prediction on the?
No.
Okay.
But you did some good work. Seriously, those are things that kind of gaining some momentum out there in the Tiger sphere.
Because to me, in addition, like if you were to go ahead and let's say you give up Max Clark to get Mason Miller, hammering the gas pedal to me would also mean that you're going after rental players to improve the roster dramatically. And I don't know if I'll tell you this. I don't want the Tigers to do that. I still want them to be smart about what their plans are as an organization. And when it comes to answer the previous caller's question about do I think about the collective bargaining agreement and what it's going to look like next year? No, I don't. Because nothing we can control. I think that the parties are already starting to negotiate. That's fine. That's a good start. I think it's going to be a tough negotiation. I think both sides are going to stay at polar opposites when it comes to a salary cap. But in the end, they'll get something done, is my thought. I don't know when it gets done, but I'm not just going to worry about this season and not know what happens. I don't care at this point until I have to care.
And that's more, I guess, kind of a life philosophy that I have. Like, I'll prepare for stuff, right? And things that happen in life, but I'm not going to sit and worry about something that hasn't happened yet. I might be able to prepare for it, but I'm not going to do something crazy now because this might happen. I'll deal with what happens when it happens, which may not be the greatest philosophy. It's
Yeah,
just
I was
how
about
I
to
feel.
say that's
But it's how I do it.
I worry about everything and prepare and do stuff.
I said prepare,
Yeah,
but-
I'm a mess.
But that's the thing, is that I don't want it to get upstairs here, and then I've lost
I
focus
don't
on
know.
everything else.
To the caller, I don't know what to do with it. I don't know, because I assume that the Tigers organization and the players themselves have a better sense of what a new CBA is going to look like than we do. So I would hope that both sides would act accordingly. The fact that players aren't rushing to sign long-term contracts tells me they're pretty confident there will be no salary cap.
Well, where is that? Where do you get that from? I mean, just because of Scooble or what?
Well, who has?
Well, I mean,
what free agent to be has signed with their team right now? Because, I mean, if the season ends and there's no baseball next year, they're going a year plus without a check.
But I think that most players in most years, if they're pending free agents, they want to get to free agency.
Of course.
So why are they? But they don't typically sign.
Okay, because if there's no baseball next year and there's a salary cap, the pool of money might be smaller. They're not running to get their piece of the pie before the pie shrinks.
So that tells me that they know that there's not going to be a salary cap.
That's exactly what I just said.
Right, but no. But you're saying because they don't know if there's going to be a salary cap or not. I'm saying they do know. There won't be one.
I literally just said that that tells me that there's not going to be a salary cap because players aren't running to sign contracts, which is something that I thought might happen.
I guess I'm not putting those two together.
I literally made the point, and you just made it again. Like, that's the exact same point.
I think there's two things that are different there. You're saying that they're not going to sign the long-term deals because they don't think there's going to be a salary cap.
Now, like, I thought players seeing a pending work stoppage and having a concern about a salary cap might run to sign long-term contracts. The fact that they're not doing that tells me they're convinced there will be no salary cap.
Okay.
It's the same point, right?
Sort of.
All right. Anyway, last night's game, there are two players in Hao-Yu Lee and Cater Montero who are fascinating when you look back at them. Do you know how long Cater Montero's been in the Tigers organization?
I don't. I think it's been for a long time, though.
11 years.
He's like, was like a 17-year-old or 16-year-old?
He signed just after his 26th or his 16th birthday. And he's been, if you look at the levels he has played at, he has bounced all over the Tigers organization. He's made it as high as AAA and dropped back to A. Like, I don't know that he was trending to be in their plans and kind of just a guy in the organization. And last night, he was dominant in a massive game. He was dominant. I don't have his swing and miss numbers in front of me, but I suspect they were great. I'd love to sort of hear it from Cater's perspective, his path to where he is right now. Because if the Tigers make the playoffs, and he's looking like a guy that would be one of their starting pitchers, which is an amazing reality.
So a couple of years ago, he was a top 10 prospect in the organization, which, you know, if you go back and look, I'm surprised to see that he was a top 10 because I don't remember reading much about him at all a couple of years ago, and yet here he is ahead of other names that we're very familiar with. It's interesting. This is the top 30 prospects for the Tigers in 2024. Number 1 was Max Clark. 2 was Colt Keith. 3 was Jackson Jobe, followed by Jace Young, Ty Madden, Parker Meadows, Kevin McGonigal, Justin Henry Malloy, and Cater Montero. Beyond that, you had Melton, Dylan Dingler, Hao-Yu Lee, Briseño, Max Anderson, lots of guys that we still know about, and guys that have matriculated to the majors and done that job. His story is incredible.
It's funny because usually when guys are in the organization and working their way up the minor league ladder, usually fans will ask about him, will get calls about him. I don't think we got one Cater Montero call until Cater Montero was here. He was creating very little buzz. And, I'm sure there's some hardcore Tiger fans that follow the minors that are out there that are just like, oh, I knew about him. But
you may have known about him, but there was nothing really. You'd have to go back a ways, back to 2019, where he had seasons that were worth talking about, where he had a low ERA.
Do you have his in front of you? Mm-hmm. His path is crazy.
I mean, the Dominican League for a couple of years, then was in the Florida Instructional League. He played at West Michigan. He made it up to West Michigan back in 2021. In 2023, he ended up playing at West Michigan, Erie, and Toledo, all three levels. 2024 was Toledo and got to the Tigers in 2024 as well. I mean, he's been all over the place. And his numbers, I mean, here are the ERA numbers. 2021, 5.28. 2022, 4.51. 2023 was 4.66. I mean, it's nothing to tell you. Oh, this guy.
Yeah.
Can't wait to see this guy coming down the pipe.
And he was filthy last night.
And he's been really good all season long. Well, what's his ERA now in the season? Was it just above 3?
I don't have the numbers in front of me, so. But, yeah, it's pretty. He's been really good. 248-539-9797.
3.1. It's pi.
3.14?
Yeah.
Can you keep going? How many?
I think it's 3.14, 159, and then I stop.
All right. As most people do. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1, 248-539-9797. Mark's in Detroit and next on 97.1. Hello, Mark. Mark, go ahead. Mark, you're on the air.
Oh, Mark.
Check 1, 2. Mark? No good. All right, so we were talking about Cater Montero and how good he was last night. We were also discussing Hao-Yu Lee. And I think this is one of the early moves in the Scott Harris era was to move Michael Lorenzen, who I believe that year in 2023 was the Tigers' only all-star. I might be wrong on that, but I think he was.
Could have been.
And I went back and looked at show sheets around the trade deadline. That was a year that really the story that dominated the trade deadline coverage was Eduardo Rodriguez and the botched trade to the Dodgers, where he said yes and then he said no. You remember that whole fiasco?
Oh, I'm familiar. Yeah. Yes.
Well, that was the same trade deadline that they moved Michael Lorenzen for Hao-Yu Lee. Hao-Yu Lee at the time, and he hit a massive home run last night in this huge baseball game that the Tigers kind of had to win if they want to play themselves into a buy or not sell position. Hao-Yu Lee came back in that trade. He was the Phillies' number 5 prospect at the time. Then, I'm looking at the show sheets. Great hit tool. They think he'll contribute at the major league level. Scott Harris had a quote like, "This is exactly the kind of prospect that we're looking for." Hao-Yu Lee is a type of position playing prospect that we've been after, Harris said. He's hit at every level. He's still very young, and he swings at the right pitches. He makes a ton of contact, and he drives the ball in the air. We also think the power is going to come. We need more of those types of bats in our system, and we're excited to add one. But I remember at the time, we're like, okay, this guy could be a player. Keep an eye on him. How he seems like he's far away. Last night, he hit a home run on a 3-0 pitch. They gave Hao-Yu Lee the green light on a 3-0 pitch. It was at a 1-1 game. The Tigers had put the first 2 on in the third, did not score, did the same thing in the fourth, the next inning. They put the first 2 on in the fourth and had 2 outs, and it looked like they were in danger of not scoring again. And trying to get hits and with runners in scoring position hasn't always been easy for this team. And Hao-Yu Lee gets the green light on a 3-0 pitch and hits a bomb. What a big moment for him, and what a big moment for this team.
I remember being at a bar on a Friday night in Brighton, watching my buddy Garrett play with his band, and looking up the TV where the Tigers game is on, and I'm like, who the hell is that? Who's playing? I can't see that they're playing against Boston. They're at Fenway Park. I can't see who the name on the back. I don't even know who this is. I'm like, I wanted to guess before I looked it up on the phone, and I couldn't figure it out because it didn't dawn on me that the guy who was going to get called up was going to be Hao-Yu Lee.
Right.
And sure enough, it was Hao-Yu Lee. And I was like, wow, that was interesting. And I think I texted you. You may have been up north or something or going up. No, I'm like, hey, Hao-Yu Lee's in the game. This is kind of crazy. And he's earned his keep.
Dude.
Like, I don't know if he's going to be great or not or good or not, but right now he's been good enough. He's been better than alternatives. And I kind of enjoy seeing him come to the plate because he comes to the plate and he's all about business. He wants to do damage to the baseball. Now, I don't think he's your typical Scott Harris gem of a player because he doesn't have the patience at the plate. I mean, he swings at a lot of pitches. He's got 45 strikeouts in 60 games, and he's only walked 7 times. That doesn't exactly scream the Scott Harris prototype. But the little fella has some serious power and slugs it all over the place. And it's like, when they played Houston and Altuve was like, hey, this guy, look out for this guy. I like the way he swings. Yeah, I like the way he swings. He swings like he's going to do damage every time. And he hit that bomb last night. And I'm like, is that gone? That's gone. Like, that didn't look like his swing that I thought was going to, it's not one of these pull hit where it's absolutely going to be crushed. You see it, it's out of here. It's like that just kept carrying in left center field 390 feet later. It is gone. And like you said, on a 3-0
They
pitch,
green lighted him.
a rookie who had 166 at bats going into that.
Now, maybe it had something to do with Outman being on deck, and they're like, well, a walk here, and then we bring up. But it's a great call. You talk about calls made. I don't know if that came from AJ Hinch. I tried to watch a post-game to see if there was a post-game video feed, and there wasn't that I saw. Maybe there's one out there, but I don't know if Hinch made that call or Howie Lee has the right to do that on his own. But, you know, that's a huge moment potentially in this season. And, you know, I was wondering, because the Phillies who traded him, their starting second baseman right now is Bryson Stott. And I'm looking at his numbers, and I'm wondering, if he were still in the Phillies organization, would he be their starting second baseman? Would he potentially be at least working their way in getting some playing time there?
I don't know. Because,
and maybe it's a relevant point, but
well, I mean, going back to again, like how Yuli was brought up with the Tigers back in February. It's not like he was killing the ball at Toledo. He wasn't. I mean, his OPS was good at 746, but he was hitting 232 at the time when he got the call up. He only played in 14 games at that point, but you know, shown some pop, I guess, and drove in some runs. So maybe he would have been if he was still a Philly. Who knows how things work out? But it's interesting. He gets the start last night instead of Gleyber Torres. Just giving Gleyber a rest, I would assume, because you got all these games coming up here against Kansas City, but. He's been a nice piece to have. He doesn't have to be the everyday player, but he's got the versatility to play at second or at third base, which is good. If you just want him to hit, he could be obviously anybody can be a DH. But I've been encouraged by what he's done because I'd rather see Howie Lee in this situation than Zach McKinstry. I'd rather see Howie Lee playing third base than Matt Vierling. And then to the credit, I guess Vierling's only played maybe one game at third base this year. But going into this year was thought of, well, Vierling can play all over the place, can play third, can play outfield, whatever. Howie Lee deserves to. He's hitting. The other guys are not. So I want to see guys in the lineup who are proving that they can hit instead of just waiting for guys to hit. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I mean, this guy, what a find, what a nice addition to this team. And
again, his numbers are still below average.
Yeah, although the last couple months, I mean, people are putting up his stats the last couple months. He's hitting well over 300 in a league where nobody hits 300 anymore. So 248-539-9797. Get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Big Tiger win last night. Additionally, we got that Twitter poll out there. We'll start reading some of the posts that people have made. Are they going to make the playoffs? One of the first responses we got from somebody, it makes a real interesting correlation about what the people are voting and what it really means. But go vote and comment, and we'll explain that today at 1046 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Hey, your garage door works harder than you think. It goes up, it goes down, and after thousands of trips, it deserves a little TLC. That's when you call the pros at M&M Garage Doors. Located right here in Michigan since 2011, they're offering a complete care tune-up for just $59. A simple tune-up will help extend the life of your garage door, which you probably don't think about until it's not working. So, catch small problems before they become expensive repairs. Their experienced technicians arrive ready to work and stand behind every job. Call 844-ONLY-DOOR or visit GarageDoorRightNow.com. M&M Garage Doors. Open your door to exceptional license 210-220-6147. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 Open Lines. By the way, we got an edition of Are You Going to Eat That in the noon hour? Scott, we also have a Would You Buy as the both Mega Millions and Powerball. One of them is like the 10th highest drawing of all time. I don't know which one it is.
They're getting big. The Mega Millions is higher than Powerball right now.
Okay. Yeah, so it's the Mega Millions, Doug.
Okay, we'll get to that today at 11:35. It's been a while since we've did a Would You Buy, and it's because Gator will get tickets. And what we'd like to do, I do not get tickets. So I am not allowed to dream, and that's the rules. If you don't buy tickets, you can't dream. But for you, we give you this forum to dream that if you were the winner. And I'd give you some things that I wonder if you would consider buying. In the meantime, that's at 11:35. Let's go to Ed in Alpena. You're on 97.1. Hello, Ed.
Hey, good morning, guys. Hey, I'm afraid that if we make the playoffs, it's another floundering out. I think our pick. I'm stuck on that fence, and that's where I need you guys to give me the advice. Not Gator.
Ed, I can't. I got to see the whole product. We got to run it out to the trade deadline.
Well, first I'll tell you this. The Tigers did not have average pitching. They have well above average pitching. Their team ERA is number 6 in Major League Baseball.
Is it really? Okay, my bad then. I didn't see that. And the only reason, Gator, I'm picking on you because of Michael Fulmer, Quentin Berry, Joel Jimenez, the guys of your past that you don't want to get rid of. But
well, I never said that about Quentin Berry.
I guarantee he never said it about Quentin Berry.
No, I just want to throw that in there, see if everybody remembered how hot a start he got.
It's funny. People loved Quentin Berry. He has the one thing, like anybody that you have in hockey, football, or baseball that is fast, people just fall in love with him. They fall in love with speed, and he was fast. But I've never seen an organization be so dismissive of one of their own guys who's playing well.
Yeah,
they really were. There was a lot of eye rolls.
But I mean, just tell me why we should trade or why we shouldn't trade. I'm stuck right there, man.
Should or should not trade who? Skubal?
Him and Mize both, because the haul you can get back.
Because I think if you're going to need starting pitching, and I'll trade Skubal. I'm not trading Mize because I think you can sign Mize. I don't think Mize is going to cost you. It'll be a fraction of what Skubal is.
So if they go full scale sell, yeah, they could stock up. They could absolutely stock up, and I understand the attraction of doing so. And they still may send the message that that's exactly what this team should do. There's still 10 games to be played before the trade deadline, and a lot of winning to be done that they may or may not do. And I still don't quite trust them. You trust them more than I do, that they're gonna run this thing out and get into a better position. The question is just how much better.
Well, they keep winning.
I know. Believe me, this is one where Doug will gladly take an L, and because I want them to justify. I want them to be in a strong position where it's not stand pat. I've said it a million times. It would be buy at the deadline. Now, with that said, what Ed brings up is awfully attractive to people, and we get those calls all the time. All right, before the break, I mentioned that there's something kind of interesting going on, and it was pointed out by a listener who sent us a text and made this very astute observation, and I wish he'd signed it so we could give you credit. The voting right now for our Twitter poll, do the Tigers make the playoffs, is at 30.1%. Okay, so
climbing.
You can, 322 votes so far. 3 hours left to vote. Do you think they'll make the playoffs? 30.1% of the people have said yes. Fangraphs, the chances of the Tigers making the playoffs is 31.7%. We are voting right in line with what Fangraphs has the Tigers' chances as. Jeff in South Lyon writes in, no, the Tigers will not make the playoffs, and when Skubal takes the mound, and if I'm there, I will boo louder than I've booed anyone before. The fact that he knew he had a problem with his pitching elbow, decided to hide it, and then needed at least a month off to repair in a season which coincided with a Tigers slump infuriates me. They should launch him out of a cannon. So, I've given these comments a lot of thought, and it is harsh, but I think I understand why fans might feel this way. I don't know why he said this. I have no idea why he said it. And I hope now that they're on a homestand, they'll come home and maybe clarify if there is any clarification, because it's a terrible look. I'm putting my contract which everybody has the right to do, but I'm putting my contract ahead of the well-being of the team because he could have got this fixed in the offseason. Now, maybe he thought it would go away, and he can make that point and make it more clear, because guys who power through injuries become cult heroes in this town. But when you say, well, it was an arbitration, I didn't want anyone to know, so I didn't get an MRI. First of all, if your agent can't arrange for you a dark of night MRI that nobody knows about, I mean, what are we doing? You could absolutely get that done. And secondly, if the procedure was done in the off season and you wouldn't have missed time this year, it would be the Tigers would be in better shape. It's hard to imagine a scenario where Skubal didn't get hurt and they wouldn't be in better shape. It's a really difficult thing for fans to understand. And it's part of the business of this game, and there's all kinds of part of the business of the game that's probably best that we don't know. And because it just creates a text like that who wants Skubal launched out of a cannon, who's going to boo him harder than he's ever been booed before. And Jeff's feelings are in South Lyon. They're authentic to him, but it's a really unfortunate choice of words. And he did say maybe subconsciously. I want him to come back. I mean, what if he comes back tonight and says, guys, I really meant it. I didn't think about it at the time. And then when it was over, I'm like, I wonder if I did. Like, subconsciously means you're not actively making that decision.
Well, I don't know if I think I'd advise him not to address any of this anymore. I think he's already bungled it up enough in terms of what he has said. To try to bring the temperature down a little bit, if he hadn't had the arm event with the elbow issue and the nano needle surgery and all that, if he had pitched like Skubal pitches, and let's say he had won 4 more games for this team, team's still not where they need to be, would your opinion change at all about trading him or not? If he had never missed the time, and the Tigers are still find themselves 3.5 games out of first place here, and maybe a couple games out of the wild card, does it matter? Because the team's playing well now.
I think I'd be in the same place. This doesn't really impact what I think they should do this year. But and the more I talk this through, and the more I try to give him the benefit of the doubt, the more I think I'm really doing some heavy lifting trying to give him the benefit. Well, of the
maybe,
doubt.
But I'm just saying that.
Try and take people at their word.
Had we never known about this, and let's say that it wasn't that he had been able to pitch through all this and was fine.
I think what you're asking
I think people would still be saying we got to trade him because he's a free agent at the end of the year.
I think so. Very big and impressive win last night, especially considering the way they got smoked the day before and the very below average teams we will be playing the next time. So you're saying there's a chance. Yeah, the schedule lightens up. It's what made winning that game last night pretty dang important. From Twitter, from Da Rev, unfortunately, see the Tigers blowing the Skubal situation, settling for a compensation pick and dropping the ball. One possible path in would be making a move, trading Skubal, scoring big, and turning this into a positive. One possible path, I don't know why I put in there, would be making a move, trading Skubal, scoring big, and turning this into a positive. Yeah, I mean, you could score big by getting prospects that sometimes pan out and sometimes don't, and hope that they pan out. And you could also, the other score big here is win the World Series. That's the other score big. And those are the two extremes. You can trade him for prospects that don't pan out. That's the worst. You can trade him for prospects that do pan out. That's better. You can keep him and do nothing. That's the worst. You can keep him and win the World Series, or you can keep him and make a deep playoff run, which is, everybody debates what would justify it. Like if you get to the World Series, I don't know how you could say it isn't worth it. To have a seat at the table at the end.
Yeah, you want a chance.
248-539-9797. Go vote and comment on our Twitter poll. Okay, we just found an unbelievable stat about Cater Montero. A fact. It's so unbelievable, you don't believe it.
Nope.
Unbelievable. We'll get to that today at 11:02 here on Carson Anderson. More of your phone calls as well on 97.1.
Brought to you by Marin Buick GMC of Sterling Heights. Patrick Kane is a Red Wing no more. As first reported by Elliot Friedman today, the former Wings forward is signing a 2-year, $16 million deal to return to the Chicago Blackhawks, where he spent the first 16 seasons of his career and won 3 Stanley Cups. Kane scored 57 goals and tallied 163 points in his 3 seasons wearing the winged wheel. Last year, he had 16 goals and 57 points. At the end of the season, Kane was asked about the prospect of remaining in Detroit. The Red Wings are still in search of a general manager to replace Steve Yzerman. Priority number 1 of that person will almost certainly be sorting out Dylan Larkin's situation. The Tigers are getting set to face the Royals in the first of a 4-game series tonight. Kansas City will be without one of the best players in baseball, and Bobby Witt Jr., who landed on the 10-day IL yesterday with a back injury. Witt currently leads the American League with a 4.9 WAR this year. Troy Melton will make the start tonight for Detroit against Randy Dobnak for Kansas City, who already has professional experience in Metro Detroit. Dobnak started his pro career down the street in Utica at the USPBL. First pitch is at 6:40 here on 97.1 tonight. And ESPN's Jesse Rogers says the Tigers front office thinks they can still win the division this year and will hold out as long as possible with Tarek Skubal. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1theticket or Odyssey.com.
So it's funny. I'm watching a game last night, and it's cool that Kader Montero and Hao-Yu Lee were two huge players in the outcome of this game, and they were both great. Hao-Yu Lee with the 3-run bomb, and Kader was filthy. I mean, absolutely filthy. I still haven't looked up his swing and miss numbers, but he had a ton of swing and miss in that game last night. And when pitchers are fooling major league hitters at the rate he was. Swinging strikes, 16. He had 16 swinging strikes in 81 pitches, which is a pretty good rate. I don't know what his career best is. But anyway, long story short. And I was thinking to myself, he looked like he's lost a couple pounds. Evan came in and asked us, how much do we think Kader Montero weighs? And Gator said?
I said 225 pounds.
And I'm like, hey, I was thinking last night he lost some weight.
They list him at 6'1".
Yeah, I'll go 215.
You said 215. I said 225. Yeah. Okay. And I could have bought that. I could see that.
Kang, did Evan tell you this or no?
He did not tell me this.
Okay. How much do you think Kader Montero weighs?
212.
Okay. Well, you're the closest. According to basically everybody everywhere, wherever he is listed, Kader Montero weighs 145 pounds and is the lightest player in Major League Baseball.
I don't believe that.
I mean, come on.
Nobody does.
Nobody's going to believe that.
But it's everywhere.
When we talked earlier and mentioned that he had signed with the Tigers when he was like 16 and a half, I think he weighed 145 pounds when he was 16 and a half.
And they haven't changed it since?
They haven't changed it.
He hasn't been on a scale since? They haven't updated his weight since?
I mean, here's how they update weight sometimes. Hey, what do you weigh? 145. All right.
I mean, what?
When I weighed in, and I say weighed in as a high school senior, so we could get for the program, we put the heights and weights. We didn't weigh in. They just asked you, what's your height and weight? And I said 6'1", 225.
Did you laugh like that too and turn away?
I should have. I mean, I wasn't too far off that. I was probably like 240 in high school, but still, I was fat enough. I didn't want to be the real fat kid at 240. So 225, I thought that was the sweet spot. Plus, my hero in baseball was Greg Lazinski, the Bull, who on his rookie card is listed as being 6'1" and 225. And then I think the last year he played baseball when he was with the Chicago White Sox in the mid-'80s, he was 6'1" and 225. And there is no way that the Bull was 225.
He was pushing 3 bills. And like last night, I'm at the Mud Hens game, and the starting pitcher was Carl Edwards Jr., who's 6'3", 165. Lanky.
That's
lanky guy. His nickname is the String Bean Slinger. There's no way Kader Montero only weighs 145. But Google search, just Google up who's the lightest weighing player in Major League Baseball. Kader Montero, 6'1", 145.
Come on. I mean, come on.
They haven't updated it. They haven't.
Which is
this
farther.
This is like asking guys anything about height and measurement. I'm allowed to say whatever I want.
It's like when the Rock.
Yeah, well,
The
I'm
Rock
6',
is 6'5", right?
Yeah, I'm 6'1" as well, guys.
Okay.
Hey,
You said it. Must be
Actually-
true.
I want to be 6'1" and 145 as well. Then
Okay, yeah. Unbelievable.
6'1", 145. How emaciated are you at 6'1" and 145?
There's no way he weighs 145
There's
pounds.
no way. There's no way.
The next closest Tiger.
I mean, if you had to guess before you're looking it up.
I'm sorry.
If we had to guess, Tiger-wise, who is the lightest Tiger on the roster? I mean,
the bad boy.
Do you even think it's Cater Montero?
No. I'm like going around and thinking, okay, is it Zach McKinstry maybe? But no, he looks like he might have a little bit of beef to him. There's probably a pitcher that I'm not thinking of. But it's not Cater Montero.
The Tigers have one pitcher listed at the other pitcher listed at under 200 pounds.
Who is it?
Kyle Finnegan, 198.
Just under $2 bills.
Yep. The next, do you care to venture a guess who the next closest Tiger is? And again, Cater Montero listed at 145 pounds. 145 pounds.
So every other Tiger on the roster is over 200 pounds?
No. That's the next.
pitcher,
That's the
right?
pitcher. Yes.
Okay.
There's one Tiger that comes in at 180. One that comes in at 187.
I think McKinstry's got to be the next smallest guy.
Hao-Yu Lee is shorter, so I'm going to guess he's lighter.
like stocky,
but he
though.
is stocky. Yeah, but I'll still say he's under $2 bills.
He is. McKinstry is 180.
There you go.
McGonagall's 187. Hao-Yu Lee's 190. But the lightest player in Major League Baseball is apparently Cater Montero at 145 pounds. There's no way. I said last night he looked like he lost a little weight, I didn't mean 80 pounds.
Maybe he's got the explosive diarrhea going.
Oh, maybe.
could
Is
be,
it
yeah.
diarrhea
Definitely
lettuce?
going, yeah. I mean, but he's had it for like 10 years.
Yeah.
The tapeworm that just keeps feeding.
Yeah.
Cater Montero, pitcher / jockey.
You're not far off, man.
That's got to be his like elementary like, school.
It's got to be like when he signed his contract as a 16-year-old.
They just transferred it a copy.
Copy paste. Every year since. In the 11 years he's been in the organization, it's copy paste. Dave in Shelby Township, you're on 97.1. Hello, Dave.
Hi, how you doing?
What's up, Dave?
I wanted to call in because I've been listening to you, and I just think it's ridiculous that you guys think that the Tigers can make the playoffs. And if you do the math, if Cleveland and Chicago both play around 500 the rest of the year, the Tigers have to go 37-23 in order to tie them. That's if they both play at 500. And you're not even considering Minnesota, who's still ahead of them in the standings. The wild card, New York, Tampa is going to get one of the wild card spots. Probably Cleveland or Chicago is going to get the second one. So you're basically vying for one wild card spot. I just think it's ridiculous. And I would go as far to say that if Scott Harris doesn't trade Skubal, he should be fired. That's my opinion.
So, Dave, did you think that Cleveland was going to win the division last year, or that the Tigers were going to tank in the second half and be a wild card team? Or did you think Did you think 2 years ago that the Tigers are going to have the second half that they did and get into the playoffs? I mean,
Scott,
this isn't like a
talking
once in a
about
lifetime thing.
Cleveland had to catch one team, the Tigers, and the Tigers complete. And it's possible. I'm not saying it's not possible.
Yeah, you are.
But
you literally are calling us ridiculous for talking about the possibility, and now you're saying it's possible.
But you have to look at odds, and
Why?
for you to hold on to Skubal, with those kind of odds. Is ridiculous.
I think looking at the odds is ridiculous. Don't look at the odds. Dave, if you want Dave, hold on. If you want to say trade Skubal, say trade Skubal. But to think that this team has no shot of making the playoffs and then you come back and say, well, it's possible.
They have virtually no shot.
It's not virtually no shot. It's 30%.
Okay, so 30%. So you have
is 30% virtually no shot?
Okay.
That's, you know what? Hold on.
more.
Let me put it in baseball terms. That's like saying Kevin McGonigal comes up to the plate and you say he's got virtually no shot of getting a base hit.
Okay.
Isn't that the
All
same?
So let me talk about one more. Can I talk about one more
Math.
thing?
I don't know.
So if you're going to make a run at it, you guys say to add on, which means you're going to deplete your farm system. So at the end of the season, you are going to lose Skubal. You are going to lose Flaherty. You more than likely are going to lose Mize. You say you might be able to re-sign him. I hope we can, but you might lose him. Then you're going to deplete your farm system for a 30% chance that you guys say. I say it's less than that.
Well, Dave, if you listen at all, you'll know that I'm in favor of trading Skubal and still going for it.
And
So I'll
I'm in
trade
favor.
Skubal.
I'm in favor of waiting to see what happens. I'm in favor. Dave, enough. I'm in favor of waiting to see what happens. Well, let's start with just back down the hostility, big dog. It's an exchange of ideas. Like, I'm not mad at you for having a different opinion. I'm mad at you for being so angry. Like, this is sports, man. This is fun. Having a seat at the table is a big deal. And the plan will be to take all the money that they've spent on veterans and be a player in free agency and continue to populate the organization. It's not like they only have one or two prospects.
And I'm not looking to trade prospects for rental players. Like when my plan for Mason Miller is, yes, I would give up your top prospect to get him. However, Mason Miller's signed for 3 more years. That's not a rental. That's a piece that you have for the rest of this season and 3 more. And it's a vital piece to have because the Tigers, you know how bad the Tigers are in terms of saves in Major League Baseball? You know how many saves they have as an organization?
As an organization?
Yes.
I don't know.
Not from
19, 20.
It is 19.
Is it?
And that ranks 27th in baseball.
Yeah, they've been terrible at the back end. Yeah, I mean, look,
Give
Dave,
me a closer.
Dave, we just see the world through different prisms. I'm not mad at you for having a different opinion. But boy, are you mad at us?
And I've said trade Skubal all along.
Well, I'm not saying anything until I see what happened these next 10 games.
And that's fair.
If they don't make up any ground, and that's the whole point, is if they get to the trade deadline and that 30% is closer to 50%, it's a lot easier to give it gas. If it's still at 30%, if they haven't made up any ground in these next 10 games, I think it is foolish. I think the one that makes the worst trade is the one that is 100% committed to making a trade. If you're afraid of saying no, guess what you're going to do? You're more likely, you're prone to making a bad trade. What are you smiling about?
Because King brought up an excellent question that we needed to ask.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we could do this after the break here, Doug.
All
But
right.
like, because I'm stuck. I'm sorry, I'm pulling a gator here. I'm stuck in the Kiner Montero weight thing. I don't believe it. So I looked at Corbin. I go, "How tall are you?" He goes, 6'3", and I try to guess his weight. And I want you guys to guess his weight as well. He's 2 inches taller. He's a skinnier guy as well than Kiner Montero. And
Yeah.
I was wondering where he compares to Montero weight wise. He can come in the studio during the break. And you
Yeah,
can,
we might have to give him a once over here.
That way
Look
the,
look him
the
up and
Twitch
down.
and the stream and the
Yeah,
YouTube
they can all
see.
see Corbin who's answering phones today.
That's a great question.
Good God.
Just put it in perspective.
I'll get our guess. I'll get a guess in. By the way, we got another edition of Would You Buy coming up today at 11:35. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. All right. The guy who's supposed to keep the show moving forward, keep the train on the tracks, is our producer, Kang, and he refuses to do so today as he is fixated on the fact that Cater Montero, who was brilliant last night for the Tigers, is listed at 6'1", 145. 145 pounds.
That's what he's listed at.
He's listed as, and if you Google search who is the lightest player in Major League Baseball, it's Cater Montero. I mean, 145, really? Now, I'm not saying he's some big lard ass or anything like that, but there's no way in watching him pitch. I was last night, I thought he looked like he slimmed down a little bit, but 145 pounds. So we got Corbin today answering phones, who's tall and lanky. And Corbin, why don't you come in here? And for those of you watching on YouTube or Twitch, we'll try and make sure, we'll zoom the cameras out here.
He's wiry.
And so those of you watching on YouTube and Twitch, you got the wide angle shot of the studio. Corbin's coming in, and we have to guess how much Corbin weighs. And again, we need you right over here, Corbin. He is, 6'3".
You gotta move a little bit more over this way. There you go.
Okay, he's 6'3", and I'm.
You keep just moving. I love it.
Yeah,
delay.
Yeah, right there. That's good. Yeah.
Okay.
Right there.
All right.
And I mean, maybe we could have people on Twitch are starting to guess.
They're ready to bid on him.
Yeah.
We have $20.
Right. He looks
$20.
like Tom Brady at the NFL Combine in 2000. Like he's got the gray T-shirt.
You're right. Somebody just posted, I would. Corbin. Anyway, we got the guesses are rolling in via Twitch, and I've seen as low as 165 and as high as 192. Okay. So we've given it time for people to watch on YouTube and Twitch. And I don't know how to describe Corbin. He's kind of just a normal, with all respect to, a normal looking guy. He's not too big. He's a
handsome fellow. Yeah, you can say that.
Yeah, he's not too light. He's just
how old are you?
Let's get his mic all situated there.
I am 25.
25
years old.
You don't look like you work out.
I do. I'm more.
He looks like a tennis player. Is that? I know. I mean,
that's
I
not
do play
bad.
tennis with my girlfriend here and there. Yeah.
Yeah, I could see that.
I fixate more on cardio. Like I either walk 5 miles a day or I bike about like 18 miles.
Oh, look at this guy. All right, so I'm going to change my guess here a little bit.
Well, he's not like he doesn't look muscular. He doesn't look
he's
overweight, but
he's not out of shape.
Yeah,
by any stretch of the imagination.
He's like average. Like
he's wiry.
Okay, so Corbin, I'm going to go 185.
Okay.
Gator?
I'm going to go less than that. 173.
So I don't have it's been a while since I've exactly weighed.
Kang, did you make a guess? Or
Yeah.
you know?
I know, but I guessed first, and I guessed 197. I think 195.
right,
yeah.
It's always fluctuated between 160 to 170. That's
Okay.
what I've always been weight wise. Over the past, I would say like 4 or 5 years.
Okay, so he's packing weight like Cater. He doesn't show it.
Exactly. Yeah.
Wow.
he's
Stand up again. Stand up again so
He's
that people
way
can see
heavier
on the
than
cameras.
Cater.
Oh, he's way heavy. Everybody's way heavier than Cater. Cater can be in the Kentucky Derby.
He's putting the arms to the
I know.
side.
I think it's hysterical. Take your shirt off. We should have had him take his shirt off.
I do enjoy this, so I feel like I'm like the belle of the ball for the next like 10 minutes or so.
I'm not taking my shirt off. So
Yeah.
you got that.
All right, thank you, Corbin. We're just cracking up because there's no way Cater Montero weighs 145 pounds. There's no way. But alas, that's where it stands. Thank you, Evan, for getting us a zoom shot of the studio.
I feel like we need to get in touch with Will Birchfield.
Oh,
who
he's
covers
skinny.
the Tigers on a daily basis. Yeah,
not for his weight. You're to find out the real story.
I think Will's closer to 200 pounds.
Yeah, but we need.
He's got some beef to him.
But can we find out what Cater really like? Get him to stand on a scale and find out if he's 145.
Always in the Tigers locker room talking to guys.
I can see that. I bet he would do that. Show your legs.
Call it the bat signal to him.
You're gonna send a message to Birchie. Anyway, big win for the Tigers last night. And yeah, Cater was fantastic. We got some more Tiger stuff we'll get to next hour. Gator, last night, after the Tigers were over, I actually watched a movie. It was a sequel. But did you see the big sequel news that has come out?
Which one? I've seen several.
Okay. Well, what have you seen?
I saw that there is an Avengers sequel. I think it's Avengers Doomsday, which is coming out in December. I saw a trailer for that.
Mm-hmm.
I saw a trailer for a movie called I Play Rocky, which is about the making of Rocky. And so it's like Sylvester Stallone, what he had to do to get to make the movie. So I've seen both trailers, and I was actually wildly impressed with both of them.
Okay. That is, I mean, those are not what I'm looking for. I will tell you what I watched last night was Maverick, the Top Gun sequel.
You saw it again?
Yeah.
That's not like you.
No, it's not, but I'm totally hooked by that franchise. It is another Tom Cruise movie. A sequel is being made of another Tom Cruise movie.
Wondering if I know this or not. He's done with the Mission Impossible stuff, so
it is not Mission Impossible.
Good. I think I did. Is it Days of Thunder?
It is.
Yeah.
According to the Hollywood Reporter, the Days of Thunder sequel is Cruise's next production. He's teaming up with famed producer Jerry Bruckheimer. Bruckheimer. You're right. Who's also part of the original.
Yeah.
He's prepared to release another sports film this year in his biopic on John Tuggle, Mr. Irrelevant for the 1983 draft. He tragically died at 25 years old. But, Days of Thunder, the sequel.
Okay. I love Days of Thunder.
Do you love it as much as Top Gun?
More.
Okay.
Yeah. Top Gun was fine, but Days of Thunder, it's a little different for me because my friend, my buddy Danny, when he bought like his first home that he bought was like a townhouse or a condo, and he said, "Hey, I need to pick up this TV I just bought. Can you help me?" I'm like, sure. And this is like early 90s, so this is before flat screen TVs.
Yeah.
He got the biggest TV he could get that wasn't projection. That thing weighed like 2,000 pounds. I mean, it didn't, but it felt like it did, right?
So like 15 Cato Monteros.
It's somewhere in Europe, everybody's laughing at us for comparing it to Cato Monteros.
Yeah.
But this thing weighed a million pounds. We haul it into the house. We're sweating like pigs getting it in there. We finally set it up, and he had this surround sound system that he had hooked up to speakers, and the only thing he wanted to do was watch Days of Thunder as loud as we can get it so we can hear the cars whizzing by. The experience of watching that movie in his living room was amazing because it was totally immersive at the time. Like by today's standard, it's completely tame, but back then it was amazing. So there's a special place in my heart for Days of Thunder. Plus, I love Robert Duvall. Robert Duvall in that is great. And Cruise is great.
Yeah, well, and who's his he married
Nicole Kidman
from that movie, right?
Yeah,
isn't that where they met?
They did that, and Far and Away was the other movie they did.
Let's go to Matt in Detroit. You're next. Hello, Matt.
Hey, what's up, guys? So I was of the mind, I still am of the mind that the Tigers should go for it. I was of the mind to keep Skubal and go for it. But after hearing that he lied about an injury, I am now get rid of Skubal and use what you get to bolster the team.
Well, he didn't lie about the injury. He just didn't
disclose it. But yeah, it was misleading. Matt, I understand why you feel that way. I always, this is one of those situations where I don't want to punish. If I'm the Tigers, I'm like, if we really think we can go for it, do we punish ourselves and move our best player because we're mad at him? Or do we just say, look, we're going to use you, you're going to use us, let's try to win this World Series on the way out? I understand your frustration, and it's another reason why he never should have said that.
Yeah, another part of my reasoning is if they don't get rid of him, or if they don't keep him and they get rid of him, other teams are going to look at him, I think, this is just me, and they're like, well, you didn't really fully disclose this. What else aren't you telling us?
So doesn't that hurt his trade value, though, Matt? If that's the case, doesn't that hurt his trade value? So you're selling him for less than market value.
Yeah, and I agree with what you just said. He shouldn't have said anything.
Yep. But, I mean, I don't want to sell low.
I mean, the thing is, what matters right now is how is he pitching now? Right? not what he didn't tell you in the offseason. Look, I'm not happy about that, but I mean, that's not going to determine whether I trade him or not trade him. I mean, I'm already determined to trade him regardless, but it shouldn't, what he had to say shouldn't have any impact on it. What has the impact is he going to pitch this way for the rest of the season? If you think so, and do you think he's going to help this team get to where you want them to go?
I do. This is just
That's
one
all
of
you
the
have to
great
ask
PR blunders of all time, if you ask me, potentially. The fact that he used the word subconscious, I'm trying to be as fair. And you know why? And people, you're doing too much heavy lifting to help him out. People call our show and misquote us. And it's frustrating when you hear somebody that calls up and they're mad at you. Well, maybe it's not as mad as Dave was, but they're mad at you about something you said. And they're, well, what did I say? And they repeat it back. And you're like, well, that's not exactly what I said, but close. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback. Another edition of Would You Buy today at 11:35 with the Powerball and Mega Millions numbers through the roof right now. And Gator, have you got your tickets yet?
Not yet, but I will.
All right. We'll allow you a chance to dream. That is at 11:35 on 97.1. Updating the voting on our Twitter poll that you can go vote on Twitter at DunGator971. Will the Tigers make the playoffs? 31.4% say they will. 68.6% say no. Some of the feedback, Greg in Ferndale writes in, sadly, too many holes in this lineup. And the bullpen, with few exceptions, has been poor. Of course, it all depends on us being able to poach 2 bullpen arms and 1 good right-handed bat. 710 or better OPS would be a huge help. From fake Marco Casper. Scott Harris is Yzerman 2.0, always afraid to make a move. They will fumble the Skubal thing and lose Skubal and Mize in the offseason for a comp pick.
So which is the afraid to make a move? Afraid to make by trading Skubal? If he trades Skubal, is that afraid to make the move to go for it? Or is by keeping Skubal he's afraid to go for it? What's the move?
I don't know, but I will tell you this. Comparing a guy who has made some moves and credit him for Hao-Yu Lee. That was one of his first moves, who won them the game last night. Additionally, credit him for back-to-back playoff appearances in a league where fewer teams make the playoffs than the NHL, and to say he's Yzerman 2.0? Come on, man.
I mean, he had a move made for Eduardo Rodriguez that got canceled at the last second. He made the move to trade Jack Flaherty, and they still made the playoffs that year. He went out and made a big signing for Framber Valdez. Now, that hasn't worked out necessarily, not as much as you wanted to, but then that was a lot of money spent on a free agent, He spent money on free agents that haven't been great. I think that's his Achilles heel right
now.
It's actually when he spends the money, it hasn't worked out all that well.
Spending it on the wrong dudes. Yeah. But although Kenley Jansen was good last night, that was it wasn't high leverage. They had a healthy lead, but
guys swinging at pitches out of the strike zone, and as long as they're swinging at them, okay, that works.
Okay. In fact, the bullpen was good. Like AJ.
I was nervous.
I was nervous too. I mean, here's the thing about what AJ did. He pulled Montero at 81 pitches. He puts in Drew Sommers, who immediately gets a double play. Then he goes to Drew Anderson, who allows one base runner, but has a clean 7th. Then he goes to Finnegan, one base runner, clean 8th. Kenley Jansen, one base runner, clean 9th. Like, he played the right cards that if any of those things go haywire, people are talking about AJ's bad decision-making last night. He played the right cards.
Right, and they had mentioned on the broadcast last night that Montero was on a pitch count because they're still building him back up to be a starter because he's going back and forth between starter and bullpen and how they use him. So it's not like they would expect him to go out there and throw close to 100 pitches. I was hoping he was going to finish that 6th inning, but he had I think 81 pitches, and they're like, all right, let's change it up. And yeah, it's nerve-wracking when you change things up and one guy comes in, gets a double play ball, and then it doesn't start the next inning, and you're using 3 more arms to finish the game. But the bullpen did the job, and you give credit to the bullpen for doing the job.
Okay, so Mega Millions and Powerball. Do you have a preference? Do you play one or the other?
I think Powerball is the one where it's still $2. I think Mega Millions is King, am I right? Mega Millions is one that's more expensive now.
I haven't played in a while. So
I haven't played in a while either, but I think that's
you're
how
right,
it is.
though. I think you're right.
Okay. Well, time for another edition of Would You Buy? Gator will get tickets. And here's the question, Scott. If you win, would you go to Morocco, Portugal, or Spain for the next World Cup?
No.
No.
I'm not. I mean, I enjoyed watching it this year, but you know, the being at the event live is nothing that I need to do, and it's soccer, and I really don't care about soccer. I cared about it because the United States was in it, and you know, there were some obviously star power was working, but
so the scales didn't tip that much.
No.
Okay.
I mean, would I go to Spain, Portugal, or Morocco in the first place? I probably would, but to see the soccer game, no.
You wouldn't try and make it coincide with when the World Cup's there.
Doug, I'd go see a pitch.
Would you?
I mean, yeah, I'm rich now. I can. Hey, is that Beckham? Yeah. Beckham, would you like a seat in my suite? Yeah, sure. Come on, Vicky, you too. Yeah, whoever.
Oh, can I come with you?
Doug, you're invited. You know, if I win the lotto, hey, I'm gonna pull my gator here. If I win the Mega Millions, I will invite you, Doug Karsh, into my suite at the World Cup.
At the next World Cup?
Yep.
Let's go.
That's right. You owe me.
I do. Next up. Would you hire Cesar Millan, the dog whisperer, to train Lois?
Not at this point. I love Cesar Millan. That guy's great. Shh, shh, shh. That's what he always says when he's trying to train the dogs.
Yeah.
Lois is 11 and a half at this point, and she has mellowed significantly because of some back issues she's got now. So it's no longer really a problem with me, with her, and taming the former dire wolf that I have in Lois. So that would have been something 5 years ago I would have jumped at. But now it's unnecessary.
Doug, I would hire him for her.
You would hire Cesar Millan to train Lois?
Sorry, Gator. I would do it for you. If I won the lotto, I would do it. Even if you didn't want it.
She doesn't jump on people anymore. That was a big problem. She doesn't jump anymore.
No?
No.
Next up, I asked you this years ago, and I'm just kind of wondering if things have changed. Would you contribute to Michigan State's NIL fund?
I probably would.
Ooh, he's changed.
Yeah. I mean, look, it's not like I'd give millions. That's not the case. It might be more towards the athletic department to try to fund something that makes sense to me, with an upgrade to the stadium or something like that. Something to do with parking. If I could really designate it, as opposed to, here's $100,000 for a new quarterback to go towards a new quarterback, which of course isn't going to get you anything. But I don't see myself spending donating a ton of money for that. But I could see a smaller a smaller donation for the athletic department.
Next up, would you get an entire hospitality suite for the Rocket Classic next Saturday or Sunday?
Yeah, I think so. It's when I was out there, 5-6 weeks ago, and we got to see a glimpse of the course. It looked absolutely incredible, and they've made major changes, and I'm dying to see what it's going to look like. But yeah, and then you hear every day there's more and more people being added to the list of participants. It was announced last night that Jordan Spieth is going to come on board as a 3-time major winner, even though he may not be playing great golf right now, but I think he's still 55th in the world right now.
Yep.
But it's a big name, and it's his first time to play. So in this event, yeah, I think I would. And you're invited.
Oh, thank you. Well, I'm scoring big here.
Kane, do you want to come?
Yeah, sure, man.
You
I
wanna bring
love
the kids?
sweets, man. No, I don't want to bring the kids.
Okay.
Because I don't want you to yell at my kids.
I wouldn't yell at your kids.
You wouldn't want to be irritated by your kid. Final thing.
Alcohol, I'd be fine.
This is just a minimum. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And again, this is would you buy if Gator hits the Mega Millions or Powerball, which are at 700 and 600 million respectively. How many cars would you buy? Minimum.
Ooh.
Minimum.
5 minimum, I think. Yeah, because and have I given this thought? Maybe a little. Because there would be multiple properties, at least 2 properties I would have, one here and one up north. I would have cars at both places, so would have something there. So we're talking, yeah, I would say at least 5 for sure.
There you go. And that concludes another edition of Would You Buy? Best of luck. Although we might be able to do this more frequently. Did you see the new rules that Powerball has?
No.
These new rules will have faster growing jackpots with more players buying into the game because Wednesday was the first time that people in the United Kingdom could buy tickets.
Oh, God.
So, Gator, they've expanded it to England.
Yeah,
So
why?
they're
We
taking
brought-
the Powerball to London.
Remember we brought this story up? Because Goodell took over as commissioner of the lottery, and now he wants to expand it to London. This guy doesn't stop. Do they? Is it pounds or stones or what are
Well,
they?
they actually have to pay more per ticket. They pay £4, which is $5.35.
This is for Powerball or Mega Million?
This is for Powerball.
Oh, well, that's considerable. I think Powerball's $2. So, you know what? They're going to have to pay more. That's fine. Of course, I don't want to see someone from Ipswich win, or London, or Leeds, or the Isle of Wight, or whatever it is. I'd prefer not to see somebody win it from there. But
I
if they're
kinda
going to
figured as
contribute, that's
much.
great. We'll take their money.
Yeah. So there you go. And the first time that happens, he's going to blow a gasket, King.
Well, he's not going to like it.
I mean,
so of Essex County.
So the Mega Millions is at like 737 million, I think.
Yeah.
And now we've got Powerball is up to 600 million after nobody won it last night. Mega Millions next drawing, I think, is Friday. Powerball is that going to be Saturday? So there's opportunities. I'm excited.
Hey,
getting back on board.
Lions got some good news yesterday. We will get to that today at 11:48 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. All right, so last night in the broadcast, they had a lot to say about Skubal and the Tigers situation. If you missed it, it was really interesting, and we'll play some of it for you coming up here in the noon hour. In the meantime, good news for the Lions yesterday. Sam Laporta is back, and it's been cleared to start practice. That's huge. Huge for this team.
Yeah, it's he's a vital part of this offense. I get a little nervous when it's a back injury to a player, because those things are really hard to truly fully recover from and expect to have a nice long career. But he's young enough, so I love that he's going to be back full force here. But it begs a bigger question, and that is, do the Lions extend him or not?
Yeah,
because he's entering, this fourth year in his career, and he was a second-round pick, so it's a 4-year deal. You got to start talking about extending, and I'm not sure if I'm willing to do that. This is the model that they've had when it comes to giving out contracts. They've eschewed going the free agent route for instead giving the extensions to the guys they know, the guys on this team. And it doesn't look sexy, but the numbers are there, man. Monster contracts that have been, and extensions have been given out to Jared Goff, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Penei Sewell, Aiden Hutchinson, Lee McNeil. I mean, it's just a handful of players there, and still have to see what happens with Jahmyr Gibbs. They gave one to Jameson Williams. They gave one to Jack Campbell. So what happens with Jahmyr Gibbs? What happens with Sam Laporta? These are the next guys that you have to consider. Then you've got the defensive backs that are really up in the air. What you do with Kirby Joseph and Brian Branch?
Yeah. You hope that everybody's so healthy you've got this problem, right? You hope that everybody is so healthy and productive that you're going to have to at some point start using franchise tags and probably let somebody you don't want to let go. And
when you think about last season and the Lions missing the playoffs last season, the one thing that doesn't come to mind to me is, Laporta missed half the season, but he did. He only played 9 games last year. And it's kind of stunning when you go back and think about that, when you think about how important he is. As a rookie, he had 86 catches. The next year he had 60. Last year he had 40 through 9 games. Was on pace for probably a 75 catch season there. He's really important to the offense, as we know, and Jared Goff really trusts him. So it's a tough situation, because at some point the Lions are going to have to make that really tough decision of who gets extension and who doesn't, because they're going to run out of money to give extensions to.
Yep. Laporta's such a big part of a team that if they're going to do anything, they're going to do it because their offense is elite. Their defense, you hope, can just serve as an impediment, a speed bump for opposing offenses. And I'm okay with this. Look, I don't want to have a bad defense, but in this day and age, I'd rather have a great offense than a great defense. I used to be a defense wins championships guys and a guy, and then last few years, I'm like, you know what? In this league, this trend, you got to have a high-powered offense. And not a 1-to-1 ratio, but most of the teams that are now really super competitive, that's what's carrying the day is their offense. 248-539-9797. So good health from Laporta and Blake Miller and Petzing being two critical pieces of this team. Obviously, Blake Miller, the rookie tackle, and Drew Petzing, the new OC. Big storyline. Play itself out there in training camp.
And look, the Lions did not draft a tight end. This was a draft I thought that they could look at tight end. They didn't draft the tight end. If you look at their roster, they've got several tight ends on the roster, but the guys are going to be there are Sam Laporta, Brock Wright, and Tyler Conklin. Are any of these other guys that they have there, are they gonna make it or not? Which doesn't seem like that would be the case unless there's an injury.
248-539-9797. We got open lines. Let's get back to your calls. Sam is next on 97.1. Hello, Sam.
Hey, good afternoon. So for the Tigers, I kind of agree with both of you guys. Doug, you're in the wait-and-see camp. And Gator, as far as the injury, I'm also with you. I don't really care about the injury. It's old news. I do think that the Tigers will get to the playoffs for your poll. I think they'll make it in. And I think they should buy and, bolster the team because you'll have better chance with Scooble on the team. And then, Doug, I'm surprised you didn't ask Gator if he won the lottery, would he appear in an episode with the ski mask girl and the animals?
Gator, would you? If you could.
I'd be happy to go visit the farm.
Yeah. He doesn't even need to win the lottery to accept an invitation to do that.
I don't.
And then, Doug, I called in when Gator was gone. Here's another one for you, Gator, because the World Cup is in Spain. I told Doug, I would like to go running with the Bulls in Spain, and he said no.
Yeah.
You wouldn't do it, Doug? You wouldn't do it, Gator?
Would you run with the Bulls?
No.
No.
I the Bull would catch up.
Well,
And
they catch up to everybody.
The Bull would be waiting for me. I'm like, that's not happening.
Do you think the Bull would come for you?
Yeah.
The Bull wouldn't believe you're 225?
No.
Listed weight?
Yeah. No, I wouldn't list at 225.
We have so much.
I've never had a desire my entire life to run with the Bulls. I'm not an adrenaline junkie, and that's what that's for. That's not me. You're not going to find that for me. I don't want to bungee jump.
So I was thinking about
I don't
the
like
things,
roller coasters.
the things that I do, mountain biking, which is on trails, and skiing. I mean, I'm in control, right?
As much as you can.
As much as I can be. Does that make me an adrenaline junkie? I don't think it really, I'm not doing it for the adrenaline.
Well, are there trails you won't go down? Like if you go out to Aspen, are you going to go on the Double Diamond, Black Diamond?
There's a
whatever?
couple of even trails around here where I'm like, I don't think I'm going to do that one today.
You don't strike me as an adrenaline.
No. And then the skiing, sometimes I get into the trees a little bit, but that's that. And I don't know if there's anywhere. There's probably a couple times where I've done some things on skis where I'm like, maybe I shouldn't have done that. Regarding Cater Montero, dude, I got to reel them in. They're scare the hell out of me. Regarding Cater Montero, listed at 145 pounds, the lightest player in Major League Baseball. Feedback coming in. Sophie Cunningham is listed at 6'1", 156. She's pretty skinny, just saying. It's from an unnamed texter. Don in Toledo, did Cater answer the question using the metric system instead of pounds?
Well, that would put him at like 350 pounds.
Yeah,
or
right
something like
now-
that, so I don't think he weighs that much. No.
At 145, he's roughly 10 stone, right? Isn't a stone 14
I didn't go with
pounds?
my stone conversion rate.
Okay.
I don't know.
Don also asked, how was your Mud Hen experience, Doug? Other than the game where nothing happened, it was great. The stadium's great. The surrounding area is awesome.
Where'd you sit?
Well, friend had a suite.
Oh,
So
nice.
I sat in a suite. Yeah, it was awesome.
Very nice.
Yep.
First base side, third base side.
First base side, right about first base.
Good.
Locked in on Clark and Anderson, and they went combined 1 for 8. And I want to see Clark play the field. I want to see like some challenging.
Does he look
fly
like he just
ball.
glides out
I
there?
will say, even on a foul pop out that he had, I think it was his first at bat. I'm like, you can tell he can run. But anyway,
Can he
Don, I
play-
loved it. I'll go back.
Can he play like Pete Crow Armstrong out there?
I think he's going to be much better than that. No, I'm
hope so.
joking.
That'd be
Yeah, it'd be
great.
great. Yeah,
Yeah.
Good. Nothing like doing the
PCA
kid
is not bad.
Doing the kid a real solid and creating unrealistic expectations. Good job, Doug. Might have been his rookie weight, just like Eduardo Valencia was listed at 180. That might have been his left leg.
Yeah, I think it was his rookie weight. Rookie, like as a 16-year-old.
When he said, I think when he told him when he weighed 145, or they weighed him at when he signed as a international free agent at 16 years old. He might have weighed 145 then, but Julia says, when I joined the Navy, I was 6'2", weighed 135 pounds. Had to get a weight waiver. 40 years later, 192 pounds. There you go. People asking lotto questions. Would you start your own liquor or alcohol brand, Scott, if you hit the lottery?
Before I would have said no, but I've seen some videos lately that really annoyed me from like there's this tequila snob woman who does these TikTok videos about tequila. And my thought has always been, if you like something, good for you. Don't tell somebody what they should like and why they should like it. If you like the taste of something, you like the taste of something. So that got me kind of inspired because she picked out a couple brands in particular that I enjoy. And I'm like, you know what? Screw you. You know what? Yeah, we'll have Gator Tequila. I'll come up with something like that.
There you go. All right, what some MLB insiders are saying about the Tigers' question with the trade deadline looming. Hear what they had to say in the noon hour. Are you going to eat that at 12:35? 97.1.
Brought to you by the University of Michigan Credit Union. The news of the day for the Red Wings: Patrick Kane will not be returning to Hockeytown next season as he will sign a 2-year, $16 million contract with the Chicago Blackhawks. Kane spent the first 16 years of his career in the Windy City and won 3 Stanley Cups there. He said there was mutual interest in him returning to Detroit at the end of last season. He will be 38 years old next year with the Blackhawks. Chicago will play the Red Wings at Little Caesars Arena on October 29th. The Tigers will take on the Kansas City Royals tonight for the opener of a 4-game series. ESPN's Jesse Rogers says the Detroit front office thinks they can still win the American League Central this year. He also says the team will wait until the last possible minute to make a Tarek Skubal decision. The Tigers are currently 6.5 games back in the division. Game 1 in their series with the Royals starts tonight at 6:40 right here on 97.1. Pregame coverage begins at 6:15. And Chauncey Billups is back in the news today as prosecutors from the Eastern District of New York have asked a judge to delay the massive illegal gambling and rigged poker trial date. 7 of the 12 defendants have agreed to allow the trial to be pushed back, while 5 others, including Billups, want to keep the date as is, which is set for November 2nd this fall. Billups was, of course, arrested back in October for his involvement in a rigged poker scheme with other celebrities and the Italian crime mob family syndicate, colloquially referred to as La Cosa Nostra. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabat. For more, go to 971theticket or Odyssey.com.
Any chance the kid gets, he weaves in La Cosa Nostra. Big baseball win last night for the Detroit Tigers. We'll get back to your phone calls here. The Tigers in a game that felt like, we called it yesterday, a must win if you're hoping that they put themselves in a buy position or at least a not sell position to make it more reasonable. There's no reason, I don't think, to make a decision right now. Wait to see what happens. Let them play themselves into more of a playoff team that looks like a playoff team that could do some damage. If they were to make the playoffs, they would do it as one of the hottest teams in baseball, which they were 2 years ago when they won a round, beat Houston before losing to Cleveland. Last year, they were one of the coldest teams in baseball before they won a round, lost to Seattle. 248-539-9797. Before we get back to your phone calls and feedback, Gator, the Patrick Kane contract.
Mm-hmm.
Good player. Good player.
Well, he's a Hall of Famer.
Yep.
Still a good player.
Still a good player is my point.
He's
Yeah.
still a good player.
But I think it's fair to say that he's a point in his career where I would expect diminishing returns. And for him to get 2 years and $16 million, that's Lucas Raymond's annual average.
That's a lot. And I wonder if he's just going to play one more season and then the second year is just kind of symbolic and then it gets, cut off if he retires. It's different because there's bonuses involved in it and all that. But yeah, nonetheless, it's still the annual per value is $8 million. That seems way overpriced. And for a team that just went out and gave Bedard a contract.
Mm-hmm.
So it's interesting that they're doing that because Chicago's trying to build on something, right? They've got these young players they're really trying to build around, and they just paid their young potential superstar. Why would you hinder that by giving that kind of a contract? I mean, did they do that just because they had to outbid Buffalo? Or I don't know. Was something done behind the scenes with this? It makes sense for me for Patrick Kane to go back to Chicago where everything started, where he won Stanley Cups and where he earned his Hall of Fame status. But the money they're paying him doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. That just seems that it's a lot.
248-539-9797.
So I think I can hearing you guys' tone and you guys talking about it. You didn't want to pay Patrick Kane that much money to stay a Red Wing, right?
Right.
But either way, you do lose some scoring power here.
Sure.
You know what I mean? So, how does that hurt the Red Wings just moving forward as far as, and if they don't have Dylan Larkin coming back, that's 2 guys that you count on for a lot of the scoring on this team.
No, it hurts a lot. I mean, I like the guys they've added to this team in the offseason, but that was hoping that, okay, are they going to, I didn't realize that they were going to be trading Dylan Larkin or that Larkin be asking for the trade. And when that happened, I think it opens the door for Patrick Kane to walk out, and he walked out. And it sucks. Patrick Kane scored 57 goals in 2.5 seasons with the Wings. That's a lot of goals. And he was almost a point-a-game guy. And for a team that struggles to put the puck on the net, at least he was a bright spot for it. And he was second on the team in scoring over the last 28 games or 25 games, behind only Alex DeBrincat. He's a piece, man. He's still, I've said all along, his passing is still elite. He makes everybody's power play better, without question. And he is still elite when it comes to shootout goals. And that's nothing to sneeze at. I mean, you're going to get into whatever it is, 6-10 shootouts a year. This guy scores almost all the time. in the shootout. He's brilliant. So that's a nice piece to have for any team in the NHL. But for Chicago to do it, I think it's just symbolic of coming back to where it all started. It's not like he's going to win a Stanley Cup.
It's just a lot of money, man.
It's a lot of money. And it's interesting because what is that for Patrick Kane? Okay, there's money there, but it's nostalgia about going back there. So it doesn't mean he needs to chase another Stanley Cup. He's not chasing with the Hawks. He's already won Stanley Cups with the Hawks. So, I'm politely applauding him because he's a great player. At the same time, though, to Kang's point, I'm disappointed because I loved watching him in a Red Wing uniform, even though this team doesn't seem like they're going anywhere.
Let's go to Matt in St. Clair Shores. You're on 97.1. Hello, Matt.
Nice. Hey, boys. So I've been listening to the whole show because I'm doing the drive up to the golf trip this weekend.
Nice.
And nice. There we go.
That is nice.
I can't, for the life of me, understand why would we be buyers right now as a Tiger. The last 2 years, we've had very underwhelming buys at the trade deadline. And you could say last year we were really on the precipice where we needed to make a push to get over the hump. And now we're just trying to get over get into the playoffs hump. So I can't imagine why now would be a time to buy. And even especially if you factor in the possible labor dispute, wouldn't it be so much smarter to come out with a flexible roster full of young, controllable talent? That way, regardless of how the CBA has worked out, whether it's this year or next year, you are loaded for bear moving, the next 4 to 5 years forward.
Well, it can work in both ways, right? I mean, they've got a ton of expiring contracts, and when the new CBA comes out, they're going to have a ton of money falling off the books, and we don't know what the new CBA is going to look like. So I'm not quite sure how to process the fact that we could have a completely different system in place. The reason they would buy is because it's their last kick at the can with Skubal, that they'll go all in for this year, and they figure with their starting pitching, if they can get a real good bullpen arm and maybe a right-handed bat, that they really bolster their chances to win a weak American League.
And Matt, the reason they would think of buying is because it's how they've played since June. It's how they played in April. And they were better than 500 in April. They sucked in May with all the injuries they were going through. And then they started getting healthier in June, and they've had one of the best records in the American League and in all baseball since June 1st, and they continue to win. So is this team the team we've seen over the last 2 months, or is this team the team you saw in May? And for people that still have May stuck in their mind, I don't know what to tell you because they're not that.
I just feel like Scott Harris the last 2 years, while we've been in the playoffs, has had a pretty lackluster trade deadline acquisition haul. I know he brought a bunch of arms in last year, but our problem last year was bats, and we never addressed that. So this is probably the last 3 years, the worst of the last 3 years, to go out and be a buyer.
It's the clock. It's the clock ticking down to zero on Skubal.
It depends what you're buying, too. If you're buying rentals, I would tend to agree with you. I'm not looking to rent players. I'm looking to get players that are going to be here for a while, and that's where Mason Miller comes in. If the Padres keep losing, if they find themselves out of it and they're going to sell, the Tigers should absolutely pick up the phone and call. And it's not necessarily because of just this year. It's because he's got 3 more years. This guy's the best closer in baseball.
So